keeps control for Thompson. Pass for Stevens, wide open underneath in the basket. Great pass.
Backs down, now kicks out up top to the left side, Caden Dahl. Dahl hesitates, then takes the three and knocks it home good. Dahl to get the turn. Carr trying to keep those legs underneath, then Cassette gets him down, and there's the pin.
Rebounded by Kendra Severson. Severson, here comes Bevins back the other way. Bevins, little contact, roll it in, good for Elena Bevins, and we're tied.
Through and Zeller with an excuse me bump, and here goes Sem for takeoff.
Halsted Telephone Company and R&J Broadcasting Incorporated is proud to present to you this broadcast on yourliveevent.com.
And a pleasant good Saturday morning. Welcome to our pre-match show here today, brought to you in part by Irie Insurance. I'm Chase Miller alongside Brent Dick, where we have the North Dakota Southeast Sub-Regional Boys Dual Wrestling Tournament here today, as some still call it, Brent, Region 1 Wrestling Dual Tournament here today from Kindred.
Yeah, that's just a hard phrase to get out of your head. You do have these teams here that represented Region 1 at one point in wrestling history, but with the realignment, 2 years ago now, I believe it was, with the realignment, we've now have the North Dakota Southeast Sub-Region Dual Tournament. And I guess the only change for the sub-region is that we no longer have Linton HMB in our region, and then we added Northern Cass.
As Northern Cass, a team that hopefully over the next year or two will continue to find duels just as you're building a program. Some years you get to a certain part, whether it's sickness, whether it's injury, or you've just wrestled so much, you want to make sure the health of the wrestlers are as best as possible. So Oaks gets that 1 seed and they earn a bye into the semifinals. Brent, but recapping what happened last year, it was right tooth to the nail between Lisbon and South Border. Kindred was waiting there to possibly get to their first ever dual tournament, a state tournament in program history, but by the jaws of defeat in the last 3 seconds, you were on the call. Just take us through what the scene was last year down in Lisbon.
Yeah, it was a packed gymnasium in that championship duel. I mean, you're right. You had Kindred and Oaks. They had just finished up, and it was coming down to that last match. I think Noah Anderson was out there for the Broncos, and Kindred's just sitting there kind of, licking their chops waiting for the result of that match. And Lisbon ended up pulling out Noah Anderson. I think ended up with a takedown, a sudden victory takedown that clinched the match and the duel for the Lisbon Broncos, and that earned them the first place, 31-30 over South Border. And then Kindred, kind of, I guess, got the sad face and had to wait another year, but they're back here ready to battle for another chance at a trip to the state tournament.
And we will see Kindred right off the bat here going up against Ellendale Edgeley Cullum. That'll be our first quarterfinal. Again, the winner will go up against Oaks. The loser will then have a chance to wrestle for 5th place if they can take care of business going forward. Later on at around 1 o'clock, Lisbon against Lemoore Litchfield-Mary, and then Napoleon Gackle-Streeter against South Border. That'll be the quarterfinals. Biggest thing last year, Brent, going into this year, just take us through some of the teams. You take a look at Kindred, for example. There's no upperclassmen. It's all 7th, 8th freshmen and sophomores. Then you got some other teams that you can say, all right, you have a returning state champion. You have a returning state place winner. Just what from this year to last year to this year, anything surprise you, I guess, this season in terms of the dual side of wrestling here in the Southeast region?
I guess, you talk about Kindred and just the youth of that team. And you also look at Napoleon. And I shouldn't just say it's just these teams. The same thing with Oaks. You look at some of these teams, and there's a lot of youth on those teams right now, the underclassmen that have really stepped up and have had great results this year. And it's really surprising. I mean, even look at Napoleon. Napoleon has 7th and 8th graders, and these 7th and 8th graders are going out there wrestling juniors and seniors, and they're placing in some of these tournaments. One of them, for example, last year at New Salem. And, now they're just going to bring everything that they learned this year, all the extra repetitions on the mat, all the extra matches that they've had. They're just more of a seasoned wrestler at the end of the year. So I expect some good duels here today, some good head-to-head competitions, and then that'll carry over into next week into the individual regions.
We'll recap what is going to come up here again later on today. Also, the girls' East Regional Duel is going to be in Grand Forks. We'll have audio-only coverage starting just after the noon hour, and then when we come back, we'll let you know what's going on in Carrington for the Northeast Regional Sub-Duel Boys Tournament coming up here, as well as they're already past their quarterfinals, getting into their semifinals respectively. That's coming up here on our Irie Insurance pregame show. He's Brent Dick. I'm Chase Miller. Thanks for joining us. We're about 15 minutes away or so from wrestling action here today in Kindred.
February 15th on yourliveevent.com.
The friendly staff at Lemoore Drugstore reminds you from prescription requests and OTC medication, you can find it all at Lemoore Drugstore. Stay prepared for the bitter cold with our heated gear line from boot and glove liners to body wraps, scarves, and more. Rechargeable Bluetooth and disposable options are available. Located in the center of Lemoore in the Bank North Mall. For more info, go to LemooreDrugstore.com. That's LemooreDrugstore.com, or stop in and check us out. Good luck to all the wrestlers, and go Lobos.
Lisbon Public Schools is currently seeking a high school English teacher, high school math teacher, and a 5th grade teacher for the 2025-26 school year. Lisbon Public Schools offers a competitive salary and excellent benefits. For more information, please email Superintendent Justin Fryer at justin.fryer@k12.nd.us. Lisbon Public Schools, where you can watch your kids continue to grow from the playing surface to the classroom. Go Broncos!
Goose River Bank is here for the communities we serve, building relationships that last a lifetime, serving the strong Red River Valley and beyond. We are your neighbors, friends, and family, committed to providing everything from everyday personal banking to loans for your farm or business. Visit one of our locations in Mayville, Hillsborough, or Hatton, or reach out and we'll happily come to you, because it's the neighborly thing to do. Goose River Bank. Strong bank, strong communities.
A foundation forged in their grandfather's shop. Matt and Mike Martins know firsthand the value of quality machinery. At Martins Welding and Machine, they rely on generations of knowledge and expertise in creating quality products for farmers, ranchers, residents, and businesses across North Dakota and beyond. To browse their full selection of bin caps, bale feeders, rock lifts, disc attachments, and more, visit martinswelding.com. Also ask about their power lift hydraulic doors. Martins Welding and Machine. Matt and Mike will make it right.
As we continue on our pre-match show here today on YourLiveEvent.com, if you're a fan of wrestling, well, YourLiveEvent.com is a place for you across the state of North Dakota. Here today, we're in Kindred, Carrington, and in Grand Forks for boys and girls dual tournaments. On the boys' side, already in earnest, with the snow being more on the south end of 94 in Carrington. A lot of folks were able to get there. They got their wrestling already underway at 10 o'clock this morning. Mayport CG and Hillsborough Central Valley, the 5 seed of the Burros, with a 46-27 dual win. They go into the semis waiting the result of number 1 seed Carrington against Larimore. Pembina County North defeated Rugby 66-9, and Northern Lights over Grafton 54-11. So Pembina County North, Northern Lights in one semifinal. HCV going up against the winner of Carrington and Larimore in the other semifinal. And Brent, it was a cool thing that we were talking about off air. Larimore and Thompson had the old play-in. You can call it pigtail, however you want to call it. It was to get into the actual round of 8. And Thompson, as we kind of talked about in the Southeast with Northern Cass, Thompson, a new program, able to kind of get their teeth wet and feel what a postseason event is going to be for those wrestlers going forward.
Yeah, that tournament experience is very important. You know, you just look at, I guess, the experience that they're going to gain from that. Not only the wrestlers, but the coaches as well, being able to put that lineup together. And then going through, you know, your choice, even, wrestling matches can come down to if you have to show your wrestler first or who has to show their wrestler first. It comes down to the flip of a coin. So it's just more experience for the wrestlers and also for the coaches. So that's a good thing up there.
As we take a look at the East Region Girls Dual Tournament that's going on, the number 1 overall seed is Pembina County North, and in a similar situation, is Central Cass, but in a similar situation, Pembina County North and Carrington are in that 8-9 matchup. The winner goes up against Central Cass later this afternoon at 1:15. All the action starts at Grand Forks Central at 12:30. We'll have audio-only coverage on YourLiveEvent.com. Lisbon South Border in the 4-5 matchup. Napoleon Gacko Streeter against Fargo in the 3-6. West Fargo United against Grand Forks then in the 2-7. And it's been cool to see the growth of girls wrestling, Brent. The one thing, talking with coaches, they said this is about as consistent of a year because you're not adding anything. You know, you had Davies on a Sunday, then you finally went to a normal state, then you added the duels, then you added the individuals, then you added certain tournaments. This is about, okay, here's what we have. We know what the schedule is going to be going forward, whether it's Storehog, Bell the Brawl, whatever it might be. I think girls wrestling now has got all the kinks out of the way, and now it's just a normal season going forward.
Yeah, I guess the wrestlers and coaches are starting to feel comfortable with their schedules, and then now it'll just, for a better word or a better phrase, become repetitive. so that, that way you don't have any surprises going into the season. The girls know where they're going to wrestle, the dates that they're going to wrestle, who their competition will be. So taking out some of the unknowns in that for the girls and getting it closer to what we have now in the state of North Dakota for boys wrestling.
We'll take a break here in a moment. Brett, when you take a look at the bracket here just in the opening round of the Southeast Sub-Regional Duels here today, is there one matchup that folks could kind of circle saying, hey, you might be in higher seed, but it might be more difficult than you think? Is it as simple to put as any sport? The 4 or 5 matchup normally is the best one because the two teams are so comparable. How do you look at the first round or the quarterfinals here today in Kindred?
Yeah, that's right. When I look at a bracket, that first round, the 4 or 5, or the first round matchups, at least in an individual tournament, it's like the 8-9 seeded. Those are some great matches. And here you have the 4 or 5 seed. That's another great matchup in the second round. You look at the quarterfinals. Normally, individual tournament, you see that the 4 or 5 seed in the in the quarterfinals or the second round, championship round, and that's always same thing, a great matchup. And I expect this Ellendale Edgeley Coleman Kindred match to be a real close one. So they both have young squads. They're going to have some great head-to-head matchups, and I think it's going to be a battle between Ellendale Edgeley Coleman Kindred this first round.
We'll take a quick break. When we come back, we'll dive into the matchup a little bit more with the Thunder and the Kindred Vikings in terms of what's a wrestler or two to watch out for or a weight class. That and more still to come on our pregame show here today from Kindred on your liveevent.com.
You can buy beef by the quarter, half or whole beef from Mueller Angus, USDA inspected beef. Fill the freezer. Call Dave Mueller at 701-799-3032. 701-799-3032 to purchase beef by the quarter, half or the whole from Mueller Angus, Hillsboro. You can buy beef by the quarter, half or whole beef from Mueller Angus, USDA inspected beef. Fill the freezer. Call Dave Mueller at 701-799-3032. 701-799-3032 to purchase beef by the quarter, half or the whole from Mueller Angus, Hillsboro.
Halstead Telephone Company delivers fast broadband internet, telephone, and cable TV to residents in this region, including Halstead, Shelley, Neilsville, Climax, Fisher, Bigland, Gentilly in Minnesota, and Hillsborough, Caledonia, Gardner, and Argosville, North Dakota. Serving the area residents since 1904, Halstead Telephone continues to create a bright future for this region using 100% fiber optic technology. Service plans offer flexibility and choices, and there's local support personnel ready to help. Contact Halstead Telephone Company today.
Roadrunner Auto Tech Center wishes the Kindred Vikings football players, coaches, and staff the best of luck in the postseason. Let the crew at Roadrunner Auto Tech Center service your vehicle and keep it rolling down the road for miles to come. They have pride in their work, and it shows being in business for 26 years. Call 701-428-9953 to schedule your appointment or stop in and talk with Jeff, Dave, Mike, and Tammy at Roadrunner Auto Tech Center in Kindred.
Inching closer to wrestling here today on our Irie Insurance pre-match show on yourliveevent.com. Chase Miller, Brent Dick with you here from Kindred. Brent, as we alluded to, our first match of the day will be a standalone match on mat number 1, or the mat for those following at home, the big Viking logo in the center. That's going to kind of be the premier mat, if you want to call it, as we go throughout the course of the day, where the championship and some of the semifinal matches will take place. On the mat to the left, after we get through the quarterfinals, those will more be the Consolation side wrestling wrestlebacks to try to get to the 5th place match. But take a look at this first one, kind of that standalone again with EEK and Kindred. What's a weight class or who's a wrestler or two that you're going to watch here today that say could give the Thunder or give the Vikings a little advantage if they take care of business?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that 114-pound weight class in this. We do start at 107, but that second match of the duel could feature Gavin Rood against Walker Miller. Those two have been battling it out head-to-head. Miller in the state rankings, he has a higher ranking. I think he might be ranked 2 or 3 in the state. Gavin Rood, maybe down in like the honorable mention, but Rood has come out the last couple times they've met up. They met up twice at the New Salem East-West tournament, and Gavin Rood was able to take down Walker Miller 2 times out there. So I would see that's a key matchup. That can swing the duel either way. And then also 133 pounds. Kindred has a nice young wrestler, 7th grader Cameron Kittleson, who placed out at New Salem at the East-West tournament. And he'd face Ethan Tazarek of Ellendale Edgeley Coleman. And that also could be a key matchup. You wouldn't expect a 7th grader to go out there and have one of those matches where he could swing the duel. But he's a good-looking young wrestler, and he's going to give Ethan Tazarek everything he can handle. Tazarek, a freshman, also young, but I would expect Tazaric to come out and try to take control of that match early against the 7th grader.
The one thing about it, too, is you don't want to make it too much in the quarterfinals, but you understand, Brent, if you lose as a team in the quarters compared to what you win, your day completely changes in terms of your mindset. Yes, you can still go win 2 more matches, finish 5th place, but your chance to get to the Dome from a duel standpoint gets shattered here awfully early on a Saturday.
Yeah, so right, these first-round matches mean just as much as the quarterfinals as they do the semifinals. I mean, you have to put that much emphasis on it if you're a coach, and you just have to put that much more work into it if you're a wrestler, and you have to have the right mindset coming into these that, just because you're wrestling a Kindred or even a Lemoore, that you still have to come out and you have to be mentally and physically prepared to win the first duel, win the next one, and then make it to state.
The one thing about it, just like last year, if we get to that point later on in the afternoon or maybe the early evening hours, depending on how long these duels take, is there will be a chance for a challenge match. So we'll use the bottom half of the bracket with the top higher seeds as the example. If Lisbon and South Border, the 2 and 3 seeds, wrestle, and Lisbon, as the hypothetical, wins and gets the championship, and South Border takes care of 3rd place, well, if Lisbon were to lose to, let's say, the highest seed Oaks, Lisbon automatically is going to stay because they already beat South Border. But if they were to beat Oaks from the Lisbon perspective, South Border then could have that challenge match, and we'll see if we get that here, Brent. But I like that. I know talking with basketball fans in the old districts and the region days, they kind of missed that challenge match, but here in wrestling, it's still very much alive.
Yeah, it's an exciting matchup. I mean, that challenge match, and we've seen it before, I believe, like 5 or 6 years ago, with an Oaks and South Border challenge match, and I don't know, I'm putting my money on it today that we're going to see a challenge match today.
Well, talking with some coaches throughout the year and talking with yourself here earlier this morning, it maybe is about as close as you could get from the 1, 3, 5, however you want to say it. It's anybody on any given day, it really feels like.
Yeah, when you go back and look at the results, Lisbon defeated Oaks by 1 point this year, so there's not a lot of separation between those top 3 teams.
We'll continue after this here and get to wrestling next in Kindred.
In a world of chaos, you need superhero-level protection.
I keep telling everyone they need to get the right protection for their lifestyle. Some do. We do.
Whatever it takes.
Whatever it takes. Get the right protection for your lifestyle. Go to IRIinsurance.com to get a free quote and consultation. Meet Blake, the messiest 4-year-old on the planet. He's no ordinary durability tester. Meet SmartStrand, no ordinary carpet. With All Pet Protection, it's the softest, most durable, easiest to clean carpet on the planet. When Blake's barn got a comfy makeover, SmartStrand came clean, even went up against a 2-ton rhino. Made to withstand all walks of life. Ask for SmartStrand, rhino tested, rhino approved.
Available at Carpet World, carpetworldfargo.com.
Are you dreading tax season? Don't stress. Let Olson Accounting make the tax season a breeze, just like knowing your ABCs. From individuals to businesses, the expert staff at Olson Accounting ensures every deduction is maximized, every form is filed correctly. Let Olson Accounting set up your tax plan and eliminate any problems by visiting colsoncpa.com or call 701-683-2700. Olson Accounting of Lisbon.
That does it for our pre-match conversation, brought to you in part by IRI Insurance. Go to IRIinsurance.com to get a free quote started today. They got you covered from everything from auto, home, crop, commercial, and benefits insurance. Go to IRIinsurance.com to get a free quote started today. Chase Miller alongside Brent Dick. Brent will have the play-by-play for you here for the 4-5 matchup featuring Kindred and Ellendale Edgeley Combe. Let's get to our starting lineups here, brought to you in part by American Crystal Sugar Company. Brent?
Yeah, just with the starting lineups, if you're watching at home, you just have to be a little bit patient as the dual tournaments feature a lot of movement up and down the lineups, and you can also have a number of alternates in those lineups. But we will go ahead and go through your starting lineups for the Kindred Vikings. They're 107-pound wrestlers. They have 2 of them, Bristol Swanson and Jaden Rude. 114-pound for Kindred, they have Gavin Rude and Nolan Mengi. 121 pounds is Gavin Swenson for Kindred. 127 pounds, 2 wrestlers there, Aiden Ostrike and Jager Jordheim. 133 pounds is Cameron Kittleson. 139, Brock Johnson and Jet Johnson. 145 Noak Swenson, 152 Kellen Otson and Miles Theolgis, 160-pound Jackson Grossman, Fisher Johnson, and Cash Fetch. 172, we have Henry High and Tanner Mingy and Kason Udell at 285. And then for Ellendale Edgley Combe, for the Thunder at 107 pounds, they have Nash Nitschke and Gage Miller. 114 pounds, Nolan Galbraith and Walker Miller, along with Connor Gilbert. 121 pounds, Carson Henningsen. 127 pounds, Ethan McBride and Regan Sand. 133, William Hansana and Ethan Tazarek. 139, Jagger Sand and Greg Fear. 172 pounds, Max Chernland and Bennett Geisler. 215, Ivan Caruth. 285, Seth Irie and Ariah Fear. And those are your starting lineups for both teams. As I mentioned before, there are 13 wrestlers or 13 weights, and then you can have a number of alternates for these region dual tournaments. We're all starting off right away at 107 pounds, so no match at 107. That's Jaden Rude going out for Kindred, and Kindred will take the early lead 6-0. So we'll see how that forfeit by Ellendale Edgley Combe, how that affects the outcome of this duel. Now we have Gavin Rude for Kindred taking on Walker Miller. So this is one of those featured matchups. You're at 114 pounds. They did meet up 2 times out at New Salem East-West Wrestling Tournament, with Gavin Rude winning both of those matches. The wrestlers just at near center edge of the mat, working collar ties over on our featured match. This will be the only duel of this round on the top side of the bracket. And here's a little slide by Rude. Gets around the top, goes into the tilt across the body. Big scramble, no takedown awarded. And Rude's going to come up with a 3-point takedown in that scramble. So Rude with the first points on the board. Jaden Rude in the top position, goes claw right underneath, deep waist on the far side. Sit out and a stand up here for Miller. Now 3-1 is the score. Gavin Rude with the 3-1 lead. There's 38 seconds remaining in the first period. Kindred already up 6-0 with that forfeit at 107 pounds. In the final 20 seconds of the first period. Rude with the underhook on the near side, has head up over the top, working the front head, now goes back with an over, trying to turn the corner on Miller. Miller circles around, they go out, final 8 seconds of this first period. And it's 3-1 lead for Gavin Rude of Kindred. And time expires. We have the 3-1 lead for Rude going into our second period over here on mat number 1.
Miller, I thought, did a good job of evading a quick pin there, Brent, because the way Rude got that move in right off the bat, it looked like he was into a pinning combination pretty quickly.
Yeah, you did have that hooked up around the head. We call that a head cradle, and Miller did a good job scrambling out of that. Almost came up with a takedown himself through that scramble and did a great job not giving up any near fall. Yeah, we do start this second period in the neutral position. There's Miller with a single leg shot on Rude. Rude with a good sprawl. He's back up, has an underhook now over on the near side. And a fireman's carry. Nice high crotch here for Miller. Miller has Rude down on his hip, trying to turn the corner. Rude, the best he can hope for is to either try to scoop his hips, push out, push away, and he did get the stalemate. So was able to draw that stalemate. It's about the best possible outcome for Rude on that. And still 3-1 with a minute 20 remaining in the second period. This is our first round duel. Number 4, number 5, Kindred takes on number 5, Ellendale Edgley Combe, and an ankle pick. And it went up to the knee on that by Miller. Rude was able to step away, circles back around to the far side. Another high crotch fireman's by Miller. He's worked that twice. We'll see if he can store. Rude goes back, trying to tie up the arms and keep that head buried in the mat on Miller. Miller just has to pull get arms around the waist. He's keeping that toe in bounce. So good mat awareness by Walker Miller. Trying to keep that toe in, but now slides out. And we go back to the neutral position for a restart. Final 40 seconds of our second period. 3-1 lead for Gavin Rude. Another double leg, this time a double leg shot. Switching to a single for Miller. Miller's had 3 or 4 shots to 0 by Rude. And now Miller's working that forklift position. Rude's just going to tie him up around the body for another restart. And off the restart in the final 13 seconds of our second period, still 3-1. The offensive wrestler this second period is Walker Miller. Miller with a couple nice high crotch shots and then a double leg. And both times Rude was able to wrestle him into a stalemate. And they're stood back up for the restart. Miller with choice. He's down by 2 points. He chooses the bottom position. So Miller hoping for a reversal or an escape going into this third period. Off the whistle, he does get the escape. Now 3-2, he's down by 1 point. We'll look to see if Miller continues to press the pace on his feet. He's been able to get inside the defense on Rude, just not able to finish. Now goes for a nice ankle pick, cross ankle on Rude. Rude's still scrambling. Miller catches Rude on his back. Some near fall coming by way for Walker Miller, trying to work for a pin. He's going to go scoop the arm around the backside. And working for a pin here is Walker Miller, a big matchup at 114 pounds. Miller trying to even up the head-to-head between Rude and Miller. Miller for the Thunder in that black singlet in the top position with the yellow trim. And the win by fall here for Walker Miller over Gavin Rude. And we're tied up in the duel, 6 apiece.
That could be an early move of the match, brought to you in part by Agassi Precision Egg there, Brent, the way that able to finish that one off. Also an update for you from the Northeast sub-regional duels. Carrington gets by Larimore 54-6, so the semifinals in Carrington will feature the Cardinals and Hillsborough Central Valley, Pembina County North, and Northern Lights up in the Northeast sub-regional. All
right, back here now for another matchup at 121 pounds. Our duel's tied up at 6. Kindred received a forfeit at 107 pounds, 114. Walker Miller comes back in the third period, wins by fall. We're tied up now at 6 apiece. They're at 121 pounds. Swenson with the 3-point takedown right away within the first 15 seconds of that first period. He's up 3-0, goes leg right over the top. He's trying to work it. A tilt off of going back through the leg over the top, and now a 2-point reversal. And 3-2 is our score. So Swenson working hand control, has a tilt and a Peterson locked up. He'll pick up the 2-point reversal, just missed the leg on the roll through. And now we're 5-2, now up to a 3-point lead for Swenson from Kindred with a minute remaining in the first period. Already back and forth battle within the first minute of this match. Swenson with the takedown and reversal for Kindred. And a stand-up on the edge of the mat. Swenson has a head cradle locked up, and he's going to roll through. I think they call that the Merkle position from what I've seen. I call it a head cradle, but some of the more advanced commentators calls it the Merkle position. And he does pick up near fall for Swenson, and a reversal here. Final 20 seconds of this first period. Swenson picks up more of near fall, catches the head and arm, working for a pin for Kindred. At the end of the period, able to get back belly down. Here's Carson Henningsen at 121 pounds. So Gavin Swenson builds up a big 13-2 lead.
I'm just going to say, Gavin Swenson with that last move was nearing a tech fall there, Brent, in the final seconds of the period.
Yeah, he just kept on, wrestling through those positions and came away with some big near fall points. Really broke the match open in the first period. Off the whistle, nice sit out, little separation by Swenson. Now Henningsen follows him back around. Swenson passes the arm over the head. That's kind of a nifty move. Was able to pass the arm over, goes back to that Merkel position, and he's going to end this one at least by tech fall. Maybe work a pin here as he has this tight around Henningsen, and he'll pick up the near fall. And 5 more points on the board for Kindred.
Well, the rule this year when talking with you earlier in the season, Brent, was to try to award an offensive style of wrestler, someone who can find ways to get takedowns and multiple takedowns, and you saw that there with that 3 points, that just added to getting the early tech fall here for the Vikings.
Yeah, those points really added up once he picked up those 4-point near falls. I mean, it does reward the offensive wrestler. Just kept busy the whole time. That's what we also saw that last match with Miller. Miller just did not give up on those takedown attempts, and he was rewarded for it with a win by fall in the third period. And off the whistle, another takedown. That's Regan Sand against Jager Jordheim. Sand has Jordheim going to his back. Jordheim caught on his hip, trying to turn the corner. Another young wrestler for Kindred, along with Sand, a young wrestler for EEK as well. Regan Sand, a state qualifier for EEK as a 7th grader. So Sand does have a 3-0 lead. Jordheim's trying to work a reversal, has the far inside leg caught, and has a hip over. Sand was able to tie up his near leg, and now goes half Nelson on the far side. Picks up near fall as those shoulders are exposed. And 4 near fall. Going to Regan Sand. Under 50 seconds remaining in the first period. Already has the 7-0 lead. Our dual score is 11-6. Sand works a deep waist over the top. Jordheim looks like he has the wrist control underneath, preventing Sand to really press the pace from the top position right now. Now Jordheim stands up. He's down by 7 points. Sand drops down to a leg. In the forward trip mat return, the far edge. Now wrestlers circle back in. So final 10 seconds, 7-0 lead for Regan Sand from Ellendale Edgeley Combe. Kindred up in the duel 11-6. Started the duel at 107 pounds. Going through that recap, we had 107. Kindred received a forfeit. 114 pounds. Walker Miller wins by fall for Ellendale Edgeley Combe. 121 pounds, that was Gavin Swenson. For Kindred, wins by tech fall. And now here at 127 pounds, Ellendale Edgeley Combe in control of this match with Regan Sand up 7-0. He was in the bottom position. Tried to stand up off the whistle, returned back by Jordheim for Kindred. Trying to see if these two teams did meet up in the season, earlier in the season. And Ellendale Edgeley Combe defeated Kindred by a score of 55-18.
Something when you're looking at the rosters here too, Brent, you mentioned about Kindred, EEK only with 3 elder statesmen, 2 seniors, 1 junior, and then again, no elder statesmen on the upper class here for Kindred. So get used to some of these names for years to come in this region.
Yeah, definitely. Some of these guys are hammers already. Has an 8th grader and a freshman. And now 2-point reversal going to Regan Sand. Up 9-0. He has a cradle. Looks like he has a cradle locked up over the top. Jager Jordheim stretches out, but Sand maintains control of the wrist. We call this the ball and chain. So he has that wrist trapped underneath through the legs and puts that elbow in the back and then elevates that over. And he'll pick up near fall on the edge of the mat. And no back and forth, so no near fall awarded off that tilt. Sand goes back to an arm bar. And 30 seconds remaining in the second period. 9-0 lead for Rig and Sand in the top position. And called off the edge back to the center for a restart. Jortheim goes to the bottom position. So Sand up over the top, chops the arm. Yes, Jortheim broke belly down. We call that the chop and perch. Just chop the arm and then feed the hand across the far side. You work that into the chicken wing tilt or a tilt. No near fall awarded. Still has that kind of a 2-on-1 tilt. Jortheim's going to roll through and try to score at the end of the period. That tilt a little bit loose. Jortheim taking advantage of it.
Very similar to what we saw with Walker Miller against Gavin Root almost in the very end, trying to just flip the script there, Brent.
Yeah, that was a good move, good heads-up move by the young wrestler for Kindred. And I felt that hold loosening up and almost had himself a reversal near fall at the end of the period. And now 12-0 with a takedown awarded. So 3-point takedown, 12-0 in the third period. And another Peters, nice roll attempt here going through, but Jortheim just not able to get those hips over the top. Sand recovers, goes crossface. So Jortheim with that wrist was trying to pull it over his head. You clear that wrist over the head, and then you're able to hip ice back away and clear your hips. And Regan Sand goes back to the arm bar, goes half Nelson. And Jortheim just kind of powers through on the counters to those in the bottom position. Under a minute remaining. It's 12-0 lead for Rig and Sand in the top position. And now a stall warning for Jaeger Jortheim. Sometimes you see in these matches that, it does come down to bonus points. You do get the 4, the 5, and the 6 for bonus points. And you may see a wrestler go out there and wrestle really defensive, where maybe there's kind of a mismatch and you know that going into it. And the coach just says, don't get pinned. And you become very defensive. But Jaeger Jortheim here is just, he has not stopped. He's trying to score points for Kindred. And now 12-1. He's down by 11. Off the whistle. Nice whizzer. See if he can turn the corner, and a good scramble roll here by Rig and Sand. Just catches Jortheim. Final 13 seconds. We're 15-1. Sand's trying to get the tech fall. He has now 15-2 with the escape. He would secure it. It'd be 18-2 if he could score the takedown. Final 6 seconds. He's going to go for it. Jortheim goes down to his hip. Sand's going to try to chase the leg and turn the corner. Final second. And a 3-point at the end as he was able to get the established control with that arm around the waist, above the waist. And he does pick up the extra bonus point. So 11 now tied up.
That last couple seconds here that we've seen at the 114 pounds and 127 pounds so far, Brent, those are some crucial points as this one continues. If it ends up being a 2, 3, 4-point win, you can go back to those little areas, that last little move there for the Thunder, if they can come away with a victory here.
Yeah, it was just good heads-up wrestling there by Regan Sand, the young wrestler for Ellen Judgely Cullen, picking up the extra bonus point. And now we're tied back up at 11. And I'm sure the coaches have sat down and, they've gamed this match, trying to see where they can pick up these bonus points. And now 133 pounds, Ethan Tazarek for Ellen Judgely Cullen and Cameron Kittleson. One of those matchups that I'm expecting to be another back-and-forth battle between Tazarek and Kittleson. Tazarek, a freshman for Ellendale Edge of the Comb. Kittleson, a 7th grader for Kindred, now goes front headlock. Snaps Tazarek down. Kittleson in that front headlock, wearing the white singlet and the blue leg trim. He has the head down to the side, head in the hole. Still trying to snap down, reaches across for an ankle pick. Tazarek able to stand up for Ellendale Edgley Calm. They get now separate. We're scoreless in the first period. Still in the neutral position. Snap down, wrestlers out. Back to the center for a restart. So off the whistle, wrestlers working through the head and hands defense. Snap down by Kittleson over the top. Takes Tazarek down to the mat. If you're Kittleson in that top position of that's kind of that situation position we call it, that's a scoring position. You have to take advantage of that when you have him snap down over the top. Now Tazarek stood back up. Kittleson drops back down to an ankle pick, and he's warned. So Kittleson warned for stalling by the official as he backed up off the shot by Tazarek. Kittleson back in a front headlock. He catches, almost got Tazarek. He caught him on his hip and was taking advantage of it, but Tazarek gets back to his base and able to face into Kittleson. We go scoreless into the second period.
So close to getting that point to come around there, Brent. I mean, this so far duel has been literally the old adage. If you say, in football, it's a game of inches to get the first down or not, and it's been the same here in wrestling.
Yeah, just so close. I mean, he just felt that snap down coming. He was able to take the other wrestler, got his hip down a little bit, snapped him down and tried to turn the corner, but Tazarek did a good job of defending that. And we go scoreless into the second period. Minute 45 remaining in the second. We're still scoreless. We're tied up at 11 in the duel. Ellendale Edgley Calm picked up a pin and a tech fall. Kindred's picked up a forfeit and a tech fall, counting for the 11 points in the duel. Here's Kittleson over the top, try to cradle off the little stand-up attempt by Tazarek. Kittleson working underneath, doing a good job riding right now, staying in position behind the arms and elbows of Tazarek. Tazarek works hand control underneath, trying to peel off that deep waist. And all stall warning going against Tazarek from Ellendale Edgley Calm in the bottom position. He tries to stand up. Kittleson still working over the top. He got a little bit high, and Tazarek took advantage of that, grabs the leg and throws Tazarek to the front, trying to double up here and go in the forklift position. No points awarded. Tazarek still in the bottom. Quarter Nelson for Kittleson. Kittleson tried to get back around, able to step back. But Tazarek able to now reaches in and doubles up once again on Kittleson. Final 15 seconds of the second period. We're still scoreless. He'll look for Tazarek to try to push out and score this point. Still not able to get up. Kittleson with an underhook. He's going to maintain position and the top position. No points awarded. Going into this third period scoreless between Kittleson and Tazarek.
It's been more defensive wrestling here, you could call it, Brent, when you've been on the bottom, finding ways to not give up a point here in this match.
Yeah, kind of a tale of, I guess, two matches now. We talked about the offensive style of the preceding matches, and now this one a little more defensive by both wrestlers. And right away off the whistle, it's a crossface and a cradle hooked up by Ethan Tazarek. He has Kittleson on his hip going to his back. Kittleson doing a good job. Still now is able to reach up and start hand fighting a little bit, but Tazarek's going to stretch him out and work for a fall. He has the near fall coming. He'll take the lead. Kittleson, not much he can do. It's that tight, and that's a win by fall for Ethan Tazarek. And not the outcome Kindred wanted out of that, as we were scoreless going into the third period. Now win by fall for Tazarek.
Yeah, it's a tough one if you're Kittleson right there. You did a really good job in the first period to not give up any points. Then the second period, you were so close to trying to finish off a takedown there, Brent, and then all of a sudden you just look up and Tazarek, as you said, Tazarek has himself in a cradle and just never let go after that.
No, he didn't. It was just a good explosive move off the whistle by Tazarek with that crossface cradle that led to that pin. And now for Kindred, we have Brock Johnson, returning state place winner for the Kindred Vikings out there. He's going to pick up a quick 3-point takedown. Wrestling Ethan McBride from Ellendale Edgeley Combe. Kind of the horses for Kindred coming out on the mat now here, starting with Brock Johnson. You'll see Miles Steele just as well, Tanner Mengi, and Lincoln Swenson for Kindred. You want to talk about I guess the old guys that experience, that's where that's at. The sophomores coming up.
And I was going to say, if you're a Kindred football fan, those names are awfully familiar over this past fall as well.
That's right. And now Johnson with the 7-0 lead picks up the takedown and 4 near fall.
Speaking of football next year, these two teams' region foes will not be, as Kindred goes up to AA next year, and Valley City will be coming down, going up against the EEKs of the world going forward next fall, Brent.
I would expect the EEK to have another good year of football next year. So I don't think they lose a whole lot in that senior class, and they got a great, very talented freshman and sophomore class coming up. Here's Johnson off the whistle on that restart. Down to 50 seconds remaining in the first period. Johnson has a half Nelson. He's going to run this. He's hunting for a pin in this. He knows what those bonus points means to his team. That's a tight half Nelson. Has it wrapped up. Far wrist is caught. He's going to go chest on chest. Going to look up at the cameras here. Now he readjusts with 30 seconds remaining. He might have to stretch out that arm. He's going to readjust his hips, go Saturday Night Ride over the top. McBride will do everything he can to get into this next period. Final 15 seconds. And the win by fall for Brock Johnson. And we're back tied up, 17 apiece.
That was awfully big for the Vikings after giving up some points with 2 falls earlier from the EEK perspective for them to get their first one of the match after the forfeit at 107 pounds. And this one has been a nail-biter so far, as you alluded to, Brent, in our pregame conversation in the 4-5 matchup.
Yeah, this is shaping up to be a good duel, but just back and forth duel, trading pins, near fall, or trading pins, tech falls, back and forth right now. They're back now. Now Nowak Swenson for Kindred. And Jager Sand at 145 pounds. Both wrestlers made it to the state tournament last year. Swenson lost a heartbreaker in the blood round. Jager Sand returning state place winner for Ellendale Edgeley Combe. He has a single leg. Those long legs of Swenson helping him out here. Using those arms, long arms to push off on Sand. Sand's going to take a step down and returns Nowak Swenson to the mat for a 3-point takedown. Swenson works underneath right away. Sam tries to chop the forearm, kind of that claw ride position. He has his back near ankle spiked. We call that a spike when you lace your ankle underneath that near side ankle. Now goes underneath. Tried to walk around the head and expose the shoulders of Swenson. Swenson back to his base. Sam doing a good job on top, staying active, working hand control, not giving Swenson much of a chance to gain any momentum or able to clear his hips and score any points from the bottom position. Still 3-0. Final 15 seconds of the first period. Now here's Sands with that tilt position. Picks up near fall at the end of the period. Big near fall coming, and that'll break the score open. 7-0 at the end of the first period. Now we're 7-0 for Jaeger Sand. Swenson chooses top position. The dual score's tied up at 17. Off the whistle, a chop of the arm. Swenson still has control of that arm. Goes arm bar. This thing is buried deep across the back. Now goes bar half. Sand will try to stretch out the near arm where Swenson has it barred up. He's able to do that, stands up to his feet. He'll try to clear his hip. Swenson either has to return him or he'll pick up a stall warning and lets him go to the edge of the mat. Gave him a 1-point escape. So Sand picks up the 1-point escape. Wrestler's back to the neutral position. So we are 8-0 with a minute 12 remaining in the second period. Sand down on a single leg shot on Swenson. Swenson over the top. He'll try to tie up the far leg. And a stalemate called back to their feet. 8-0 lead for Jaeger Sand. That's the second period. Swenson with a knee pick attempt on Sand. Sand pushes him off the mat. Back to the center for a restart. Still 8-0, 52 seconds remaining, second period. In a caution. That's going against Swenson off the false start. A nice little slide by. See if Swenson can mat return him. He's going to go to that Merkel position in the tilt. And Sand was able to counter that and throw Swenson to his back. So he'll pick up takedown and near fall off of this. At the very least, he'll win by tech fall after those near fall are awarded. No, only 2 near fall. So Swenson lives to keep going in this match. 13-0 in favor of Jaeger Sand. Swenson trying to get an escape or a reversal, but Sand was able to catch the head and arm as Swenson was coming up to his knees. More near fall coming for Jaeger Sand. And time will expire with another tech fall win for Ellendale Edgeley Calm.
And just kept working to Jaeger the entire time, just finding ways, as we alluded to earlier in the match, you kind of get rewarded with the offensive style of wrestler, and you kind of saw it one more time here for EEK, similar to a Sand at 127 pounds.
Yeah, he just kept on, working those pinning combinations and winning the scramble positions with Swenson. Swenson, just not much opportunity to get going offensively from the bottom. And now a win, another forfeit by Ellendale Edgeley Calm. Kinder will take the 1-point lead here for Miles Steelgis. And this is where you go into some of the match strategy that the coaches put together. Sometimes those forfeits will kind of take the wind out of the sails because you have wrestlers like Miles Steelgis come out there. And he gets a quick pin or a big pin right away, and that can really light or ignite a team. Another forfeit. This one going to Ellendale Edgeley Calm. I don't know if that was Greg Fuhr out there.
Mm-hmm. So now you got 4 weight classes left here, Brent, and some free points given up from both teams in these back-to-back weight classes.
Yep.
Mat number 2 currently warming up. We'll have South Border and Napoleon Gacko Streeter here roughly at 1 o'clock, and then Lisbon will go up in the 3 o'clock, in the 3-6 matchup with Lisbon going up against Lemoore Litchell Marion on mat number 1 here later today.
And here with Max Chernlin, Tanner Mengi. Mengi, a freshman, already a returning state place winner for Kindred. And Chernlin, returning state qualifier for Ellendale Edgeley Calm. And Ellendale now with a 5-point lead, up 28-23. After after the forfeit to Greg Fear. Mengi works a collar tie. Chernlin with an under, trying to work in an underhook on that near side, then circles away from us. Mengi drops down, try to knee pick. Controls the wrist on Chernlin. Chernlin with his back to the edge of the mat. Circles in. Now Mengi, they just kind of swap positions. Mengi's still working underneath, really working that right arm and wrist of Max Chernlin. The wrestlers circle back in. Low single shot for Mengi. Mengi turns the corner, hip heists back through, and a 3-point takedown. Mengi scores first, up 3-0. So a tech fall will tie it. A pin would put Kindred in the lead. Here's Mengi over the top. Chernlin keeps the arms stretched out. And Mengi works a tilt at the end of the period, final 5 seconds. He will pick up a couple near fall, now switches into an arm bar, so 2 near fall at the end of the period. 5-0, rocks the arm bar around at the end of the period. Chernlin survives, goes into the second with the 5-0 lead for Tanner Mengi of Kindred. And Mengi staying active on top, really working through those pinning combinations. Finally hooked up on 2 of them, just ran out of time at the end of the first period. Nice hip heist, set out to a hip heist, and a 1-point escape for Tanner Mengi, up 6-0. Another low single shot. And the 3-point takedown, he's up 9-0. Chernlin tries to stand up. Mengi has the back ankle spiked. A minute 24 remaining in our second period. So Mengi works over the top, goes inside cradle, puts the head in the side, has the arms locked up or hands locked up underneath on the edge of the mat. He'll try to keep his toes in bounce and score near fall, and that's a tight cradle on the edge of the mat. We'll see if he is able to keep those point of contact and bounce, and they're called out.
That was tight. I mean, that is tight roping if you're in or out on a reception and for a touchdown. That's how close that was, Brent.
Yeah, keep those toes in bounds. Sometimes I'm amazed at the mat awareness some of these wrestlers have. You have a lot going on up top, and they still know where their feet's at, or where their foot is at. And off the whistle, Chernlin able to stand up, but Mengi takes him back down to the mat. It's 13-0. He did pick up 4 near fall with that cradle. Guarantee Mengi won't be satisfied with the tech fall. He's going to hunt for that pin, or that right pinning combination. He does have an arm bar locked up. This time he does, looks like he has enough room. Chernlin takes a look at the edge of the mat, but Mengi walks it around. This thing's tight. He's up over the top. And a win by fall for Tanner Mengi at Kindred. Kindred grabs the 1-point lead. Now 29-28 is your dual score in favor of the Vikings.
Nice move there for Tanner. If the Vikings, as we kind of alluded to earlier with the Walker Miller earning a pin late in the 114-pound class for EEK, you can say the same thing here with Tanner's pin for the Kindred Vikings, able to earn that and give them the extra point here, Brent. Yeah,
that's a good heads up by Tanner Mengi. Maybe in a regular season duel or in a tournament, maybe he would have just been satisfied with getting that tech fall or that technical decision. But these dual points, or these bonus points in these duels, mean a lot right now. And a couple forfeits coming up here for Kindred. Just don't have the horsepower in those upper weights, as they're going to give up 2 forfeits now, 40-29 in favor of the Thunder.
And tough one for the Vikings. You kind of know with where your weight classes are, to your point there, Brent, and you understand that at 114 pounds, or you understand at 113, some of the things that you need to, or 133 that needs to go your way, because in the back of your mind you're calculating points, as you talked about. And tough one there if you're the Vikings to come up short on the 4 or 5 matchup, but EEK a couple of really nice moves throughout the course of that particular match.
Yeah, 114 pounds, that match between Gavin Rude and Walker Miller. Miller just kept on that second period with those shots, that offensive wrestling that he had. Had 3 great shots, a couple nice firemen's, high crotch firemen's, low single leg, and then in that third period, he was able to win by fall, and that came off of just him staying aggressive, staying offensive. And then the Rig and Sand picking up that big 16-2 win by tech fall and some more bonus points for Ellendale Edgeley Column. Same thing. You just saw those offensive wrestlers being rewarded for all the work they put in.
We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll get to our Enbridge Wrestler of the Match, the move of the match, brought to you by Agassi Precision Egg, and get you ready for 2 more quarterfinals here today in Kindred on your liveevent.com.
There's a new inventory of trailers at Bloomfield Enterprises of Hillsborough. You can see the latest inventory online at bloomfieldtrailers.com. Bloomfield Enterprises has a full line of Big Tex trailers. Big Tex has affordable and versatile utility trailers for all your jobs. Big Tex has a full line of products from ATV trailers to gooseneck to dump trailers and more. Call Larry at 218-368-7989 or Tim at 701-430-0877. Bloomfield Enterprises in Hillsborough.
Wallach Johnson Insurance is your friendly neighborhood team of qualified insurance professionals proudly serving the community for over 40 years. As an experienced independent agency, they partner with top-rated insurance companies to provide affordable and tailored solutions for farm, crop, business, home, and auto insurance. When it comes to crop insurance, Walt and Grant deliver unmatched expertise and personalized service. With the March 15th sales closing deadline approaching, now is the perfect time to trust your crop protection needs to the team who puts you first. To get started with a free quote, head to nd-insure.com for more info.
From on-site farm repairs to maintaining the condition of your vehicle, trust the staff at Welton's Tire Service. They've served the Lisbon area since 1972, guaranteeing customer satisfaction and workmanship from farm equipment, tire services, and preventative vehicle maintenance. You'll find it all from affordable prices, free estimates, to their knowledgeable technicians answering any question. Welton's Tire Service is locally owned and located on Main Street in Lisbon. For information, go online to weltonstire.net or call 701-683-5136.
Chase Miller, Brent Dick with you here today in Kindred. Let's get to our Wrestler of the Match, brought to you in part by Enbridge Energy. Go to enbridge.com for career opportunities. Life takes energy. That is enbridge.com. EEK again advancing over the Kindred Vikings. Brent, who was your Wrestler of the Match between the Thunder and the Vikings?
Yeah, for our Enbridge Energy Wrestler of the Match, I got Brock Johnson for Kindred, my Enbridge Energy Wrestler of the Match. Johnson came out. Went to work right away, knew what he needed to do to give Kindred the lead back, and he was able to pick up a win by fall, and that put Kindred up 29-28. After that win by fall by Brock Johnson, got Kindred back into the lead. So Brock Johnson is our Enbridge Energy Wrestler of the Match. Life takes energy from Enbridge, energy for life at enbridge.com for your career opportunities.
Let's go from there to our Agassi Precision Egg move of the match. And there's a couple, I think, from both sides of the style that you could pick here. Brent, but what was one that kind of stood out most to you here in this one?
Yeah, I think we may have talked about this one or alluded to it a little bit earlier, but 114 pounds, that match with Walker Miller. Miller just kept up with that offensive wrestling, and in the third period picked up a nice cross ankle pick. He set that up, picked up an ankle pick, and then took down Rude to his back and won by fall, and just kept on working hard offensively. In that third period, took care of business and was able to tie that duel back up at 6 apiece at 114 pounds. So the Agassi Egg Precision move of the match going out to Walker Miller of Ellendale Edgeley Column from Agassi Eggs in Hillsborough and Drayton. For precision planning updates, information, and questions, contact Agassi Egg in Hillsborough at 701-636-2119 or visit plannerdoc.com.
Again, this broadcast of the tournament has been authorized by special arrangement with the Board of Directors of the North Dakota High School Activities Association. So here's what the bracket looks like. The updated bracket in Kindred. Will take a break and then get you ready for our second round of quarterfinals here on the bottom half of the bracket. But here's how it looks right now. Oaks and EEK will square off later today. They'll start at 114 pounds in the semis. Kindred will earn a bye, and they will wrestle for 5th place later on, as there's no 8th seed here today as Oaks earned a bye into the semifinals. Bottom half of the bracket starting at 1 o'clock is a scheduled time. Lisbon and Lemoore Litchfield-Marion will be on mat number 1. Mat number 2 will be Napoleon, Gacko, Streeter, and South Border. We'll take a quick break, and we come back after this. We'll preview those two matches, some of the wrestlers to watch out for, keep you apprised of what's going on in Carrington with the Northeast Sub-Regional, and as well what's going on in Grand Forks with the East Region Girls Duel Tournament as well. This is the Southeast Sub-Regional Tournament today from Kindred on your live event.
Goose River Bank is here for the communities we serve, building relationships that last a lifetime. Serving the strong Red River Valley and beyond, we are your neighbors, friends, and family, committed to providing everything from everyday personal banking to loans for your farm or business. Visit one of our locations in Mayville, Hillsborough, or Hatton, or reach out and we'll happily come to you, because it's the neighborly thing to do. Goose River Bank. Strong bank, strong communities.
Your home for the North Dakota District 1 basketball tournaments is yourliveevent.com.
Up by 1, bounce pass inside Cadoon. Cadoon takes the ball screen jumper from 14, got it to go.
The girls tournament tips on Friday, February 14th from Valley City State University. Boys tournament gets underway on Friday, February 28th at the North Dakota State College of Science.
Hand off now to Rayshawn. Earl takes the ball screen, left wing. Earl, dribble, pullback, 3 on the way, nothing but twine.
That's the District 1 basketball tournaments on yourliveevent.com.
In a world of chaos, you need superhero-level protection.
I keep telling everyone they need to get the right protection for their lifestyle. Some do. We do.
Whatever it takes.
Whatever it takes. Get the right protection for your lifestyle. Go to IRIinsurance.com to get a free quote and consultation.
There's a new inventory of trailers at Bloomfield Enterprises of Hillsborough. You can see the latest inventory online at BloomfieldTrailers.com. Bloomfield Enterprises has a full line of Big Tex trailers. Big Tex has affordable and versatile utility trailers for all your jobs. Big Tex has a full line of products from ATV trailers to gooseneck to dump trailers and more. Call Larry at 218-368-7989 or Tim at 701-430-0877. Bloomfield Enterprises in Hillsborough.
Meet Blake, the messiest 4-year-old on the planet. He's no ordinary durability tester. Meet SmartStrand, no ordinary carpet. With all pet protection, it's the softest, most durable, easiest to clean carpet on the planet. When Blake's barn got a comfy makeover, SmartStrand came clean, even went up against a 2-ton rhino. Made to withstand all walks of life. Ask for SmartStrand, rhino tested, rhino approved.
Available at Carpet World, carpetworldfargo.com.
Halstead Telephone Company delivers fast broadband internet, telephone, and cable TV to residents in this region, including Halstead, Shelley, Neillsville, Climax, Fisher, Bigland, Gentilly in Minnesota, and Hillsborough, Caledonia, Gardner, and Argosville, North Dakota. Serving the area residents since 1904, Halstead Telephone continues to create a bright future for this region using 100% fiber optic technology. Service plans offer flexibility and choices, and there's local support personnel ready to help. Contact Halstead Telephone Company today.
This is Agassi Precision Ag, your local precision planting dealer. Many factors impact your ability to increase profits on the farm. Make sure your planter is an asset and not a liability. Some limiting factors in making the perfect planter pass are row maintenance, meter calibration, and downforce management. It will not cost you anything to have the conversation about identifying solutions for these limiting factors. Agassi Precision Ag, 636-2119 or planterdoc.com.
Chase Miller and Brent Dick with you here on yourliveevent.com. We were fortunate in the last match there was no blood time, but if there is any blood time, that is brought to you in part by our friends at Bank North. Go to banknorth.bank. That again is banknorth.bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender. As we take a look at the matchups here, Brent, let's start with the one that you're going to be calling a little bit later on here today on yourliveevent.com. What do you think is going to be a wrestler or two or a weight class or two here in your matchup with, again, Lisbon and Lemoore Litchfield-Marion, which will be on mat number 1?
Yeah, I'm going to start out at the 107 pounds between Micah Fromke and John Logring. And the Logring's had the advantage of that one over Fromke, but Mike has been, he's been putting in the work in the wrestling room and getting to these tournaments, and he's improved a lot. So just like to see how that matchup goes head-to-head between Fromke and Lobering at 107 pounds. And then at 139, this could be a great matchup between Cruz Ranke and Jace Duffy. Duffy coming off a stellar East-West wrestling tournament, making it into the championship match. Ranke also having a great tournament out there. But just look to see that 139-pound matchup. I think that's going to be one of the featured matchups here. If it does happen, as you could expect that the coaches to move wrestlers up and down, depending on their strategy for the duel. But 139, Cruz Ranke and Jace Duffy.
And then we go from that particular standpoint into the mat number 2 is South Border and Napoleon Gacko. Streeter, what's going to stand out to you? Just kind of seeing from that between the Imperials and the Mustangs here.
Yeah, 114 pounds right away in that one. Dalton Feist taking on Jared Schilling. Dalton Feist, returning state champion, going out there. He'd made the move down from 121 to 114, looking lean and mean at 114 pounds. Jared Schilling, highly ranked wrestler at 114 for South Border. So I look for that matchup be a great back and forth battle in the Napoleon and South Border duel.
It's going to be fun to see kind of what happens in the regular season. Brent, we were kind of talking, how in certain sports you might save a junior varsity kid, or in football you might save a formation or something. When it comes to dual wrestling, are you saving much when it comes to the dual part of the wrestling tournament here from the regular season? Obviously, sickness, injuries are all things. Kids are trying to find what weight class they will be once they get to February. But how much changes from the regular season matchup to what you're going to see here later today, the second time around from a dual perspective?
Yeah, I mean, some of these teams, you'll take a look at it, and maybe they just had one or two kids that dropped a weight class, and it doesn't really affect the movement throughout the roster. And then you'll have other teams, just take Lisbon, for example, where maybe you'll have one kid that drops down, and then that head-to-head competition or that competition in the wrestling room, other wrestlers decide that maybe they also need to make the move down. So, that could change a roster quite drastically. And then if you look at some of these teams with the younger wrestlers, the 7th and 8th graders, you won't see them necessarily at the beginning of the season because the coaches want to get out there and get those wrestlers the experience, of maybe junior high JV matches. And then, as they improve and as the season progresses, then you'll see them start to introduce them into these high school varsity matches and be able to fill a roster at the end of the season for the dual team tournaments.
As you take a look at an update on the Northeast Sub-Regional Dual Tournaments on the loser portion of the side of the Consolation semifinals, Mayport CG 36-36, but they get the bonus points, so they move on over Larimore. And Rugby defeats Grafton 42-36. So Rugby as well as Mayport CG getting a step closer and a little bit different because they have 9 teams instead of 7. If you can wrestle your way back, Brent, Mayport and Rugby await the loser of the semis with Carrington, HCV, and Pembina County Northern Lights. They're still alive to try to make it possibly to state if you get that challenge match. So just a little bit different with the number of teams that you have in your duel. So those teams, obviously, those bonus points that we alluded to earlier, kept the Patriots season alive to still see if they can finish third or possibly get to a challenge match.
Yeah, that's pretty exciting when you come down to, I guess, that criteria where you're tied up in a duel and it comes down to criteria to decide that. And also for Mayport CG, that's another team with a lot of good young wrestlers coming up through their peewee and their club, their wrestling club out there. So it's just good to see 9 teams in that dual team tournament, and Mayport CG continues on.
Last thing, we'd like to thank our friends as well at Dakota Heritage Bank. We will talk with some wrestlers later on in the day, try to hear from the victorious coach or two as well that are making their way to state. 2 teams will be making their way to state here from the Southeast Regional, but those post-match interviews will be brought to you in part by Dakota Heritage Bank, sharing their heritage and their future with locations in North Dakota and Minnesota. Go to dhb.bank. That again is dhb.bank. We'll take a quick break, and we come back after this. Get you ready for our second round of quarterfinals. That is next here in Kindred.
Farming today doesn't always feel the same way it used to. Then again, some of it feels all the same. Maybe it isn't so much the jobs that changed, but how they get done. Now that's a different story. Everything got bigger and smaller at the same time. Insurance, accounting, and taxes can get complicated. So you need someone who's looking to keep every dollar possible in your pocket. Ag Country.
Hey Lisbon, it's time to rally behind our favorite team. The Lisbon Bronco Athletic Boosters are sending all our best wishes to the Broncos as they hit the court and field this season. The Lisbon Bronco Athletic Boosters are proud to support our teams and community. Let's show our Broncos that we're with them every step of the way. Go Broncos! Your dedication and spirit makes us all proud. From all of us at the Lisbon Bronco Athletic Boosters, we're cheering for you.
Treat yourself to a great career at American Crystal Sugar Company. Team up with quality people making quality products. Full-time and year-round in a stable business. With great pay and benefits including time off available from day one. American Crystal Sugar Company invests in you to promote your continued growth and career advancement. Grow your career doing your best work within the world's best beet sugar company. Apply online today at AmericanCrystalCareers.com.
Welcome to Ashley Super Value, your neighborhood grocery store where fresh, local, and delicious meat every day. From farm fresh produce to your favorite pantry essentials, they've got everything you need to keep your family happy and healthy. Craving something special? Their homemade sausage is perfect for any meal, and don't forget their irresistible homemade Coogan. Visit them today at Ashley Super Value or shop online at ashleysupervalue.com for your favorite local treats. Ashley Super Value, you're always first at Super Value.
At Bank North, we strive to enrich the lives of everyone we serve. One transaction, one relationship, and one community at a time. We do it by supporting kids and schools, pitching in to help neighbors in need, partnering with rural businesses, and providing all the traditional and modern banking products and personalized lending services you expect from a reliable financial partner. Bank North, always true.
When it comes to keeping your home comfortable, Bears Home Solutions has all your needs covered. From expert heating and cooling services to top-notch plumbing and fireplace installations, their team ensures your home stays cozy year-round. Trust their experienced professionals to handle it all efficiently, affordably, and with a smile. Ready to upgrade? Call Bears Home Solutions at 701-365-0365 or check them out on Facebook. Bears Home Solutions, where comfort meets excellence.
I'm Molly, and I have lived here a little over 3 years now. I like the open spaces here and being able to go in and out. I like the fact that I don't have stairs or elevators. I just have most everything that I need close at hand.
As we come back here today in Kinder, getting closer to wrestling action one more time here. Chase Miller, Brent Dick with you, and we were just talking off air a little bit different again with Northeast and Southeast, just with how many teams that you have, where this is essentially do or die situation for these teams. Sometimes, depending on how the dual tournaments work, you can wrestle back or still get your chance at a challenge match. But here today in Kindred, just similar as it was last year in Lisbon, if you lose the quarterfinals, the best you can do in the region is fifth. You're not going to make it to state, but two teams, Brent, who did make it to state last year, we'll see on opposite mats with South Border and Lisbon. And then obviously Napoleon and Lemoore. There's been some really good wrestling names over some history coming out of those programs as well, with Napoleon, Gacko Streeter, and Lemoore, Litchfield-Marion.
Yeah, you look back at those programs, I mean, back into the 70s for Napoleon, just a great, I guess, wrestling lineage in Napoleon. You see some of these names up here on that Napoleon roster, these young kids coming up with Grunfelders and Baumgartners, Schneiders, Waggles, and Feist. I mean, it is just a parade of wrestling royalty for Napoleon on that roster right now. But a good bunch of young kids coming up. Look for them to rebuild that program and make them another powerhouse, or have another powerhouse run for Napoleon.
Napoleon Gacko Streeter will have weight classes of 114 all the way through 160, then at 215, while South Border pretty much top to bottom, as you would expect with a program that's been so consistent in recent years. They're going to be able to fill out their weight class as part of our American Crystal Sugar starting lineups here. We're on the opposite side, Brent, taking a look at Lisbon and Lemoore. And these are the strategies that you have to have once you get through respective weight classes, and especially if you're wrestling, you might move a kid up or down depending on where they're at and how they weighed in. But when you know that there's going to be free points, you might allow maybe someone else to wrestle in someone's respective spot just to save on the wear and tear at this time of the season.
Yeah, and that does go into some of that match strategy. I also know as a Lisbon Bronco, we had a coach named Nick Storhog that really pushed the dual team tournaments and really pushed the dual format. And one of those reasons was, kind of that what you alluded to is some of these wrestlers that they might not have the varsity spot, but they get the opportunity to wrestle in a big tournament and something, a match that means something to the team, and possibly putting them into the state tournament. So it gives those other wrestlers that opportunity to get in there and wrestle.
Again, American Crystal Sugar starting lineups. Go to AmericanCrystalSugar.com for great careers, local products, quality served. That again is CrystalSugar.com. Brent, final thing before we kind of get ready here is able to see both respective mats with their officials coming out and seeing who's got what to start with. But final thing, I guess, between South Border and Napoleon Gacko Streeter. South Border, as we were talking off air, able to defeat Napoleon Gacko Streeter 44-16 recently on January the 30th. And you had the Lobos and the Broncos. Their basketball match last night got canceled, but this one's not once you get to postseason wrestling. And probably a good call just seeing how much more snow that area got compared to even Fargo, Tower City, and north of us here yesterday.
Yeah, I know when I looked at the radar ball game time last night, there was the big dark blue blob over. So it might have been a good idea to postpone or cancel that game.
As again, go to yourliveevent.com. A reminder, we'll have the individual boys and girls tournaments next week in Castleton on Valentine's Day on the 14th. And the East region making their way up to Grafton up in Spoiler Country. That again will be on yourliveevent.com as well. So again, on mat number 2, we will have South Border and Napoleon Gacko Streeter. And on mat number 1, we'll have Lisbon and Lemoore at Litchfield Marion. As we start here on mat number 2 with South Border and Napoleon Gacko Streeters, they'll be starting at 107 pounds. And Napoleon Gacko Streeter looks to be open in this weight class. So on our scoreboard, South Border will take an early 6-0 dual lead here on mat number 2.
Lisbon will start out at 107 pounds with Micah Fromke for Lisbon and John Logering at 107 for Lemoore Litchfield Marion. Fromke, a freshman, Logering for Lemoore, a sophomore.
Picking up the free points, if you want to call it that again, for South Border, is that's going to be Blake Goebel able to get the 6 points off the way here for the Mustangs.
Yeah, and over on that mat number 1, our featured mat, is the Broncos. Micah Fromke in on a single leg shot on Logering. Logering goes back to the near ankle, works crossface over the top. Logering with a cradle attempt. That's defended by Fromke.
Dalton Feist and Jay Scoble here for South Border. Feist for Napoleon Gacko Streeter under 114 pounds. And Feist gets an early 3-point takedown here on mat number 2.
And Logering over on mat number 1 has a cow catcher locked up on Fromke. He's working for a pin at 107 pounds. Has the head caught. Fromke scrambling, trying to bridge out of it. This thing's tight over on mat 1.
And on mat number 2, the defending state champ and Dalton Feist able to go down at 114 pounds. He earns a pin via the fall over Jay Scoble, and we're tied at 6 apiece between the Imperials and alongside the Mustangs.
Yeah, 107. Winner by fall is John Logering for Lemoore. The sophomore picks up 6 points and puts Lemoore out early 6-0. On mat number 1.
Well, we kind of get going in earnest. Both mats going to be used for the rest of the day unless we get to that challenge match. Mat number 1 is the mat that you'll want to be wrestling on as this one continues. Liam Lepp here for a South Border. Leap here for South Border at 121 pounds going up against Bo Grunfelder here for Napoleon Gacko Streeter.
And out here at 114 pounds on mat number 1, Nice Lyons for the Broncos out wrestling. He takes on Joey Hyde. Hyde, returning state place winner, really starting to come on at the end of the season. He has a 3-0 lead with the takedown.
Mat number 2, and the white singlet with the blue top will be the Imperials. The all-black singlet will be South Border, is right now just in a little stalemate. 35 seconds into the first period, we're scoreless.
And Hyde works for a fall. He has Lions on his back and win by fall for Joey Hyde. Lemoore 12-0 lead early for Lemoore.
121 pounds after the forfeit, and then you had a pin tied at 6 apiece here between Napoleon Gackel-Streeter and South Border. Still 60 seconds into the match between Lepp and alongside Grunfelder. That's Bo, still scoreless here on mat number 2.
The Broncos find themselves 12 points down, 12-0 lead for Lemoore, going in 121 pounds. This is Grayson Lyons for Lisbon, takes on Joseph Potts of Lemoore.
Napoleon Gackel-Streeter will be open in 4 weight classes, so when you know that you're open in a 1 or 2, every point is hard to come by and obviously valuable here as this one continues, as Grunfelder and Lepp just continue to kind of feel out each other early in the first period.
And the same over on mat number 1 as wrestlers back out of bounce to the center for the restart off the whistle. Here's Lyons and Potts going on mat number 1.
Mat number 2, Lepp went for a high crotch shot blocked there then by Grunfelder. As we're going to be scoreless going into the second period. Team duel score tied at 6 apiece.
And we're scoreless on mat number 1 with 1:10 remaining in the first period. Duel score over there is 12-0 in favor of Lemoore. Picked up pins at 107 and 114. No wrestler committing to a shot yet or a real leg attack. Lyons wades in with a collar tie, snap down into a single, catches Potts on his hip and a 3-point takedown on mat 1.
Mat number 2, they'll start in a neutral position to begin this second period. Going down was Lepp for a single leg shot, broken up there by Grunfelder.
Potts working for a reversal. Had the leg caught underneath in that leg ride, was trying to elevate that and hip heist around. Lyons does a good job tying him up, takes him out back to the center for a restart.
As Grunfelder and Lepp just continue to try to see who can be that one particular shot, that one particular move that might get the other down to the mat and earn some points. Still scoreless here with 1:15. There's a single leg attempt there from Lepp. Able to get back to his base was Grunfelder.
And Joseph Potts off the whistle. Had good separation, had a hip heist out from a sit out. A scramble by Lyons puts him back on top. Potts not giving up here. Lyons has the 3-0 lead, but Potts trying to score at the end of the period on mat 1.
On mat number 2, Lepp does get a 3-point takedown. Was looking for an early cradle, but Grunfelder got back to his base, and now Lepp will ride up top. It's 3-0 here in favor of Lepp of South Border at 121 pounds with 40 seconds left in period number 2.
Yeah, the end of the first period, 3-0 lead for Grayson Lyons. Potts had choice, and he deferred over to Lyons, who chooses a neutral on mat number 1 to start.
Trying to get back to his feet there is Grunfelder on the side of the mat, but Lepp comes into a spin, able to bring him down back to the mat, not allow Grunfelder to get out of his grasp. Still 3-0 late here in the second period.
Yeah, it's still 3-0 over on mat number 1 in favor of Grayson Lyons of the Broncos. Broncos wearing the green leg band as they're in a collar tie position. Lyons chose neutral position. Now goes back to the low single on Potts. Tried to crack Potts down. No takedown awarded yet. Still in that waterfall forklift position over on mat 1.
Mat number 2 is going into the third period here for South Border with the advantage at 121 pounds with Lepp right now. Still 3-0 against Grunfelder.
Potts catches Lyons on his hip. He has the legs doubled up here. Lyons trying to get a stalemate. Now we're tied up at 3 apiece between Potts and Lyons on the edge of the mat with a minute remaining on mat 2. Or excuse me, on mat 1.
As they go off the mat and they restart in the neutral position here on mat number 2. Right now it's just been a 3-point takedown late in the second period. That's been the difference right now for Lepp over Bo Grunfelder here for Napoleon Gackel-Streeter at 121 pounds.
Potts ties it up at 3 with the takedown on the edge of the map. Lyons working for the escape, but they're called out back to the center for a restart. There was a stall warning on Joseph Potts.
went for the single, then eventually the double leg was Lepp, and then Grunfelder able to try to grab the back right ankle for a second there of Lepp as they work back to the base here on the edge of the mat with 65 seconds. Lepp then throwing the takedown, and he's going to get 3 points coming down. Now we got a potentially dangerous after that, but 3 points was awarded. Nope, they will say it was off the mat, so no 3 points awarded. Still 3-0 though for the score.
And over on mat number 1, Potts has the leg right in on the near side. Has Lyons down on his hip. He's trying to work in a half Nelson. Lyons goes to the head, catches the head on Potts. They're still fighting underneath. At the end of the period, final 10 seconds, tied up at 3. And Potts and Lyons will go tied up at 3 on mat number 1 going into the third period.
30 seconds remain in the third period right now as Bo Grunfelder trying to get on top here of Lepp and get back to a round to finish off the move as Lepp gets back to his base, and they will work off the mat here with 21 seconds remaining in period number 3.
Well, Potts and Lyons tied up at 3 going into the third period. It was Potts' choice. He chose neutral. Lyons has had a couple nice leg attacks, low single leg shots. The first one he was able to score on. The second one, Potts scrambled off the shot and was able to score his takedown.
And a warning, stall warning here for Lepp, but there's 2 seconds remaining in the match, and winning by a decision of 3-0 here is Liam Lepp for the South Border Mustangs, and in doing so, able to make it a 9-6 team duel score here for the South Border Mustangs.
And Lyons catches the double and potentially dangerous call that he has turned in the corner. No takedown awarded to the Lions. We're still tied up at 3 with 1:20 remaining in the third period.
So we head to 127 pounds now on mat number 2. Again, 9-6 so far, winning via the forfeit with Blake Goebel at 107 pounds. Then winning via the fall, Dylan Feist of Napoleon Gackle Streeter.
And another single leg shot by Lyons. Lyons been the aggressor on his feet as far as the leg attacks. He catches Potts on his hip. Now Potts has to watch out to not give up near fall. Still no takedown awarded to Lyons, and another potentially dangerous called. And no takedown awarded. So we're still tied up at 3 on mat number 1.
Rylan Vetter of South Border going up against Weston Baumgartner here for Napoleon Gackle Streeter. As working up top right off the bat here is Rylan Vetter here for the South Border Mustangs.
And off the restart with 40 seconds remaining, still tied up at 3. Lions had a couple scoring opportunities. Both times called with potentially dangerous, with Potts tying up the leg. Potts goes hip heist over the top. We'll see who wins the scramble here. This could decide the match between Potts and Lyons. Potts gets around, quick 3-point. Lyons in trouble now with 15 seconds remaining. Potts has the 6-3 lead. And that'll do it here. 5 seconds remaining for Lyons and Potts. And here's Joseph Potts with the win by decision, 6-3 over Grayson Lyons over on mat 1.
Over on mat number 2, so far a 3-point and then a 4-point here for Rylan Vetter for the South Border Mustangs, getting 4 points for the near fall against Weston Baumgartner. Has a 7-0 lead. He'll start in the top position with 60 seconds left here in the first period. So far, Rylan Vetter able to get a 3-point takedown, then with some near fall points, and has a nice healthy lead here in the 127-pound weight class. All right, now Vetter able to spin and get Baumgartner back down. Baumgartner trying to see if he can sprawl a little bit here and not allow that back to come back to the mat, as he's able to spin and try to get out of the collapse and able to do so. But 4 near fall points coming here for Rylan Vetter. Then Vetter bringing him back down to the mat, trying to see if he can work on an early tech fall here potentially in this first period.
And the Broncos pick up a forfeit at 127 pounds. Gavin Robinson went out there and picks up the forfeit. Now 15-6 brings us to 133 pounds.
10 seconds remaining in the first period as Rylan Vetter trying to see if he can get Baumgartner to sprawl back over to his back, and in doing so try to finish the period off with a tech fall, but instead we will go to the second where Rylan in control at 11-0.
And here at 133, Noah Anderson for the Broncos taking on Andre Van Eden. Anderson rolls over Van Eden, the win by fall for Noah Anderson. Now 15-12 duel scored. Broncos down by 3 points.
Working up top is Ryland Vetter again on Weston Baumgartner. Baumgartner been in the defensive position for most of this match, and right now working with the headlock here is Ryland Vetter. Vetter trying to see if he can earn the pin. He's got some near fall points coming for the South Border Mustangs, as Baumgartner trying his best to get out of the grasp of Ryland right now, but Ryland continues to work up top.
And another forfeit going to the Broncos. This one to Cruz Ranke at 139 pounds.
And Ryland Vetter wins via the fall with 1:28 left in the second period as the South Border Mustangs extend their team duel lead now at 15-6 as we head to 133 pounds on mat number 2.
So no luck seeing that Jace Duffy-Cruz Ranke matchup as we're going to 145 over on mat number 1. Broncos now up 18-15 over Lemoore.
Mat number 2, you'll have for Napoleon Gacko Streeter, Brooks Grunfelder coming on, while you'll have Glazman coming on, Carter Glazman of South Border for the Mustangs.
So mat number 1, 145 pounds, Griffin Greenlee for the Broncos. Leo Lallam, Greenlee with the ankle pick, trying to spin around here. No takedown awarded by the official. Lallam able to scoop the inside of the leg. Now Greenlee spikes the ankle on the backside.
On mat number 2, Grunfelder earned a 3-point takedown, then Glazman earned a 1-point escape. That was 15 seconds into the match as both the wrestlers came out firing. It's 3-1 right now in favor of Grunfelder here for Napoleon Gacko Streeter.
A takedown awarded to Greenlee. He has the 3-0 lead on the restart on mat number 1.
The winner of these matches will square off with each other a little bit later on the semifinals. The loser will have a chance to square off in the Consolation semis and see if they can get to 5th place for the Kindred Vikings await here later today.
And Greenlee goes to work on top as the armbar catches the far wrist. Good counter by Lallam. Hip high spin to it. Greenlee goes bar half. Now catches the far wrist. Still has the arm barred up on the backside.
Grunfelder and Glazman were in a stall, so they will start back in the neutral position here. 60 seconds into the first period.
And Greenlee has Lallam going over to his back. Scoops the head with 53 seconds remaining in the first period. And not sure we're going to the restart. It is blood time over here on mat number 1. So our first blood time of the duels.
Brought to you in part by Bank North. Go to banknorth.bank. That again is banknorth.bank. Member FDIC, equal housing lender, serving the communities of Lemoore, Lisbon, and alongside a little bit of the South Border area as well. As we head to mat number 2 right now, Grunfelder for Napoleon Gacko Streeter in a pinning position, but he might run out of time here as time goes. But was it before you had the last second or not? The officials are going to talk it over and say, no, it was not. As just like in basketball, the ball has to leave your hand before it is good. But still, 4 more points coming down here for Napoleon Gacko Streeter. Brooks Grunfelder earns a 3-point takedown, 4 points for the near fall. Nearly earned the fall to beat the horn, if you want to call it that, in the first period.
We're back to action over on mat number 1. Greenlee going to work on top, has an armbar locked up. Spins Lallam over. He goes north-south, scoops the chin. Lallam doing a good job staying belly down here with Greenlee. Greenlee still with that arm scooped. And no near fall awarded. Greenlee up 3-0 on mat number 1.
Glazman starts up top, able to earn the escape as Grunfelder here, as it's now 11-1 with 1:40 left in the second period for Napoleon Gacko Streeter.
And Lallam doing a good job hand fighting. No near fall given up by Leo Lallam to Griffin Greenlee. Has the far wrist caught. As we're down to final 5 seconds of the first period. 3-0 lead for Greenlee.
30 seconds into the second period, it's 11-1 for Brooks Grunfelder here at 133 pounds. Over Carter Glazman again for the South Border Mustangs. If you're the Oaks Tornadoes, you've been sitting around for a while here, Brent, getting ready for your semifinal round matchup later. That's what you get as a 1-seeder in a bye.
Yeah, sometimes, you know, it is better to get that first duel out of the way. Get those first match jitters out of you.
As right now into the cradle position here is Brooks Grunfelder. 3 near fall points coming. Now he's working into a pinning position. He'll get tech fall points. Now trying to finish it off with a pin. Regardless here, more points coming for Napoleon Gackel-Streeter. And there's the fall with 50 seconds left in the second period. Brooks Grunfelder here for Napoleon Gackel-Streeter makes it a 15-12 team dual score in favor of the Mustangs.
And Greenlee with the escape. Now the should have the takedown and has the cow catcher and scoops the head and has an underhook on the far side. Goes into that Saturday night ride position. Lallem still doing a good job not giving up that right shoulder. Greenlee up 7-0, second period, minute 20 on the clock. Broncos in the duel with the 18-15 lead at 145 pounds.
Making our way to 139 pounds, nearly halfway through this duel match. Start at 107 pounds. Our next round will start at 114 here today here in Kindred. As they're still at the check-in table, scores table to make sure they got everything set. As we will have a little time at the scores table here on mat number 2, so this little bit of a breathing room gives us a chance to thank again Bank North here today. Not so much blood time, but a timeout as much as you can get in terms of wrestling. See what values-based banking can do for you for generations at Bank North. Go to banknorth.bank. That again is banknorth.bank.
And Greenlee over on mat number 1 with 20 seconds remaining. Built up 11-0 lead, goes back to the armbar on Lallem. Lallem still trying to counter, keeps that right shoulder, left shoulder up just a little bit. Greenlee will try to score some near fall at the end of the period. The official does have, looks like 3 near fall at least coming up to Greenlee. 14-0 at the end of the second period. Griffin Greenlee with the lead. Lallem choice. He chooses top. And the stand-up by Greenlee, and that'll do it. Tech fall win for Griffin Greenlee. 5 points for the Broncos. 23-15 is the dual score. Going into 152 pounds.
Heading to 139 pounds here, Logan Feist for Napoleon Gackel-Streeter going up against Riker Vetter here for the South Border Mustangs. It's 15-12 in the team dual score. South Border up by 3. And speaking of 3, Riker Vetter earns 3 points on the takedown here on the near side of the mat for the Mustangs.
152 pounds for Lisbon is Ryan Eng for the Broncos going out there. Taking on Maddox Schachman.
As Riker Vetter was looking for a little bit of a cradle, but they roll off the mats. As again, 24 seconds into this first period, it's 3-love in favor of Riker Vetter.
And Ryan, a junior for the Broncos, drops down for a single leg shot. Grabs it up in that forklift position. Waterfall over the back by Schachman. Still scoreless in the first period on mat 1.
As you'll see, Riker Vetter earning 3 points on the way here for the South Border Mustangs via the takedown. Now kind of got it working nearly to a headlock. Is able to get back to his base was Logan Feist with a 1-point escape.
And Schachman earns the 3-point takedown. Comes out of that scramble with Ryan Eng. And the takedown goes to Schachman. He has the early 3-0 lead.
As right now, you'll see Feist for Napoleon Gackel-Streeter be on the bottom as Riker Vetter earns 3 points for the takedown here.
Wrestling the edge of the mat over on mat number 1. Still 3-0 lead. Eng was able to get up to his feet. They're called out back to the center for a restart.
As it's 9-2 in favor of Riker Vetter right now for South Border Mustangs. As Vetter again working on the top position as Feist is trying to get back to his base right now.
And off the restart on mat 1. Here's Schachman kind of clamps down over the top on Ryan Eng, who extends that left leg, now stands up. Hip heist back through. Schachman drops down to an ankle on mat 1.
As we will head to the second period here on mat number 2 at 139 pounds, 9-2 in favor of Riker Vetter.
Shockman with the 3-0 lead in the top position wearing the all black singlet. Works that far wrist, has it spiraled up underneath on Ryan Eng. Eng still belly down on the mat.
As they're still discussing here at the scores table who's wearing red and who's wearing green. As they've switched the scores a couple of times back and forth. It is 15-12 South Border. Now they got it correct, 9-2, as they had it in-house, 9-2 Feist, but 9-2 for Riker Vetter right now.
We're started the second period in the neutral position, 3-0 lead for Shockman. Eng level change, double leg shock. Shockman able to step back, circles away, back to the edge of the mat. Eng drops down again on Shockman. And wrestlers out back to the center for a restart on mat 1.
Going for a single leg shot is Riker Vetter. Vetter continues to work, grabbing at the ankle here is Logan Feist. Try not to allow Vetter to come around and get that 3 points with a takedown and finish off the move. As we have a potentially dangerous call, so we will re-go to a neutral position.
And Eng works a Russian tie on the far side. Snaps that down, drops down to a double. Shockman counters. Goes to an underhook on the near side. Eng still trying to drive those legs. Goes to the forklift position on Shockman. Shockman to try to tie up the ankle, draw a stalemate. Eng has a little difficulty working through this position right now.
As we'll have another potentially dangerous move on mat number 2. Still 9-3, 1:18 left in the second period as Vetter leads Feist here from Napoleon Gackle-Streeter.
And under a minute remaining in the second period, Eng still down 3-0. After that double leg shot, they roll out of bounds, back to the center for a restart.
As right now, Vetter does get a 3-point takedown, working for some near fall points. As one good move away from possibly earning a tech fall here going forward here for Riker Vetter, as it's now 12-3.
And off the restart, Eng drops down to double leg, turns the corner, still no takedown awarded. Shockman doing a good job tying up the legs and the ankles on Eng. Eng trying to step over. Shockman still scrambling. Broncos having a tough time finishing their takedowns, I guess, as the early matches of this tournament.
Into a pinning position is Riker Vetter with a 3-point takedown against Feist.
And Eng catches Shockman on his back, working for the fall at the end of the period here. Ryan Eng putting up some points. And he'll pick up 4 near fall at the end of the period. Now 7-3 lead for Ryan Eng on mat number 1.
4 near fall points coming here for Riker Vetter from South Border. And if he gets those 4 near fall points, it will be a tech fall, but he's working to try to get the pin on the way. 3 seconds remaining in the second period. Regardless, Riker Vetter here from the South Border Mustangs with those 4 near fall points will win via the tech fall 19-4. And make our team duel score now 20-12 in favor of South Border.
And Eng stacks up. Shockman has him going to his back. Shockman doing a good job again of tying up the legs on Eng. Eng has Shockman going to his back. Does pick up the takedown and some near fall. Right now the score reads 8-3. Now 11-3 with the near fall. Eng has the head caught. He'll try to go chest on chest and readjust on mat number 1.
Mat number 2, open weight class at 145 pounds for South Border. So Napoleon Gackle-Streeter will pick up 6 points. It'll be 20-18 in favor of South Border.
And Eng takes control in the win by fall now for Ryan Eng at 152 pounds. He comes back down from that 3-0 deficit early.
At 152 pounds on mat number 2, it will be South Border this time picking up the 6 points via win via the forfeit. Now update the team duel score to 26-18.
Yeah, duel score over on mat number 1, now 29-15 in favor of the Broncos.
We might get one more forfeit in a free weight class here, as we do on mat number 2. Just keep racking up the points. Now at 160 pounds, 3 consecutive weight classes that are forfeits, and it's a 2-point lead for South Border here at 26-24 with 4 weight classes left to go as we make our way to 172 pounds here on mat number 2. And mat number 2 also with an open weight class is the South Border Mustangs. Now we'll take it at 32-24. So 4 consecutive open weight classes here in this team duel.
They're out here at 160 pounds. Jace Zimprich for the Broncos. At 160, will take on Henry Lettmeyer for Lemoore Litchville Marion.
So going over the forfeits here, Bryce Schneider of Napoleon Gacko Streeter at 145, Cole Stock of South Border at 152, Mason Weigel of Napoleon Gacko Streeter at 160, Brody Hoffman of South Border at 172, and we have another open weight class at 189 pounds, Brody Michelson of South Border.
Yeah, Lettmeyer with the big takedown, takes Zimprich down. Had him going to his back. Zimprich is able to recover, working that corner edge of the mat over by the Lisbon coaches. 3-0 lead for Henry Lettmeyer.
As the coach is talking it back over on mat number 2 right now as we head to 215 pounds. So far 5 consecutive forfeits. You have 6 in the match, and this one is going to be the 7th in the match upcoming at 215.
The wrestlers back up on their feet after the escape by Zimprich. Minute 15 remaining in the first period. Zimprich in on a nice double leg shot. Lettmeyer around the body. Zimprich will try to clear his head and scoot around the backside. Lettmeyer doing a good job scrambling, tying up the legs, as we've seen that from these Lemoore wrestlers, putting in the work in the practice room with their scrambles.
And we will finish the final 7 weight classes via the forfeit on mat number 2. At 189 pounds again, Brody Michelson of South Border, 215, Shane Nitsky of South Border, and Andre Dahl of Napoleon Gacko Streeter at 285. So the final team duel score on mat number 2, South Border advances 44-30 over Napoleon Gacko Streeter as the Mustangs await the winner of mat number 1 here with the Lobos and the Broncos.
Yeah, Lettmeyer picks up another takedown. He has the 6-1 lead with 30 seconds remaining in the first period. Goes to work on that arm in the heart of the arm lever position, drops down to the wrist with the forehead and the back of the tricep. Scoops the elbow for an armbar, has the far wrist caught. He's going to try to walk this around, score some points at the end of the period, and potentially dangerous called as he's running the bar around the head. The extension on the arm draws the potentially dangerous call. 6-1 lead for Henry Lettmeyer on mat 1.
Out of 13 weight classes, 8 via win on the open or the forfeit, Brent. I don't think we'll say that too many more times throughout the rest of the day.
No. Still not a bad score, 44-30 in that duel. We're back to the center for the start of the second period. 6-1 lead for Henry Lettmeyer wrestling Jace Zimprich. Zimprich for Lisbon in the white singlet leg or red leg trim. Lettmeyer scored 2 takedowns in the first period. Lettmeyer back with the single leg shot as Zimprich down on the backside. Tries to throw that arm around the waist and secures it, and a 3-point takedown. Now 9-1's the score. Lettmeyer in the top position, toe still in. Now slides it out back to the center for a restart.
Oaks EEK will be coming up later in one semifinal. You have Napoleon Gacko Streeter and South Border. South Border was able to win. Now can the higher seed of Lisbon. So far the 1, the 5 that we've seen, the 3-6, and now you have the 2-7 matchups here, and the 2 of South Border able to advance.
And off the whistle on that restart, Zimprich with a little sit out. Lettmeyer follows him around, now sinks in a half Nelson. Has that far wrist caught. This thing's buried in pretty deep on Zimprich. Lettmeyer rolls it over, it's tight. Zimprich not much room to bridge out of that. And the win by fall for Henry Lettmeyer. So Lettmeyer at 160 pounds picks up the pin. 29-21 is the duel score. Little duel recap. We started at 107 pounds. John Logring Lemoore won by fall over Micah Fromke in a minute 7. 114 pounds, Lemoore picks up another win. This time Joey Hyde over Nias Lyons by fall in 39 seconds. Third win of the duel Coming for Lemoore at 121 pounds with Joseph Potts winning by decision over Grayson Lyons 6-3. 127, Gavin Robertson received a forfeit. 133, Noah Anderson for Lisbon over Andre Van Eden by a fall in 28 seconds. 139 pounds, Cruz Ranke for the Broncos received a forfeit. 145, Griffin Greenlee of Lisbon over Leo Lallam by tech fall 15-0. And then Ryan Ang over Maddox Shockman by fall in 453, and you just saw at 160, it was Henry Lettmeyer over Jace Simprich by fall. Our dual score now 29-21. And 172 pounds, Cale Hebel wins by fall over Riley Lucina. Quick pin for Hebel. Hebel on his senior campaign, making it back into the lineup for Lemoore after the Christmas break. 29-27 is our dual score.
Update for you in girls wrestling, Brent. Lisbon advances over South Border 48-30. They will head to the semifinals where Central Castle waits after the Squirrels able to knock down Carrington 66-12. Audio-only coverage on your live event. Fargo over Napoleon Gackel Streeter on the girls' side, 51-24. They await the winner of West Fargo United and Grand Forks for a semifinal round match in Grand Forks.
And back here at Kindred High School, Matt Schwab for the Broncos takes on Jake Kramer. Another match here that could 50-50 go either way here at 189. Still have 189 or here at 189, 215 and heavyweight left to wrestle. 29-27 in favor of the Broncos, up by 2 points. And a single leg shot by Kramer. Schwab up over the top, has double over, snaps down Kramer. Kramer works underneath. He doubles up on Schwab. Schwab tried to turn the corner. Kramer's able to get a hand out and stop Schwab's momentum. They go off the edge of the mat. Back to the center for a restart.
For the fans, it's an edge of their seat kind of a duel so far, Brent, right from the start with the Lobos and the Broncos.
Yeah, giving them, I guess, their money's worth right out of the out of the start of the tournament. Now 29-27, 2-point lead for Lisbon. Here at 189. Kramer goes collar tie on the far side and little late, kind of a knee pick attempt. Schwab backs up, goes to the center of the mat. Kramer follows him in. Final 30 seconds of the first period, still scoreless. Schwab did have an offensive attack, had the double unders or double overs, and able to snap Kramer down. They rolled to the edge of the mat, no score. Went back to the center for the restart, and we're currently scoreless with 10 seconds remaining in the first period. Kramer works collar tie on the near side. Schwab blocks the arm, no shot by Kramer, and they'll go into the second period scoreless. Lemoore's choice, they choose to defer over to Schwab.
Update from Carrington in the Northeast. Carrington moves to the championship with a 46-30 win over Hillsborough Central Valley. The Burros will go up against Rugby in the wrestlebacks. If they win that, they would wrestle for third and possibly a chance at state.
And Kramer with the quick escape off the whistle, and then Schwab right away drops down to a single leg. They're back to the center of the mat for a restart. Kramer has the 1-0 lead in the second period, minute 50 on the clock. Schwab now goes to 2-on-1 on the far side. Kramer drops down, level change, Schwab down blocks. Minute 30 left in the second period. Kramer with the 1-0 lead. He has a single leg shot, gets in deep on Schwab. Schwab sprawls out. Tries to turn the corner. Kramer does a good job backing up. No harm done. Kramer goes back in. Here's Schwab working on the wrists on Kramer. Kramer goes to the head tap. Final 50 seconds. Kramer level change. Schwab's going to go double unders. Kramer thought about the toss. Schwab was able to get in deep on Kramer. Steps around behind. That's a 3-point takedown. As the hands of Kramer went down onto the mat, Schwab was able to spin behind for the 3-0 lead. Matt Schwab, a freshman for Lisbon. Jake Kramer, a senior for Lemoore. Kramer stands up. He has the escape, and now a second one of the second period. Final 30 seconds remaining. Schwab has the one-point lead up 3-2. Kramer a little faint. Go back to the work in the wrists. Is Madden Schwab. Kramer doing more hand fighting. Final 10 seconds of her second period. Still 1-point lead for Madden Schwab. In the end of the period, we're going into the third. 1-point lead for Schwab, who chooses the bottom position. Kramer in the top off the whistle. Schwab sits out on Kramer. Kramer rolls through with a tilt. He's going to pick up near fall on Schwab. Catches Schwab and a 3-point near fall. Kramer takes the lead. He has Schwab in some trouble on his hip. Kramer's trying to run him over. Schwab sits up. 5-3 lead for Jake Kramer of Lemoore. And a clasp by Kramer. 5-4 is the score with 1:33 remaining in the third period.
This one just as tight as Northern Lights and Pembina County North. They're going to go to 107 pounds, and Pembina County North needs a pin to tie at 33 apiece. Otherwise, Northern Lights goes to the championship in the Northeast.
A good duel. And we do have blood time back here with our Bank North blood timeout on mat number 1. At Bank North, they take community to heart, helping their customers achieve their financial goals while supporting and improving the great rural communities that they serve. That's values-based banking. To learn more, visit iBank North, member FDIC, and equal housing lender. As we are 5-4 in favor of Jake Kramer over mat number 1. Third period, 1:33 remaining. Schwab will still be in the bottom position on the restart. Off the whistle, Schwab kind of bears down. Kramer tries to work the far wrist, goes 2-on-1 on the far side. He'll try to tilt Schwab over again. Schwab feels that and rips the hand away. Now we're back to our feet. We're tied up at 5 apiece between Schwab and Kramer. This will come down to regulation, who can win it on their feet. If they're still tied up at regulation, they'll go into sudden victory. That period also starts in the neutral position. Schwab, Kramer working wrist control. Now Schwab goes up to a collar tie. Final 40 seconds. Kramer with the level change in the shot. Schwab down blocks, missed the opportunity as Kramer kind of stumbled down onto the mat. Final 30 seconds of this third period in regulation. We're still tied up at 5. Kramer, another level change. Schwab has to watch out for the stall warning. He took a step back. All circles. Another shot by Kramer. Schwab's going to try to counter. Kramer keeps the arm out. Schwab spins, gets the takedown. 7 seconds remaining. 8-5 is the score. And Schwab, with the final 10 seconds, scores the takedown and then win by decision over Kramer, 8-5.
That was one heck of a match right there between those two. And Schwab, that could be your Agassi Precision Egg, depending on how this one goes. Because if you don't get that, and let's say the Lobos get it, Brent, all of a sudden now you're trailing from a Bronco perspective here late in this duel.
Yeah, that would put the Broncos on their heels a little bit if they would have went down in that match. So Lemoore has come out to wrestle in this duel.
And everybody else in Region 1 is going, that seems very familiar as last year with South Border down in that Region 1 title, seeing the Broncos get some late points in a particular weight class.
In our matchup now, 215 pounds. We have Brock Lyons out here for the Broncos. Our dual score with that win by decision, 32-27. Broncos up by 5 points. Tucker Jones, Brock Lyons out wrestling. And the muscle men for both teams out there. Here's Lyons going collar tie on Jones. Jones double unders on Lyons. Lyons double overs. He's going to counter with the double overs and sags those hips back. Now he goes up over the top. Has Jones with the hand down on the mat. He's going to try to drag him down, snap him down. Now Jones able to stand back up. Snap down attempt again by Lyons trying to turn the corner. Jones drags out, stands back up. Good exchange by these big men out there. 215 pounds, still scoreless in the first period.
We'll give you an update on what happened at 107 pounds between Pembina County North and Northern Lights. I'll tell you this, it went to a tiebreaker. That's how close it was.
That's another tiebreaker up there.
33-33. Pembina County North needed a pin by Johnny Robinson. He earned a fall 35 seconds into the match, Brent, and they win it 7-6 on tiebreaker criteria. So Pembina County North will go up against Carrington in the Northeast, while Northern Lights will go up against Mayport CG on the wrestleback side of the dual portion of that tournament.
Yeah, entertaining duels going on up there in that Northeast region right now. Two of them going into that tiebreaker criteria. In the final seconds tick off. We're going into the second period at 215 pounds. We're scoreless. Lyons with the choice. He chooses the down position. Broncos with the 5-point lead in the duel. 32-27 off the whistle. Jones attacks the ankle on Lyons. Runs him out to the edge of the mat. And they're off. Back to the center for a restart. 7 seconds ticked off the clock in that exchange there between Lyons and Jones. And off the restart, Jones goes back to the ankle on Lyons. Same thing, same result. Now this time Lyons able to stand up. He hips ice around. Jones doubles up. Lyons misses the chin whip. And they go out back to the center for a restart. Here off the whistle on a restart. There's Jones back to the ankle, this time on the far side. Chops the arm on the near side. Now Lyons has the arm caught. He's going to try to work that arm back through the legs and see if he can hit the Peterson. He rolls over the top, a little athletic move by Lyons. Lyons trying to get a little separation. Still no escape or reversal awarded to Lyons. Now 2 points as he has the cradle locked up on Tucker Jones. He does have it locked up, goes head in the hole. He'll try to run this over. If he can keep that head in the hole, and he does roll him over, picks up near fall. See how tight this is. Right shoulder up just by a little bit. The official down there with the look. Lyons scoops the arm, comes up over the top. Final 45 seconds of the second period, win by a fall for Brock Lyons over Tucker Jones. Gives the Broncos some breathing room now. 38-27, up by 11 going into heavyweight.
That was a heck of a move on the way there for Lions, Brent. Just to, as you kind of alluded to, you got to that near fall point, but that move got you into a pinning position, earned the fall, and all of a sudden you look up now, and that could be the last little one that the Broncos needed.
Yeah, that was just an explosive move by Lyons. I've seen him do that also, almost flat on his back and do the same thing. So one of the very few wrestlers that can do that, and he's one of them.
Earlier today, South Border Napoleon Gackel Streeter on mat number 2 44-30. Our move of the match was the forfeits because 8 of 13 matches were open weight classes. We don't get to say that too many times, but our Agassi Precision Ag really was the difference in that one, just with so many weight classes for both teams. So South Border going to be well rested, if you want to call that, going into their duel then with the Lisbon Broncos coming up in the semifinals. But you had that, but also a really nice move by Dylan Feist for Napoleon Gacko-Streeter at 1:14, 43 seconds in over Jay Scobel here for the South Border Mustangs. That is our wrestling move of the match, brought to you in part by Agassi Precision Ag. Brent, for your particular duel here with the Broncos and Lobos, just kind of what stood out to you as your move of the match?
My move of the match goes at 121 pounds, Logan Potts there. That was just a great match overall between Potts and Grayson Lyons. Potts picks up the last second takedown, I say that within the last 10 seconds, picked up the takedown and secured the win for Lemoore at 121 pounds over Grayson Lyons. He ended up winning that by a score of 6-3.
That again is Agassi Precision Ag in Hillsboro. Visit planterdoc.com. That is planterdoc.com. Our Enbridge Energy wrestler of the matches. It was a good one back and forth between South Border and Napoleon Gacko-Streeter, but winning via the fall eventually would be from Napoleon Gacko-Streeter with Brooks Grunfelder, and then also give a good tech fall on the way for Riker Vetter. He just kept working at 139 pounds over Logan Feist from Napoleon Gacko-Streeter. So Brooks and Riker kind of the 1-2 tag team combination for both teams for our Enbridge Energy wrestlers of the match for the Imperials and the Mustangs. Brent, what kind of got you going on your side?
Yeah, over at 189 pounds with Matt Schwab wrestling Jake Kramer. Matt Schwab ended up picking up kind of like that Potts match with the Lions. Last 20 seconds, Schwab takes control with the takedown and able to put a victory on the board for Lisbon. Lisbon needed that win to help them regain the lead. And then after that, they were able to pick up that pin at 215 pounds in the forfeit to win the duel 44-27.
So here's what's coming up next. We'll take a quick break, and then we'll get you ready for the next round. So on mat number 2 will be Lemoore Litchell-Marion against Napoleon Gacko-Streeter. On mat number 1, it'll be our first semifinal round matchup featuring Ellendale, Edgeley, Cullum, and Oaks. And then Lisbon and South Border will be coming up after that a little bit later on for the semifinals as well. Kindred lost to EEK in the quarters. They earn a bye to wrestle for 5th, while EEK picked up the win. They had some time, so we'll have a little breather on mat number 2, but on mat number 1, we'll be getting closer, maybe a little after 2 o'clock hour to get this thing underway for our semifinals. We'll continue with our wrestling coverage after this from Kindred and keep you apprised of what's going on across the state of North Dakota for high school wrestling today here on your liveevent.com.
There's a new inventory of trailers at Bloomfield Enterprises of Hillsboro. You can see the latest inventory online at bloomfieldtrailers.com. Bloomfield Enterprises has a full line of Big Tex trailers. Big Tex has affordable and versatile utility trailers for all your jobs. Big Tex has a full line of products from ATV trailers to gooseneck to dump trailers and more. Call Larry at 218-368-7989 or Tim at 701-430-0877. Bloomfield Enterprises in Hillsboro.
You can buy beef by the quarter, half or whole beef from Mueller Angus, USDA inspected beef. Fill the freezer. Call Dave Mueller at 701-799-3032. 701-799-3032 to purchase beef by the quarter, half or the whole from Mueller Angus, Hillsboro. You can buy beef by the quarter, half or whole beef from Mueller Angus, USDA inspected beef. Fill the freezer. Call Dave Mueller at 701-799-3032. 701-799-3032 to purchase beef by the quarter, half or the whole from Mueller Angus, Hillsboro.
Homegrown local radio is now worldwide with 24-hour streaming. Download the RJ Radio app to hear local voices from local radio with KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ 24 hours a day from anywhere. You can listen to your favorite programs like the RJ Family Morning Show, local news, farm markets, music, high school sports, church services, more from anywhere. KRJB, KRJM, and 96.7 KKCQ is streaming on the RJ Radio app. Download it to your device and take us with you wherever you go.
Meet Blake, the messiest 4-year-old on the planet. He's no ordinary durability tester. Meet SmartStrand, no ordinary carpet. With all pet protection, it's the softest, most durable, easiest to clean carpet on the planet. When Blake's barn got a comfy makeover, SmartStrand came clean, even went up against a 2-ton rhino. Made to withstand all walks of life. Ask for SmartStrand, rhino tested, rhino approved.
Available at Carpet World, carpetworldfargo.com.
Carrington Dental Care, they treat you like family. Meet Dr. Chaz Bauer and Dr. Jay Bauer, your friendly neighborhood dentists who care about your smiles. Join their family of happy patients. Whether it's routine checkups or cosmetic dentistry, they're dedicated to making your smile shine. Join the countless families who love coming to Carrington Dental Care, trusted by our community for years. Visit them online at thecarringtondentist.com or call 701-652-2801. Schedule your appointment today.
Growers, prepare your fields and yields against the wet conditions for 2025 and beyond with a drain tile project from Chad's Excavating out of Mayville. Drain tiling will improve and increase your yields and land values for years to come. Chad's Excavating provides free, detailed estimates, and with over 40 years of combined success, they provide professional installation and service. Call Chad today to prepare for your future and any questions that you might have. That's Chad's Excavating out of Mayville, helping farmers grow.
In a world of chaos, you need superhero-level protection.
I keep telling everyone they need to get the right protection for their lifestyle. Some do. We do.
Whatever it takes.
Whatever it takes. Get the right protection for your lifestyle. Go to ireinsurance.com to get a free quote and consultation.
Sharing our heritage, sharing our future. Choosing the right bank for your financial needs can be challenging with the many choices available. Dakota Heritage Bank is pleased you're interested in knowing more about what they can do for you. The Dakota Heritage Bank community bank setting is a strong advantage they have over larger, less personal banks. Customers are more than account numbers, they are friends and neighbors. Working together, Dakota Heritage Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
As our coverage continues here today from Kindred for the North Dakota Southeast Sub-Regional Dual Wrestling Tournament here on YourLiveEvent.com. Taking a look at some other duels across the state of North Dakota here today. Girls up in Grand Forks, audio-only coverage here on YourLiveEvent.com with James Martins. Central Cass and Lisbon will square off at 2 o'clock in one semifinal. Then you have Fargo going up against Grand Forks in another semifinal. Top 4 teams from the East will make their way to state, but again, Central Cass, Lisbon, Fargo, and Grand Forks in the driver's seat, if you'd like to call it that. South Border and Carrington, they are wrestling on the wrestlebacks. Loser is done. Winner gets one step closer to try to find themselves potentially to a state tournament. Napoleon Gacko Streeter awaits the winner of West Fargo United, Pembina County North, also on the wrestleback side. Over in the Northeast Sub-Regional Dual Tournament, taking 9th is Thompson. Grafton will take 8th with a 39-18 win over the Tommies. The championship will feature Carrington and Pembina County North after Carrington defeated HCV 46-30, and Pembina County North won on criteria after being tied 33 apiece with Northern Lights. Wrestlebacks will be Mayport CG and Northern Lights in the Northeast Sub-Regional, and Hillsborough Central Valley going up against the Rugby Panthers. So that, again, is a look at your out-of-town scoreboard from some other meets still to come here today on YourLiveEvent.com. Starting in just a few moments on mat number 1 will be Oaks and Ellendale Edgeley Cullum. On mat number 2, we'll have Lemoore, Litchfield Marion, and Napoleon Gacko Streeter. Our second semifinal will be Lisbon, South Border, and Kindred awaits the winner of LLM, Napoleon Gacko Streeter. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, we'll get you ready on mat number 1 for our first of 2 semifinals. That is next.
At Enbridge, we're focused on relationships. 23 Canadian First Nation and Métis communities now own an equity stake in Enbridge Athabasca Pipelines. In Minnesota, Enbridge has spent $450 million and counting, with Native-owned companies and in wages to tribal members working on Line 3. Every day brings new collaborations, partnerships, and possibilities. Learn more at Enbridge.com.
In times like these, it's good to know there's a place where people know who you are, no matter how long you've been gone. A place where the smells of home cooking are still in the air, where a simple wave warms your heart, and sharing stories is just a way of life. It's good to be home. Farmers Union Insurance, protecting what's important in life.
See your local Farmers Union insurance agent Jennifer Worley in Cavalier.
Let the geeks at GK Technology help you with your agricultural data. Their agronomists know agriculture. When it comes to creating soils and zone maps to maximize yields in your fields, you can trust the people with decades of experience in site-specific agriculture. Everyone at GK Technology has a background in agriculture, so they know what makes a farm run, and they speak your language. The geeks at GK Technology have a map and an app for that.
All right, welcome back here, liveevent.com. We're here for a semifinal match. This one between the Oaks Tornadoes and Ellendale Edgeley Calm Thunder. We start at 114 pounds for these matches. As the official calling for the wrestlers to step out on the mat. We have Ben Wagner coming out there for the Oaks Tornadoes. Wagner coming off a good East-West wrestling tournament. At 114 pounds for Oaks. Oaks seeing their first action of the tournament, had a bye in the first round. He takes on Walker Miller. Miller returning state place winner with Wagner, state qualifier, much improved here at 114 pounds for the Oaks Tornadoes. Picks up the 3-point takedown. He has the 3-0 lead. So big match right away in this duel at 114. Oaks coming in the #1 team for the Southeast Region duels. Wagner has a tilt locked up on Miller. Miller doing a good job right now, not giving up the near fall. He's going to, Wagner in a precarious situation there as Miller's tried to settle down over the top of him. Wagner able to bridge back through, hip ice around, regains control on top. He's up 3-0. He's in the top position. So this duel just underway. These semifinal duels starting at 114 pounds. Wagner has a 3-0 lead. 30 seconds remain in the first period. He's in the top position, has crossface locked up, far leg caught, and he's going to try to stretch this out and walk his up far or near arm out and stretch out Miller. Miller back belly down. So Wagner still in the top position, in control. 3-0 is the score for Ben Wagner going into the second period. Looks like Miller with choice. He'll defer over to Wagner. Wagner chooses neutral.
And on mat number 2, Lamore Litchell-Marion and Napoleon Gacko-Streeter. The winner will go up against Kindred in the Consolation semifinals a little bit later on here today. So that, again, just about to get underway on mat number 2.
And Ellendale Edgeley Calm making their way into the semifinal matchup with the Oaks by a win over Kindred, 46-29. Oaks received the bye in the first round as the #1 team. Still 3-0 lead for Ben Wagner. Wrestling Walker Miller from Ellendale Edgeley Calm. Miller drops down, tried to hit an ankle pick on Wagner. Wagner stepping around in the headlock. Miller felt that coming on, steps back, circles those hips around.
And on mat number 2, we'll start at 114 pounds. Zach Paul, Lamore Litchell-Marion in an open weight class will take 6 points here for the Lobos against Napoleon Gacko-Streeter as we head to 121 coming up here in a few moments.
And we're still 3-0 lead for Ben Wagner. Wrestlers working through collar ties, head and hands defense, not able to get through. Another little snap down on a shot. Returned this time by Wagner. Final 40 seconds of the second period. 3-0 lead for Ben Wagner of Oaks.
Dalton Feist and Napoleon Gacko-Streeter will go up against Joey Hyde here of Lamore Litchell-Marion at 121 pounds against 6-0 for the Lobos on the team dual score.
And Miller with the scoring opportunity, trying to turn the corner, has the back ankle caught on Wagner with the crossface locked up. Miller trying to tie this up. And still no score awarded. He has a leg and a 3-point takedown for Walker Miller. Ties it up at 3. Final 10 seconds at the end of the period. Good score here for Walker Miller. Ties it up at 3 at the end of the second period.
Only for a side swipe here a little bit is Dalton Feist. Feist trying to get Hyde down to the match here. Still scoreless 50 seconds into the first period right now as running across on that arm a little bit is Hyde trying to take it in on Feist.
And Oaks and Ellendale Column met up during the regular season duels back on the 19th of December. Oaks won the duel 47-23. We are tied up at 3 apiece. Start of the third period over on mat number 1 between Wagner and Miller.
.40 seconds remaining in the first period on mat number 2 between Hyde and Feist, still scoreless as well at 121 pounds.
And in the third period, now with under minute 30 remaining, we are tied up at 3. Little high cross shot by Wagner, down block by Miller. Wrestles back to the center of the mat. And Miller catches Wagner on the edge in neutral position as the toe slides out. But Miller worked underneath the arms and the elbows, stepped in front of Wagner and threw him out, just ran out of mat space. And another attack by Miller down to the single leg on Wagner. Wagner throws in a whizzer.
As we will go scoreless into the second period on mat number 2 between Hyde and Dalton Feist. That last takedown there for Hyde. Time ran out, so no points awarded there to the Lobos.
And Walker Miller scores the takedown. He had Wagner going over to his back, caught him in a half Nelson, then caught the arm for 2 near fall. Walker Miller now with the lead up 8-3. A little bit of breathing room this time around here in the third period for Miller, up 8-3 over Ben Wagner.
Team duel score on mat number 2 is 6-0 again after the Zach Paul open weight class at 114 pounds for the Lobos.
And final 35 seconds, third period, 8-3 lead, up by 5 is Walker Miller in the top position over on mat number 1.
As Feist and Hyde on mat number 2 just kind of tied up with each other right now. 40 seconds into the period, trying to go down is Dalton Feist. He will get a 3-point takedown coming up here. Trying to see if he can get Hyde back over to his back to earn some near fall points as Feist continues to work up top.
And Ben Wagner, knowing he needs a few points here to get back in this match, tried to roll on Miller, but Miller was able to counter that and rides him out for the win by decision, 8-3 at 114 pounds. Here for Walker Miller, puts Ellendale Column, the Thunder, up by a 3-0 lead.
Dalton Feist continues to ride up a little bit here on Hyde with 40 seconds remaining in this second period. Still 3-0 as right now Feist is trying to turn Hyde over. And now into a pinning combination here as trying to work around it is Hyde. As Feist trying to see if he can finish one off via the fall here late in the second period.
And we're at 121 pounds over on mat number 1 between Jaron Nelson of Oaks and Carson Henningsen of Ellendale Column.
4 points for near fall coming here for Dalton Feist. Joey Hyde doing a good job staying alive here. Still has 3 more seconds, but Feist gets back into a pinning position here. Time's going to run out, but some more points will be awarded on the way. Another 4 points for the near fall as Dalton Feist now takes a 11-0 commanding lead going into the next period.
Their dual score 3-0 with that win by decision for Walker Miller over Ben Wagner at 114. Still scoreless in this match at 121 pounds. Nelson drops down to a single leg on the edge of the mat, keeps that toe in. He drags Henningsen towards the back to the mat, but called out back to the center for a restart.
as we head to the third period here in mat number 2. Joey Hyde will be on the top position. Dalton Feist will be on the bottom position here to start the period.
Henningsen drops down, hits a high crotch fireman's, and Nelson has him going down to his hip. Nelson doing a good job of pushing that arm and getting those hips back up over the top. Has Henningsen down for a 3-point takedown. Good scramble by Jaron Nelson to pick up the 3-0 lead. Under 30 seconds remaining in the first period.
A call for a potentially dangerous. The officials will talk it over here as you kind of heard the ooh and ahs of the crowd a little bit here in Kindred. As again, working up top again is Joey Hyde. There will be 1 point awarded to Dalton Feist to make it now 12-0.
We will finish out this final 10 seconds of the first period. 3-0 lead for Jaron Nelson. In the top has the hammerlock, arms around the backside on Henningsen. Henningsen works underneath, and we go to the second. 3-0 lead for Nelson.
2-point reversal, and now Dalton Feist looking to get the pinning combination. Near fall points would be upcoming if he can kind of try to finish off the move, and then it'll be a tech fall. There's 1:15 left to play to wrestle here, and we do get the tech fall. 18-0. Dalton Feist will earn 5 points on the way here for the Imperials. Now 6-5. Lamore Litchfield-Marion on the team duel score.
And Henningsen and Nelson in a scramble position. Nelson turns the corner for a 2-point reversal. 5-0 lead for Jaron Nelson. So with 1:35 remaining in the second period, Nelson in the top position has the arm chopped on the far side. Loses it. Now goes to a half. Nelson on the near side. He has this locked in deep. Henningsen felt that, was able to get those hips turned away. Back to his base over on mat 1.
Mat number 2, Joseph Potts of Lamore Litchfield-Marion will be going up against Bo Grunfelder here from Napoleon Gackel Streeter at 127 pounds.
Nelson keeps this 5-0 lead. Under a minute remaining in the second period. He's in the top position for Oaks. Oaks down by 3 at 100, going into 121 pounds.
Joseph Potts with a quick 3-point takedown with a swipe of the leg, able to finish off the move here at 127 pounds. Takes an early 3-0 advantage, 25 seconds into the first period.
Head to knee stand up. Nelson slaps the cradle on around the far side, but Henningsen able to get back to wrist control. Breaks the grip. Wrestler's back towards the center of the mat. Still 5-0 lead for Jaron Nelson of Oaks. Henningsen stands up, tried to hip heist away, not able to get separation. Nelson goes to work on top with the crossface, breaks Henningsen back down to the mat.
As you see Joseph Potts continuing to work up top as Grunfelder trying to get back to his base position here. Potts able to run Grunfelder over, but not into any points.
As we're going to the third period, 5-0 lead. Henningsen in the bottom position. Jaron Nelson with that right elbow taped up has the 5-0 lead for Oaks.
As Potts was trying to stretch out, Grunfelder has a little bit of the chicken wing for a moment, now trying to work back up top here against Grunfelder. 20 seconds remaining in the first period, still 3-0 Potts out in front.
Nelson going to work on top, has both wrists spiral, now goes hammerlock. Digs that wrist out on the left side.
And you do get a fall with 11 seconds left in the first period for at 127 pounds. Joseph Potts earned 6 points for the Lobos as now they take a 12-5 team duel lead score.
Nelson with the hammerlock bars it up around the backside but goes into a potentially dangerous hold. 5-0 is the score. A minute 22 remaining on the clock in the third period. Off the whistle, outside leg stand up. Nelson kind of crunches down over the top, stops the attempt with the cradle. On minute 10 in the third period. 5-0 lead for Nelson.
As Andre Van Eden here of Lamore Litchfield-Marion at 133 pounds, will going up against Weston Baumgartner here from Napoleon Gackel Streeter. 12-5 is a team duel score in favor of Lemoore Litchfield Marion.
Nelson works underneath, has the far wrist or the wrist caught up underneath in that chop and purchase position. Now goes 2-on-1. Still 5-0 is the match score. Under 30 seconds remaining over on mat number 1 after the stand-up by Henningsen. Returned down back to the mat by Nelson.
Scoreless so far as these two just kind of tied up between Van Eden and Baumgartner right now here on mat number 2. Going for a single leg shot there was Baumgartner, blocked by Van Eden, but Baumgartner able to finish off the moon and get a 3-point takedown here midway through the first period.
In final 5 seconds, 5-0 lead for Jaron Nelson. He gets the ride out in the win, ties this duel up at 3. At 100, going into 127 pounds.
Oh, working off a quick cradle there was Weston Baumgartner, able to get the fall as well with 56 seconds left in the first period as Napoleon Gacko-Streeter earned a tech fall with Dylan Feist, now earns a fall with Baumgartner here. They trail it by 1 on the team duel score at 12-11. Lemoore Litchfield Marion out in front.
We're going to 127 pounds between Oaks and Ellendale Edgeley-Colm. Wrestlers have checked in. It's like Owen Iverson out there for Oaks. Still waiting for the matchup to update here on Track Wrestling.
As we will have an open weight class at 139 pounds. Napoleon Gacko-Streeter will take the 6 points. It's now 17-12 on the Imperials on the team duel score. Brox Grunfelder for the Imperials will take the 6.
So that is Iverson out there with Regan Sand at 127 pounds. We're tied up in the duel at 3 apiece. Sand works around the body on Nelson, scoops down the inside, or hooks the inside leg. He's over the top, and no takedown awarded. Officials will go over to discuss that. Normally that's a 3-point takedown, and it is. For Regan Sand, he's up 3-0 in the match with 1:21 remaining. It's in the first period. Off the whistle, chop of the arm by Sand on the far side.
That's mat number 2 at the check-in table, still waiting for everything. At 145 pounds is where we're going to go. 17-11 right now is what they have it for a team duel score. Should be 17-12 after a couple, again, falls, one via the forfeit, then one via the pin at 127 pounds.
And a nice double leg shot, 3-1's the score. Iverson with the escape. Sand doubles down or hits the double leg, goes into that forklift position. Has Iverson down on his hip. Iverson does a good job scooting those hips back out. Sand has to make the adjustment here on mat 1.
Lalum at 145 pounds for the Lobos, going up against Logan Feist here for Napoleon Gacko-Streeter on mat number 2.
Sand and Iverson scramble position. Iverson able to tie up the back legs on Sand. He's going to step over, potentially dangerous called. And still 3-1 lead for Regan Sand.
So we did on the last duel match, there was an unsportsmanlike conduct, so that made the score from 17-12 to 17-11. So that unsportsmanlike against the Lobos. As right now it's a 3-0 lead in favor of Feist with that 3-point takedown here midway through the first period.
Yeah, slide by attempt by Sand trying to score at the end of the period. Iverson able to back away from it. Choice going over to Iverson after Sand defers. Iverson chooses bottom position to start the second period. He's down by 2 points.
Feist was trying to get Lalum into a cradle position, but Lalum doing a nice job getting back to his base right now on that defensive side of the wrestling here with 30 seconds left in the first period.
And off the whistle, working hand control here is Owen Iverson, who stands up. Mat return by Sand. Iverson puts the hand down on the mat, trying to get back up, but Sand now over the top, crunches down with the cradle. He has it locked up.
As Lalum now is going to become potentially more the offensive wrestler here with 10 seconds left in the first period, trying to see if he can get Feist and finish off around the horn here. able to get the 1 point escape regardless as we head to the second period. It's 3-1 in favor of Feist.
And Iverson able to break out of the cradle. Nice hand fighting by Owen Iverson. Able to stand back up. 3-2 is the score. Here's Sand in on a body lock. Iverson has to watch this. Sand was able to get in deep and does for the 3-point takedown. Keeps those toes in and scores now up 6-2 on Owen Iverson.
Still at 145 pounds as the officials are going to double back and make sure they got the scoring correct here at the table as they will talk it over. Still again 3-1 is the current score in favor of Feist here over Lallam. The team duel score 17-11 in favor of Napoleon Gackel-Streeter.
They were at 127 pounds, 6-2 lead for Rig and Sand in the top position in that second period, final 50 seconds. Sand has a leg in on the near side. Has a half Nelson over the top. He's in control over on mat number 1, up 6-2. A dual recap. He started at 114 pounds. It was Walker Miller of Ellendale Edgy Column picking up the win over Ben Wagner of Oaks by decision 8-3. EK had a 3-0 lead. Then Jaron Nelson of Oaks wins by decision 5-0 over Carson Henningsen of Ellendale Edgy Column. Duel tied up at 3 apiece going into 127 pounds. Currently Rig and Sand has a 4-point lead, 6-2 over Owen Iverson.
10 seconds remaining in the first period. It's a 3-2 score now in favor of Feist after Lallam. We'll start in the bottom position here, but we're going to go to the second period here at 3-2.
And we are going into the third period over on mat number 1, 6-2 lead for Rig and Sand. Sand chooses bottom position to start our third period. And right away off the whistle, outside leg stand up, clears the arm, trying to clear hands and scoot those hips away. Iverson warned for stalling, not able to return Sand. Sand now hip heists away for the 1-point escape.
4-2 as Logan Feist able to get 1 point for the escape here to start the second period. 20 seconds in to the second.
Rig and Sand has the 4-point lead, 6-2. He's trying to step around the corner and score a takedown. And the 3-point takedown awarded, and some possible near fall coming for Rig and Sand, up now by a score of 9-2.
3-point takedown for Logan Feist, and Lallam loses the headgear, so they will call it and allow Lallam to reassess his headgear, and he will start on the bottom position here with Feist to start on the top as we resume action here on mat number 2.
There's a minute remains in the third period. 4 near fall awarded to Rig and Sand. Has a 14-2 lead. He's looking for more near fall in the hunt. Pick up some more bonus points, or to pick up bonus points for Ellendale Edgeley Calm. He has 4 near fall coming. 18-2 will be the score if he comes out of the spinning combination. He goes armbar in the 4 near fall, and that's a win by technical decision for Rig and Sand of Ellendale Edgeley Calm. Now 8-3 lead for Ellendale Edgeley Calm going into 133.
As on the mat on 2 here, Logan Feist continues to work on Lallam. Lallam's done a good job being in the defensive position right now, not giving up any more points than he has. It's 7-2 as Feist again continues to try to work on that cradle to see if he can get that clasping a little bit. But every time he does, Lallam does a good job to sprawl back out and get back to his base a little bit here on the mat number 2.
Yeah, Matthias Dahlstrom back in the lineup for Oaks, sat out the East-West tournament. He's here wrestling Ethan Tazaric of Ellendale Edgeley Calm at 133 pounds. Tazaric grabs onto the arm. Dahlstrom, nice little shuck, steps around back behind Tazaric for a 3-point takedown.
As Feist nearly got into a pinning combination and nearly was able to earn the fall, but the time runs out. He does get 4 points from the near fall, takes 11-2 lead going into the third.
And Dahlstrom going to work, has a tilt locked up on Tazaric. Tazaric doing a good job keeping those shoulders from being exposed and exceeding the correct angle to collect those near fall. Now Dahlstrom goes arm bar, has the far wrist scoop in bar half of here for Dahlstrom. He's going to go back around the other way trying to get those shoulders exposed for a near fall. He has a 3-0 lead.
Leo Lallam right now just trying to get out of the grasp of Logan Feist, as Feist has kind of been in control for the match, but Lallam one good move away from possibly putting Feist more on his defensive position. 11-2 here, 90 seconds remaining in the third period.
Here with 45 seconds remaining in the first period, Matthias Dahlstrom of Oaks has the 3-0 lead. Picks up near fall. He's been working on this bar half. And finally scores near fall. Now he's going to scoop the head and the arm here for Tazarek. Tazarek in some trouble on mat number 1.
Feist does get 3 points for the takedown now at 14-2. Trying to roll Lallam over into a pinning position. 60 seconds remaining into the third period.
Your final 15 seconds in the first period over on mat number 1. For near fall, 7-0 lead for Matthias Dahlstrom.
And you do have a tech fall at 17-2 with 3 more near fall points coming across here for Logan Feist. And with the tech fall, that'll improve the Imperials team duel score now to 22-11 over Lemoore Litchfield Marion.
And at the end of the first period, 7-0 lead for Matthias Dahlstrom. Headgear adjustment for Tazarek. Dahlstrom ready to go, holding the center of the mat over at mat number 1.
And to 152 pounds now on mat number 2 between the Imperials and the Lobos. As Maddox Shockman here for Lemoore Litchfield Marion will be going up against Bryce Schneider here for Napoleon Gacko Streeter.
And off the whistle, Dahlstrom with an ankle pick attempt, just kind of stumbled. Good down block that time by Tazarek after the shot by Dahlstrom. 7-0 lead for Dahlstrom up over the top. Scored that first takedown with a nice shuck on Tazarek. Now has Tazarek on his hip.
And Schneider and Shockman again at 152 pounds. It's 22-11. Napoleon Gacko Streeter out in front over Lemoore Litchfield Marion. Midway through this Consolation semifinal, winner will have a match with the Kindred Vikings to go for 5th place here in the region duels later this afternoon.
And Dahlstrom secures his takedown. Now up 10-0 in the second period. He's in the top position, riding up over the hips on Tazarek. Goes to that half Nelson on the near side, has the far wrist caught. He worked that in the first period, that bar half combination. Able to score a couple near fall on it at the end of the period. Now goes back down underneath. Trying to hook up a tilt, that ball and chain tilt underneath. Tazarek doing a good job of defending.
Shockman went for a single leg shot, blocked there by Schneider as they continue to work. Here comes a single leg shot then by Bryce Schneider.
Here, mat number 1, still 10-0 lead for Matthias Dahlstrom. Oaks in the top position. Tazarek belly down on the mat. At some point, the official will look for more action from Tazarek, who's just wrestling defensively and staying hunkered down.
So you see Shockman right now trying to work around and see if he can get Schneider across here. Schneider got a grasp of that left ankle right now with his left hand.
And the stall warning being administered by the official on Ethan Tazarek in the bottom position. Dahlstrom still working on top. Tazarek hanging on to the wrist. Dahlstrom doing anything he can to try to score near fall. And 10-0 going into the third period lead for Matthias Dahlstrom.
Finishing off the move for 3 points is Maddox Shockman here for the Lobos, and that's how we'll end the first period as Shockman will be up 3-0 here over Schneider.
Dahlstrom stands up, hips away. Tazarek trying to mat return him. Gets him down to the mat here, Dahlstrom. Now stands back up again. Works hand control underneath. And 1 point, now another escape point. 12-0 and a 3-point takedown. That should do it.
Shockman trying to work to his base right now for the Lobos.
I believe that's a tech fall or technical decision with the 1 point escape and the 1 point technical violation for the stall warning. So 15-0 Matthias Dahlstrom, your winner by technical decision on mat 1.
Bryce Schneider right now trying to see if he can get Shockman down to the mat as he will continue to work up top here for Schneider. 3-0, 30 seconds into this second period as Bryce Schneider from Napoleon Gacko Streeter trying to see if he can get the Imperials some more points as they take currently a 22-11 team duel lead.
And 5 points on the board. We're tied up at 8 apiece over on mat number 1. in that duel between Oaks and Ellendale Edgley Column. Matthias Dahlstrom earns the technical decision.
As Bryce Schneider continues to work a little bit, as Schockman trying to get out of the grasp here of Schneider. There was points coming down. 5-0 right now is the score. Schockman trying to see if he can wiggle out a little bit here. Now 5-2. A 2-point reversal here for Napoleon Gackel-Streeter. So Schneider, I'll talk it over with the officials here to make sure 5-2 is the correct score. They got it good to go. I was working on the bottom position here will be Schockman. 47 seconds left here in the second.
And mat number 1, Zane Allender for the Oaks Tornado, wrestling Jager Sand of Ellendale Edgley Column at 139 pounds. Currently, Allender in that scramble position and called back to the center of the mat with a restart on mat 1.
As the Imperials here with Bryce Schneider, trailing it by 3 right now against Schockman. 15 seconds left in the second period.
So our duel over on mat 1's tied up at 8 between Ellendale Edgley Column and Oaks. We're at 139 pounds. Zane Allender wrestling Jager Sand. Sand on a double leg shot on Allender. Allender goes whizzer. Sand will elevate the leg. Allender putting a lot of pressure with that whizzer on Sand, drags him down to the mat. Going to try to hip heist over. Has Sand going to his back, and Allender catches Sand, and some near fall coming his way. Sand doing everything he can to bridge out on mat 1.
Over on mat number 2 on the bottom position will be Schneider, while Schockman will start in the up position.
Allender goes Saturday Night Ride over Jager Sand. This will be a big pin for the Oaks Tornadoes. You're at 139 pounds. If Allender can get it, and he does, over on mat 1, Zane Allender, your win by fall over Jager Sand.
Over on mat number 2 right now, Schockman trying to see if he can get Schneider to his back as Schneider continues to work right now. It's still 5-2.
And Oaks with the big win by fall at 139, now up 14-8 over at Ellendale Edgley Column.
He's trying to get out of the grass there as Schneider does get the 1-point escape, makes it a 5-3 advantage now for Schockman. 60 seconds remaining here in the third period on mat number 2. Schneider looking for a move off your Schockman right now. Here comes the double leg by Schneider. Schneider trying to finish off potential move, but Schockman able to come back and grasp the left, make that the right leg right now of Schneider.
And mat number 1, this is Case Allender out at 145, wrestling Ethan McBride of Ellendale Edgley Column. 3-0 lead for Allender, working for a fall. A quick pin coming by way for Case Allender on mat number 1.
3 points on the takedown here for Schockman, then 2 points on the reversal for Schneider. It's 11-5 with 20 seconds remaining here in the third period. All that Schockman needs to do is just not get pinned right now, and he will pick up a decision win here for the Lobos with the final 10 seconds here of the third period. Schneider trying to see if he can get one more move left in him. It'll go final 11-5 here. Maddox Schockman at 152 pounds for the Lobos picks up 3 team points. It's now 22-14 for Napoleon Gackel-Streeter as we move to 160 pounds.
And mat number 1, now your dual score is 26-8 going into 152 pounds. Oaks opening up their lead. Now 26-8 as we go into now 160, so they picked up a forfeit at 152.
As we continue to update you from the girls wrestling tournament as well going on. Central Cass up 45-6 over Lisbon, so the Squirrels will be making their way to the championship. Lisbon will have to go through the wrestlebacks. Grand Forks with a 36-27 lead with 2 weight classes to go in the other semifinal in the girls East Dual Regional.
Yeah, 160 is 8 higher for Oaks, takes on Greg Fear. Fear on a single leg shot. Returns higher down to the mat. 3-point lead for Greg Fear of Ellendale Edgley Column. has a half Nelson locked in with the leg on the caught on the far side. That's countered by Higher.
As on mat number 2, Mason Weigel of Napoleon Gacko Streeter gets 3 points for a takedown against Henry Lettenmeyer here at 160 pounds. 126 left, and we have a blood time on mat number 2. This timeout brought to you in part by On the Blood Time, brought to you in part by Bank North.
Here's Zaid Higher in the bottom position, has that inside leg trying to stand up. And Greg Fear is able to clamp down, scoops the cradle up, has his arm locked together, squeezing his elbows. He's going to try to roll through. Higher doing a good job. Now Fear able to get Higher down on his hips with this cradle and rolls him over. Once you take him down on their hips and the belly, hard to defend from there. And Greg Fear picks up 4 near fall, and working for the pin. He has that cradle locked up tight. Left shoulder up just by a little bit. He's trying to scoot his hips out. Bottom knee in the side. He'll go forward in the temple in that pinning combination. He has 10 seconds remaining. Higher able to back belly down. 4 near fall. 7-0 lead for Fear at the end of the first period.
As we continue to wrestle here on mat number 2, Mason Weigel coming off of the blood time there by Bank North into a pinning position right now against Lettenmeyer. Got him in that cradle. As right now Mason Weigel at 160 pounds trying to finish this one off midway through the first period.
We're going to our second period. And Fear with the choice chooses neutral.
As Weigel does finish off the pinning combination here, 58 seconds left into the second period as Napoleon Gacko Streeter earns 6 points and takes a 28-14 team duel lead as we go to 172 pounds.
Yeah, 160 pounds, Zaid Higher picks up a takedown, but right away Greg Fewer is able to pop back up, catches the head and arm on Higher, has him working over on his back, working for a pin for Ellendale Combe is Greg Fewer. This is tight, head and arm, and a win by fall for Greg Fear over Zaid Higher.
Open weight class at 172 pounds here on mat number 2. So you'll get 6 points awarded coming here to Lamorlich O'Marion with Cale Hebel at 172 pounds. Makes it a 28-20 team duel score. And we'll also have another open weight class at 189 pounds as the Lobos will now handle it at 28-26, down by 2.
Our dual score on mat number 1 now 26-14 in favor of the Tornadoes. The Thunder 6 more points on the board, closed the gap just a little bit more. We're down by 12 points.
189 pounds taking it via the open weight class for the Lobos is Jake Kramer as we move to 252 pounds. Tucker Jones for LLM going up against Andre Dahl here for Napoleon Gacko Streeter at 215 on mat number 2.
Here's Max Chernlin, has Jacob Potasic going over to his back. Chernlin working for a pin for Ellendale Combe. Trying to close this up within 6 points. Chernlin going for the fast fall over on mat 1. He has the 3-0 lead and the win by fall for Chernlin over Potasic.
On mat number 2, still in some collar ties here between these two, between Jones and Dahl right now. Is going for a single leg there is Dahl. Jones able to block it, get back to their base. These two Rams will lock horns yet again.
And we're going to 189 pounds over on mat number 1. With the dual score now 26-20 in favor of Oaks. Chernlin with the win by fall. Closes the gap yet again.
Dahl gets 3 points for a takedown here midway through the first period, as on the individual side it's a 3-0 lead now for Dahl with the 1 point escape coming here for Tucker Jones. Makes it now 3-1.
And we're scoreless in the first period, minute 35 remaining between Bennett Geisler, Ellendale Combe, and Carter Potasic.
Still another semifinal round match on mat number 1 to come, while the winner of this on mat number 2 will go up against the Kinder Vikings for 5th.
And 3-0 takedown and lead now for Bennett Geisler over Carter Potasic. Potasic stands up, Geisler takes him to the edge, a 1-point escape, and the hit pass by Potasic. 3-1's the score over on mat 1.
Well, on mat number 2, Dahl has a 3-1 lead with 5 seconds left in the first period, and that's what it looks like. We're going to go to mat number 2 into the second period.
And Potasic snaps down. Geisler has the cow catcher locked up. Here's Potasic working for a fall over on mat number 1 on Bennett Geisler. He turns the tables. Has the 4-3 lead in the pin for Carter Potasic on mat number 1. Duel score now 32-20 in favor of the Oaks Tornadoes.
On mat number 2 right now, it's 3-1, but Tucker Jones working up on top on Dahl right now does get a 3-point takedown, and the Lobos now take the lead here at 4-3 at 215 pounds here with Jones.
And Ivan Caruth picks up the forfeit at 215 pounds for Ellendale Edgley Culm. Going to heavyweight. Oaks will forfeit that one. We're tied up, I believe, at 32 now. So we're tied up at 32, going into 107 pounds. And this is Oaks' Trig Dahlstrom going out there, the 7th grader. And Ellendale Edgley Culm would have normally Nash Nitschke, and they have that open. And that'll conclude the duel 38-32 in favor of the Oaks Tornadoes, as that one did come down to the end with the open weight class for Ellendale Edgley Culm.
And on mat number 2, continuing to go through here with still 2 more weight classes yet after this 215 match with Tucker Jones and Andre Dahl. It's a 4-4 tie with 40 seconds left here in this second period. Again, the winner has Kindred next for 5th place, while the loser will finish in 7th place this year here at the sub-regional Southeast Duel Tournament here in Kindred. So Ellendale Edgley Culm, their season's still alive in duels potentially if we do get to that challenge match a little bit later, but they must win for 3rd. For the Oaks Tornadoes, one step closer to making it to state this year, Brent, on the team duel side.
Yeah, Ellendale Edgley Culm had a good strategy going against Oaks, just missing that wrestler at 107 pounds to really push Oaks to see what they could do there in that duel.
As right now we will head to the 3rd, what's been a good matchup between Tucker Jones and Andre Dahl here, as we will have a little bit of a blood time. This timeout brought to you in part by Bank North. Bank North been a trusted financial partner for generations, helping customers achieve their financial goals. For more information, you can head to their website. That's banknorth.bank. One more time, banknorth.bank to find a branch and location near you. Member FDIC, equal housing lender. So still to come on mat number 1 will be Lisbon and South Border. There's no love lost there, and a respective but good old-fashioned rivalry coming up here, Brent, between those two.
Yeah, a little bit different matchup. You know, usually we're looking at the championship matchup here between South Border and Lisbon, but now they face each other in the semifinals, so we'll see which team came to wrestle today and who wants to make it into that championship match.
As working up top here will be Tucker Jones to begin the 3rd period on mat number 2. Jones going for a single leg as Dahl able to block it for a moment. Dahl again working in that down position, just trying to get the escape and take a 5-4 lead, but able to bring him down, and there is the escape on the way for Dahl. So Dahl now has a 5-4 lead for Napoleon Gackel-Streeter. The team duel score, the Imperials 28, the Lobos 26 right now. So this is a big swing match, particularly with the Imperials of what they still have yet to go in terms of maybe some open weight classes. With South Border and Napoleon Gackel-Streeter, there was 8 of the 13 weight classes were open. Now that's a little strategy as well for later on in the day, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah, just talking some of that mat strategy in this duel. This is an interesting duel. And you go to that 152-pound match, and that was really an interesting one there as far as, what the coaches looked at, what they could get head-to-head, because with the, just talking about those forfeits that you saw earlier, and Napoleon really put together a good duel or match strategy going up against Lemoore to keep it this tight.
It's right now 5-4 with 45 seconds left in the 3rd period as Tucker Jones trying to see if he can finish off a 3-point takedown Dahl trying to see if he can finish a three-point takedown. There it is. There's the 3 points. Now trying to work into that cradle position as he takes an 8-4 lead. Currently a decision win with 30 seconds remaining if Andrew Dahl can finish out the remaining 20 seconds here in the third period. Andrew Dahl doing his best to try to see if he can get Tucker Jones across. Time is running out right now here for Dahl. 5 seconds remaining here in the third period. As with the win at 215 pounds, you'll see 3 more points coming on the team duel score, make it a 31-26 advantage as Andrew Dahl earns the decision win here at 8-4. And from there, we'll go to the heavyweight at 285. Napoleon Gacko-Streeter will be open. So the Lobos will take a 32-31 advantage, and then we'll have 107 pounds will be the final weight class here. And it looks like the Imperials would be open as well on that. And the Lobos will come out with a victory by a final of 38-31. But as you said, Brent, you go back to that Maddox Schachman and Bryce Schneider decision win. If the Imperials able to win that particular match, it's going to look a little bit different. But the final here, finishing off in the Consolation semifinals for Lemoore Litchfield Marion, makes it 38-31. So the Lobos will go up against Kindred for 5th. Napoleon Gacko-Streeter will finish 7th here. And then on the opposite side of the bracket, on the championship side, Oaks will go up against the winner of South Border Lisbon. And then EEK will go up against the loser for 3rd. And then barring what happens in the championship, might have a challenge match a little bit later on. Let's get to some of the particulars in this one here. Brent, our Enbridge Energy wrestler of the mat. Let's talk with yours on mat number 1 between Oaks and EEK. Who kind of stood out on your performance there on mat number 1?
Yeah, Oaks ended up winning this duel by score of 38-32. And then going, I have co-wrestlers of the match, or co-wrestlers of the duel over here. And at 114 pounds, Walker Miller picked up a big win over Ben Wagner at 114, opened the scoring up, and put EEK up early 3-0 over Oaks. And I'd just say Wagner probably was the favorite in that match just by the head-to-head and the rankings. But Walker Miller with the big win by decision put EEK up 3-0. And then at 139, Zane Allender won by fall over Jagger Sand, another anticipated matchup in that duel. And Allender comes out on top of that one with a win by fall over Jagger Sand. So our Enbridge Energy wrestlers of the duel between Oaks and Ellendale Edgeley Column, I have Walker Miller and Zane Allender.
Here at 152 pounds, going back to Maddox Schachman, you take those 3 points. If it goes the opposite side, all of a sudden it's a 35-34. If it's a major decision win, Napoleon Gacko-Streeter comes out on top, but Maddox Schachman earned it in a decision win at 11-5, and in doing so, propelled the Lobos to the 5th place matchup with the Kindred Vikings. We go from there to our Agassi Precision Egg move of the match. Brent, what did you see on yours on mat number 1?
Yeah, mat number 1, I'm giving that out to Greg Fuhr at 160 pounds. Fuhr was locked in a battle and it went down with a takedown. He was down in that match and then somehow was able to recover after this takedown at 160 pounds and grabbed a head and arm and threw his opponent over to his back and won by fall. And that got 6 more points on the board for Ellendale Edgeley Column to tighten up the score over there. So Greg Fuhr picking up that Agassi Egg precision move of the match.
Well, on mat number 2, again, we're going to give this one just continuing to work, was Dalton Feist, winner via the tech fall, 18-0 at 121 pounds over Joey Hyde, particularly after that potentially dangerous move, able to continue to work throughout the match, and then does finish it off with that tech fall, so that'll go to Dalton Feist. We'll take a quick break, and we come back after this. We'll get to our second semifinal on mat number 1, and then we'll get you ready for the Consolation Championship on mat number 2 coming up in a few moments here from Kindred.
It's that time of year again. Time to kick off another exciting and fun-filled school year. Everyone at Halstead Living Center and Heritage House in Halstead hope we all can join together and make it a successful and safe school year. If you're driving near school buildings, at school bus stops, please watch carefully for children. Welcome back, students, teachers, staff, and administration from Halstead Living Center and Heritage House in Halstead, providing living environments for seniors that maximize health, independence, and quality of life.
There's more at 104. Hillsborough, North Dakota has everything you need on your next road trip. Food, fuel, fun, and family-friendly activities. Stop by and fill up your tank or grab a bite to eat. Have a blast at Goose River Golf Club, the swimming pool, or one of our beautiful parks. There's even ice skating and cross-country skiing. Take in the sights or stay the night so you don't miss a thing. Experience Hillsboro and see why there's more at 104.
Hunter Insurance Agency is a locally owned full-service agency providing protection and coverage in a number of different areas. Hunter Insurance Agency offers multi-peril crop insurance, crop hail insurance, and farm insurance for buildings and equipment. Plus, they offer home, auto, life, and business insurance. For more information, go online to hunterinsuranceagency.com or stop in and speak with Johnny Jorgensen at Hunter Insurance Agency. Find them at 201 Main Street, Hunter.
Your home for North Dakota postseason wrestling is YourLiveEvent.com. Tune in to our coverage of the East Region Individual Girls Wrestling Tournament and the Class B East Region Individual Boys Wrestling Tournament on YourLiveEvent.com. Our coverage begins on Friday, February 14th from Castleton for the Girls East Region Individual Tournament, followed by the Class B East Region Boys Individual Wrestling Tournament in Grafton on Saturday, February 15th on YourLiveEvent.com.
The friendly staff at Lemoore Drugstore reminds you from prescription requests and OTC medication, you can find it all at Lemoore Drugstore. Stay prepared for the bitter cold with our heated gear line from boot and glove liners to body wraps, scarves, and more. Rechargeable Bluetooth and disposable options are available. Located in the center of Lemoore in the Bank North Mall. For more info, go to LemooreDrugstore.com. That's LemooreDrugstore.com, or stop in and check us out. Good luck to all the wrestlers, and go Lobos.
As we continue with our coverage here today from Kinder, let's take a look at your out-of-town scoreboard here for some other dual action across the state of North Dakota. It's been fun to kind of follow along on track wrestling with the Northeast Sub-Regional Dual Tournament. Hillsboro Central Valley takes down Rugby. The Burros will wrestle for third against Northern Lights, who is able to defeat Mayport CG 48-19. And then the championship will be Carrington and Pembina County North. So two of those four teams will make their way to state, the winner of Carrington, Pembina County North. And then from there, it's just a matter of who takes third, and will there be a challenge match a little bit later on with Northern Lights and Hillsboro Central Valley. On the girls' side, Central Cass over Lisbon, 57-15. The Squirrels will wrestle Grand Forks after Grand Forks defeated Fargo 36-35. So Grand Forks and Central Cass, they're both heading to state. Now it's just a matter of who's going to join them a little bit later on. Lisbon, Fargo still alive, South Border, Carrington, Napoleon, Gacko, Streeter, Pembina County North, and West Fargo United all on the Wrestleback side. We'll take a quick break. When we come back after this, get you ready for Lisbon, South Border in the semis. Also with Kindred going up against Lemoore at Litchfield Marion for 5th place later on today here in Kindred.
Lisbon Public Schools is currently seeking a high school English teacher, high school math teacher, and a 5th grade teacher for the 2025-26 school year. Lisbon Public Schools offers a competitive salary and excellent benefits. For more information, please email Superintendent Justin Fryer at justin.fryer@k12.nd.us. Lisbon Public Schools, where you can watch your kids continue to grow from the playing surface to the classroom. Go Broncos!
Goose River Bank is here for the communities we serve, building relationships that last a lifetime, serving the strong Red River Valley and beyond. We are your neighbors, friends, and family, committed to providing everything from everyday personal banking to loans for your farm or business. Visit one of our locations in Mayville, Hillsboro, or Hatton, or reach out and we'll happily come to you, because it's the neighborly thing to do. Goose River Bank. Strong bank, strong communities.
All right, welcome back here, liveevent.com. We're here for the Southeast Sub-Region Duels. We're in the semifinal round. here with the Lisbon Broncos taking on the South Border Mustangs. The Broncos, the number 3 seed, South Border, the number 2 seed. These two teams had met up in the regular season, and it was a win by South Border, 34-32 over the Broncos. In this matchup at 114 pounds, as these matches in this round of competition will start. These duels will start at 114 in a cradle, locked up by Jared Schilling. Schilling working for a quick foul on Nias Lyons, trying to put the Mustangs up early in this one. Schilling has a tight cradle locked up on the near center edge of the mat, and the win by fall for Jared Schilling. And 6-0 lead right out the gate for South Border over the Broncos. Last year, these two teams met up at the championship duel in the Southeast Subregion, and it was Lisbon winning 31-30 in that duel. No challenge match or challenge duel last year to get into the state tournament. Now 121 pounds. This is one of those matches to watch out for in this duel. The last time around, it was Liam Lepp over Grayson Lyons in that regular season duel. And Lepp was able to come back at the Central Cass Letterman's tournament and win the head-to-head there at the Letterman's. So batting about 50-50 or 500 for each wrestler head-to-head. And we're still 6-0 dual score. Lyons goes to the wrist tie on the far side. Lepp wrist tie on the near side. Lyons level change, a little snap down. Lepp stands back up, drags Lyons towards him. Lyons in the opening duel lost his match. That was to Joey Potts, 6-3. Looks to rebound. They're still in the neutral position, under 50 seconds remaining in the first period at 121 pounds on mat 1. Snap down by Lyons. Lepp recovers. Level change by Lepp. Drags Lyons down to the mat. Working back towards the center edge near side. The wrestlers, no committed shot yet, just little feints and level changes. And a snap down off the collar by Liam Lepp. Lyons tries to attack the ankle. Lepp backs away. Final 5 seconds of this first period, still scoreless. And go into the second period, Lepp with the choice who defers, so it appears South Border has choice on the odd matches. And off the whistle, Lyons tries to sit out. Lepp chops the arm on the far side. Lyons stands up. Lepp returns him back down to the mat. Little leg trip. Gets Lyons back down to the mat. Scoops the arm on the near side. Lyons trying to quad pot up, turn those hips away. Lepp doing a good job keeping that forward pressure and those hands down on the mat by Lyons. Picks the far ankle. Lyons has to get some hand control. Lepp staying busy in the top position. Now Lepp will have to return Lyons down, and just does it in time before picking up a stall warning. Still scoreless in the second period.
As on mat number 2, we will get to our Consolation Championship for 5th place here in a few moments between Kindred alongside Lemoore Litchfield-Marion.
1 point escape for Grayson Lyons. Now has the 1-0 lead. Up with the little level change. Lyons keeps that hand in distance from Lepp. Lyons with his back to the center of the mat. Snap down, level change. Not able to come back up off the re-attack. Liam Lepp able to stand back up. Final 30 seconds, still 1-0 lead for Grayson Lyons. Liam Lepp will have choice to start the third. Lepp goes high crotch, Lyons reshoots in a double, follows that up, has a double locked up on the edge of the mat. Lepp going underhook. Lyons, let's see if he can turn the corner at the end of the period. Final 12 seconds on mat number 2, or mat number 1.
As on mat number 2, right off the shoot, Joseph Potts working up top on Gavin Swenson here at 121 pounds. Able to get the takedown here for Joseph Potts and takes a 5-0 lead here over Swenson.
And Lyons hadn't followed up that level change with a shot and was able to double up Lepp on the edge of the mat. They ran out of time in the period. Now Lepp with choice chooses bottom position on mat number 1 to start the third. Lyons up 1-0.
Joseph Potts getting some near fall points on the way here for Lamore Litchfield-Marion over Gavin Swenson. Currently with a 5-0 lead with 1:10 left to play, left to wrestle here in the first period and give him 4 more points here for Potts.
Well, Lepp trying to turn the corner. Lyons hunting for a stalemate call and a potentially dangerous is the call he'll get after Lepp had a nice stand up and a hip heist.
Potts going to let Swenson loose, and then Potts will get Swenson back down to the mat. Just unable to finish the move right now. Has kind of got him in a little bit of a headlock here is Swenson on Potts.
And off the whistle, Lyons has to drop down to the ankle. He has it doubled up on Lepp. Keeps Lepp down on the mat. So Lyons with the mat return able to keep Liam Lepp down on the mat. 1-0 lead for Grayson Lyons. Lepp back up on his feet. Lyons works back around the corner. Still 1-0.
It's 12-2 on mat number 1 right now as Potts continues to work. Has the 3 points coming. Now make it a 15-2.
Lyons has the leg hooked. Has Lepp on his hip with a minute remaining. Liam Lepp trying to counter this attack by Lyons. Lyons scoops the chin. He'll try to stretch Lepp out here on mat 1.
And 2 points for the reversal and 2 more points coming for Gavin Swenson. A flurry of scoring in the first period on mat number 2. It's 15-6 in favor of Potts going to the second period.
And 40 seconds remaining. Lepp with some hand control. Lyons trying to stick the leg back in. Lepp on the edge of the mat. Has the base. Working the edge. Lepp sips out on Lyons. Trying to grab the ankle. Now with 25 seconds remaining.
Gavin Swenson gets into a pinning position here on Potts on mat number 2. Has 3 points with a takedown, earning some near fall points coming as well.
Lyons keeps the hand in. He's going to try to run the time off. He's in the top position with 10 seconds remaining. And that'll do it. Win by decision, 1-0. Lyons grinds it out for the 1-0 win at 121 pounds.
As continuing to work here on mat number 2, Swenson going to get 2 points for the escape, 3 points for the near fall coming for Joseph Potts. It's now 17-9 with 60 seconds left here in this second period as now Potts continues to work up top on Gavin Swenson. What a way to start this Consolation Championship on mat number 2.
It's a scoring bonanza over there.
This might be our highest scoring one between these 2 wrestlers of the day.
Yeah, fun match to watch. We're now at 127 pounds over on mat number 1. Gavin Robertson out there wrestling Ryland Vetter.
As right now, Gavin Swenson on the bottom here of Potts. 30 seconds left in this second period. Swenson trying to see if he can roll Potts across. Does get 2 points for the escape.
Vetter with the slide by scores a 3-point takedown on Robertson. Chop the arm, now spirals the far wrist.
2 points for the reversal. Near fall points coming again here for Gavin Swenson. He's going to run out of time here in the period. 5 seconds remaining in this second. You got 4 near fall points coming to make it 17-15 now as we go to the third period.
Our dual score on mat number 1, 6-3 in favor of the Mustangs. We have Ryland Vetter out there in the top position. Has Robertson now able to scoot those hips up underneath him. Robertson stands up. Vetter has to return him to the mat.
Justin Lehman coming to double check to see that the score is correct. If it's maybe 17-16 instead of 17-15 as we head to the third period. But right now 17-15 in favor of Potts over Swenson at 121 pounds.
Yeah, entertaining match over there on mat number 2. Still 3-0 lead for Ryland Vetter off the whistle on that restart. Robertson broke back belly down. He'll try to scoot those hips up underneath him. Vetter has the arm bar, catches the shoulder, and he's going to walk this around. Robertson's going to try to bridge through, but Vetter catches Robertson, working for a pin over on mat number 1. Shoulder not up by much. Robertson spins back around. Vetter will pick up the 4 near fall. And he has a butcher locked up, or a screwdriver as we call it, on Vetter. And the 2 reversal for Robertson. 7-2's your score. Robertson in some trouble. Vetter has him cracked down on the hip, trying to get the reversal at the end of the period. Final 3 seconds. And the time runs out. And we'll see the officials confer. And the 1. So 8-2 is your score going into the second period.
Both have been a flurry of scoring here at this particular match as we continue in period number 2. They did give additional points to Gavin Swenson, so it's 18-17 to begin this third period at 121 pounds, our first weight class of this Consolation Championship on mat number 2.
As we're 8-2 the score going into our second period, Ryland Vetter in the top position. He goes right away down to the arm, roll through by Robertson, but Vetter catches the arm bar.
As Gavin Swenson able to get 3 points for the near fall.
And Vetter catches Robertson on his back again. Has the reversal, working for a fall, has the double arm bar locked up. He's going to sit through and arch his back.
As the headgear was coming off here for a moment for Potts.
Steps over the top. Robertson trying to loosen the arm, but not able to do it. Vetter keeps him over with 1:15 remaining.
21-17 your score with 60 seconds remaining here in the third period between Swenson and Potts on mat number 2. Gavin with the lead here for Kindred.
Robertson still fighting off his back. Vetter keeps readjusting. Left shoulder up, not by much. Vetter's going to scoop the head, keeps Robertson on his back. Robertson bridges through, gets belly down as Robertson knows what it means to give up the bonus points and still fighting off his back. 12-2 lead.
Gavin Swenson getting near fall points, but working across a little bit on Potts, who got called for a stalling warning here just a few minutes ago. It's now going to be a 25-17 lead here for Gavin Swenson with 20 seconds remaining in third.
Yeah, every point counts in these duels now. A 12-2 lead in this match for Ryland Vetter over Gavin Robertson. Final 25 seconds of our second period.
As right now, Joseph Potts trying to avoid a pin here for Gavin Swenson. Gavin with 2 seconds, with 1 second, and he beats the final 2 seconds of the match, winner via the fall, Gavin Swenson, and what might be one of our most entertaining matches of the day.
And working for a foul over here once again at the end of the period is Ryland Vetter, and he doesn't get it, but picks up the 4 near fall, 16-2, going into our third period.
Gavin Swenson, winner via the fall, gives the Kinder Vikings a 6-0 lead as we head to 127 pounds, and the Vikings will take a 12-0 lead, winner via forfeit. For Jager Jordheim here for the Kinder Vikings.
That's the start of our third period, 16-2 lead for Ryland Vetter. And drives those hips around, catches Robertson a little bit high. Robertson back behind the elbows, riding in good position now with 1:45 remaining.
As we head to 133 pounds on mat number 2, Cameron Kittleson of Kindred going up against Andre Van Eden here of Lemoore Litchfield Marion.
Here's Vetter trying to score this reversal. Robertson's going to catch him, keeps the legs in. Still a little bit high. Vetter does have that bottom foot caught. Robertson's going to dig it in.
As As right now, Kittleson continues to work on Van Eden. Got him to a single leg, trying to get him down to the mat. There's a 3-point takedown here for Cameron.
Well, Vetter and Robertson now called as a stalemate. So good outcome there for Robertson. Just a little bit out of position. With the minute remaining, he's down 16-2.
1-point escape for Van Eden makes it a 3-1 contest in favor of Kittleson for Kindred at 133 pounds, 60 seconds in.
A big mat return by Robertson on Vetter. Now he goes to work on the arm. Still time on the clock, 45 seconds here for Robertson to put some more points on the board. Has Vetter down on the mat.
That little chicken wing in here for Kittleson on Van Eden. Near fall points upcoming here for the Vikings.
Robertson now with 30 seconds. Vetter trying to hip heist into Robertson. Robertson digs in the leg and he's called for stalling, and not sure why they called it for stalling and then stopped the match, but they do. Take him back to the center for a restart. 25 seconds remaining.
Kittleson with a 9-1 lead here over Van Eden on mat number 2, 30 seconds here in the first period.
And off the whistle on the restart. Here's Robertson and Vetter. Final 15 seconds. Robertson sticks in the leg right. Vetter stands up. Should be potentially dangerous in that position, but they're going to let him wrestle this one out. Final 5 seconds. Robertson's going to hang on and does in the major victory to win her decision. Here for Robertson, fought through that whole entire match down and preserves it, saves 2 bonus points.
As you will see on the bottom here will be Van Eden with 21 seconds left in the first period against Kittleson for the Kindred Vikings. Kittleson got the left egg, able to bring Van Eden back down to the mat. It's 9-1 in favor of Cameron Kittleson here at 133 pounds. The duel score is 12-0 in favor of the Kindred Vikings.
And our dual score on mat 1 now, 10-3 in favor of the South Border Mustangs. As we're at 133 pounds. Anderson wrestling up for the Broncos. Robertson wrestling down. Off the whistle, takedown for Anderson.
As we will start this in the second period here at 133 pounds as Van Eden will be in the down position here against Kittleson.
So Noah Anderson wrestling Carter Glazeman of South Border. He has the 3-0 lead, minute 29 on the clock in the first period.
This will be the final match on our Consolation side of the bracket here on mat number 2. As we will go to our third place and into a cradle position here is Kittleson, now into a pinning position here on mat number 2.
And Anderson has Glazeman in a cradle. It's tight, has the arm trapped behind his body. Working for the fall here is Noah Anderson on Carter Glazeman.
We have 4 points for the near fall here as Kittleson able to work on Van Eden, who works off the mat.
And the win by fall for Anderson. Broncos now with 9 points on the board, down by 1 to the South Border Mustangs. 10-9's the dual score.
Cameron Kittleson one more good move away from possibly winning via the tech fall, as it's a 13-1 lead in favor of Kittleson here with 1:15 remaining in this second period. Kittleson working on that arm bar across the back of Van Eden.
Now at 139 pounds. Another back and forth matchup head-to-head between Cruz Ranke and Riker Vetter. Vetter off the whistle with the shot on Ranke. Ranke goes front headlock, snaps down Vetter.
.40 seconds remaining on period number 2. As Van Eden is trying his best to preserve this match to the third period.
And back to the center for a restart on mat number 1.
As Cameron Kittleson wins via the fall here late in the second period and gets 6 more points to the Vikings. It's Kindred 18, Lamore Litchfield Marion scoreless as we head to 139 pounds.
We're at 139 pounds over on mat number 1. 10-9 lead for South Border. That's Riker Vetter out there for the Mustangs wrestling Cruz Ranke. Vetter with another shot on Ranke. Ranke underhooks on the near side.
Winner via the forfeit at 139 pounds in the open weight class is Jet Johnson here for the Kinder Vikings as they make their way to 145 on mat number 2.
And back to the center for another restart between Vetter and Cruz Ranke. Vetter collar tie on Ranke. Ranke works to isolate the right arm on Vetter. Still 35 seconds remaining in the first period, and we're scoreless on mat 1.
As on mat number 2, we go to Brock Johnson here at 145 pounds for the Vikings, going up against Leo Lalum here for Lamore Litchfield-Marion. As early on, 3 points in the takedown here for Brock.
And snap down here by Vetter. Ranke still working over the top. Vetter pushes into Ranke. Ranke now circles back towards the center. Final 5 seconds of the first period, and we're scoreless.
As the Vikings with Brock Johnson working that arm bar a little bit against Lalum here and seeing if he can get Lalum turned over onto his back, continues to work as Lalum right now in a defensive position gets through the arm a little bit there of Brock Johnson and back to his base.
And start of our second period, Ranke in the bottom position. Right away goes to work on the wrist and tries to pass it over and scoot the hips out, but Vetter works back to hand control underneath the arms and elbows.
As we'll continue to see Brock Johnson and most of these Kindred wrestlers so far against the Lobos have been on the offensive attack early on here in this Consolation Championship match on mat number 2. As the Lobos had to earn one against Napoleon Gackel-Streeter earlier this afternoon to get to 5th place. And now into a pinning combination, and winner via the fall here is Brock Johnson. So for 5-pound weight classes coming up, as you get the 100th career win as well for Brock Johnson. And this Kindred Viking faithful on their feet, able to do it on his own home match here as well. Brock Johnson again with his 100th career win here for the Kindred Vikings at 145 pounds.
And we're under a minute now, 54 seconds remaining in the second period. Still scoreless. Ranke started in the bottom position. Vetter doing a good job with the right out in the first minute. Goes back to spike the ankle, keeping Ranke broke down. Staying active on top, working through combinations. Trying to see what works. Goes back to spike the ankle with Vetter in the top position on mat number 1.
Maddox Schockman here for Lamore Litchfield-Marion at 152 pounds, going up against Noak Swenson here for the Kindred Vikings on mat number 2.
And Ranke stands up. He has Vetter in a little bit of trouble trying to get the reversal at the end of the period with final 15 seconds. Ranke is up 2-0. Nice kind of a standing switch. Catches Vetter a little flat-footed. And Ranke takes the 2-0 lead into the third period. Vetter's choice chooses bottom.
Max Schockman went for a single leg, is going to get the 3-point takedown here against Swenson at 152 pounds. 45 seconds into this first period. Lobos looking to get on the board right now as they're getting skunked at 30-0 here with 5 weight classes already done. Schockman here for the Lobos continues to ride up top here on Swenson.
A 1-point escape for Riker Vetter. Now 2-1s to score. Minute 40 remaining in the third period.
These wrestling duels got moved back 2 hours from the 10 o'clock start with the weather, and Brett and I both said that was probably the right move, seeing where some of these teams had to come from to Kindred here today, as Swenson able to get the 2-point reversal.
And Vetter off that single leg shot. Ranke's able to counterattack through in the quarter Nelson. Vetter reaches out trying to stop this goal behind attempt by Ranke. Ranke has a cradle locked up on Vetter. Ranke's trying to adjust and whip over Vetter. Vetter's trying to counter. Ranke has him on his hip and catches Vetter. Working for some near falls. Cruz Ranke on Riker Vetter.
We're going to head to the second period at 4-2.
And the win by fall for Cruz Ranke on Riker Vetter at 139 pounds.
You can hear the Lisbon faithful chanting Cruz across the way on top of it. And we head to mat number 2. It's 4-2 in favor of Schockman here over Swenson.
Yeah, Ranke made the adjustment looked over to the coach's corner, and they gave him the right adjustment, and works out for Ranke with the win by fall. Now the Broncos up 15-10.
Right now Swenson working on top of Schachman here to begin this second period. It's 30-0 Kindred again on the team duel score on the weight class here at 152 pounds. 4-2 in favor of Maddox here from Lemoore Litchfield Marion.
Yeah, no easy matchups here between the Mustangs and the Broncos. Griffin Greenlee taking on Joseph Keller. Match just underway. Broncos now up by 5, 15-10.
Maddox Schachman able to get a 1-point escape, going for the single leg. Here is Swenson. Now Schachman trying to come out of it on his own right. Swenson working on top. So we'll get called for a potentially dangerous move as we'll start in the neutral position here on mat number 2.
Greenlee and Keller working the little head tap, working the heads. And a little level change, but nothing more than that so far in the first 40 seconds.
So mat number 2. Schachman and Swenson kind of locked up, going for a single leg there is Schachman.
Now Keller drops levels. Greenlee almost caught him with the chin whip. Keller able to recover. Drops down a high crotch on Greenlee. Greenlee tries to go up over the top here. Good scramble on the edge of the mat between Keller and Greenlee. And they're off. Back to the center for a restart.
Greenlee kind of looked like a chicken that you're trying to catch for lunch a little bit later on there.
Yeah, that I was thinking a goat, kind of big Billy goat there. He's not going to give up that takedown, so good effort.
Schachman right now with an 8-2 advantage on Swenson here on mat number 2. 10 seconds left here in the second period. Swenson trying to see if he can get a 2-point escape here, but Schachman's got him grasped up pretty good here to try to ride out the final few seconds of the second.
Greenlee has Keller going to his back. He caught him. Greenlee working for some near fall on Keller. At the end of the period, Greenlee now up 7-0.
As beginning this third period, 8-2 Schachman over Noak Swenson here of the Vikings, as Schachman will be on the top position to begin the period.
And what set that up for Greenlee was being offensive. Went down to a double leg, and that worked him up into a body lock. Muscled it out with Keller. Greenlee let Keller kind of throw him and rolled through on top. Picks up the takedown and near fall. Now 7-0. We're going to neutral position in our second period.
As you will see, Schachman here working up top on Swenson. Swenson trying to see if he can get to a little bit of a headlock there on Schachman. As right now gets Swenson's arm across. Some near fall points potentially, but Swenson looking for the reversal here and gets the 2-point reversal.
And a nice slide by attempt here. Greenlee still scrambling. And Greenlee on his defense, he's really come to life off these attacks by Keller. Able to scramble out of 2 of them so far.
Swenson got the 2-point reversal, 3 points for the takedown, and now is trying to see if he can get into a little bit more of some near fall points upcoming here against Schachman. Time running out as Swenson down by 1, 8-7, 45 seconds here in the third.
And a nice shuck attempt by Keller, but Greenlee counters that, steps out. Final 50 seconds remaining in the second period. Greenlee still up 7-0.
Stalling warning called on Schachman here, up by 1, 30 seconds here in the third period. So another stalling warning would be tied at 8.
Greenlee with another slide by attempt, Keller with another slide by attempt. Greenlee backs him off. They go back to the center of the mat on mat number 1.
Swenson was trying to work that cradle. There's the stalling warning, and we will be tied at 8 apiece. 5 seconds remaining here in the third period as Swenson and Schachman are locked up here, tied at 8.
Some great matches over there on mat number 2. Also mat number 1, as we're still 7-0. We're locked up in over-unders on the edge of the mat. Final 5 seconds.
As we will go to bonus wrestling here, as we'll get a whistle on Swenson. Just came out of the chute a little bit too quickly there on Schachman.
And they had a 1 second restart. Keller has choice to start the third. He chooses bottom position.
Swenson trying to finish off the move against Schockman right now. Schockman and Swenson here at 152 pounds, tied at 8 into bonus wrestling.
Off the whistle, quick stand up by Keller. Greenlee wisely drops down, takes the ankle. He's going to back Keller to the edge of the mat. He's got to return him. No stall warning given up. He does take 8 seconds off. Greenlee still up 7-0.
Swenson right now trying to work that headlock a little bit on Schockman. 15 seconds. The Vikings trying to come it across, and there's the 3 points for the near fall. 11-8 right now, and all that Swenson needs to do is ride the last 10 seconds out, and more points coming here for the Kinder Vikings as they will finish this one off in the bonus wrestling. And points will be awarded here to Kindred in a decision OT win.
And a 1 point escape now for Joseph Keller. 7-1 score. Greenlee on another double leg shot. Keller down blocks and goes into a quarter Nelson. Greenlee backs up. Final minute and 15 remaining in the third period. Keller a little faint into the high crotch. Greenlee steps back around. And an eye poke here for Keller as we will have a timeout, another Bank North timeout over on mat number 1.
As on mat number 2, again, the 152 pounds, Noak Swenson able to earn the 3 points. 33-0 is the team score as we head to 160 pounds with Miles Theelgis of Kindred wrestling against Henry Lettenmeyer here of Lemoore Litchfield Marion at 160 pounds in the Consolation Championship.
Yep, there's a minute 8 on the clock after that Bank North timeout. Still 7-1 is your lead for Griffin Greenlee. Keller scores the escape. Greenlee holding center of the mat. Greenlee doesn't have to press the action. Keller's down by 6. Keller calculated, steps in, wades into Greenlee. Greenlee backs up, now circles. Final 45 seconds.
As Miles Seal just earns the 3-point takedown here with 60 seconds remaining in the first period.
Here's Keller and Greenlee on a scramble. Greenlee has a front head. He steps into Keller. He catches Keller, and he's going to throw him over. Keller recovers. Nice whizzer here by Keller. They're still going at it over here on mat 1. Greenlee takes a look at the clock. He has the 6-point lead.
As working up top here is going to be Theelgis on Lettenmeyer. Still 3-0 on mat number 2 with 40 seconds remaining here in the first period.
Final 15. Greenlee could just run around the mat and doesn't have to engage Keller. Instead, he goes in for a single leg. Final 5 seconds. Griffin Greenlee wins by decision. And it will be by decision at the end of the period. 7-1. The Broncos put 3 more points. Now 18-10 is the dual score. And we'll have a fired up Cole Stock for Saltborder going out there, wrestling Ryan Eng of the Lisbon Broncos out, 152 pounds.
After one period at 160 pounds on mat number 2, Miles Theelgis with a 3-0 lead. The team dual score right now for the Kinder Vikings is 33-0 right now, as again we're at 160 pounds.
So here's Ryan Eng and Cole Stock after that win by Griffin Greenlee. Big scramble at the end, scoring opportunity for either wrestler. Greenlee was able to win by decision. And back with a stalemate here on mat number 1 between Eng and Stock.
As right now, Lettenmeyer and Theelgis tied up in the center of the mat here on mat number 2.
And Eng goes, has a head and arm locked up. Stock able to slip through that. Eng tried to hit the elbow pass, ended up kind of a head and arm position. Stock with the 3-point takedown, going to work right away on the head on Ryan Eng. This is brutal here. Eng going over to his back. He'll pick up near fall. Stock working for more.
As a mat number 2, it got called for a stalling warning here for Lettenmeyer. 3 points with a takedown for Miles Theelgis. It's 6-0 here in favor of Theelgis with 40 seconds left in the second period.
So we do have 4 near fall. And Eng down on the mat for the Broncos. Looks like some either blood or injury time. So another Bank North timeout.
As on mat number 2 right now, Thiel just continues to work up top with Lettenmeyer with 20 seconds left here in the second period. 33-0 is your team score right now as Thiel just looks to ride out the final 10 seconds here and take a 6-point lead going into the final third.
Yep, so we are at 152 pounds. Cole Stock has the 7-0 lead on mat number 1. Injury time coming to Ryan Eng. Stock really working over the head on Eng and picked up near fall, so 7-0 lead over on mat 1.
Starting on the bottom will be Miles Thiel just here with Henry Lettenmeyer at 160 pounds to begin this third period. As Miles Thiel just up with that 6-0 lead, trying to just to avoid a big comeback here from Lettenmeyer and trying to see if he can get out of the grass right now as Lettenmeyer working up top and quickly able to get out of the grass as Thiel just, Lettenmeyer still holding on to that left ankle right now. Seconds into this third period, a stalling warning here for Lettenmeyer. And there's going to be the 1 point added to Miles Thielgis. Thielgis trying to work that high arm across on Lettenmeyer right now on mat number 2. As you will see, working again is Miles Thielgis on the near side of the mat with 60 seconds remaining and awfully trying to get an extra point, able to do so there with a 2-point reversal. That would be a major win if it would finish here at a 9-0 lead here for the Kinder Vikings. The team duel score is 33-0 here on mat number 2.
And we still are injury time over on mat number 1. That was at 152 pounds. That dual score is 18-10 in favor of the Broncos.
Kindred right now, if they can finish this one off with this particular score with 6 weight classes remaining, they will take the Consolation Championship regardless if they forfeit the last 6 weight classes. So Miles Thiel just trying to give the Kindred Vikings the Consolation Championship here for the final 20 seconds here of this third period.
Yeah, an impressive performance by the Vikings up to this point in that match or that duel. And we do have a medical forfeit over on mat number 1. So 6 points on the board, 18-16 is the score.
As you will see this one come to a close here on mat number 2 as Miles Thiel just will win via a major decision 9-0. And in doing so, 4 points being awarded here to the Kinder Vikings at 37-0. Here at now 160 pounds. Miles Thiel just able to win via major decision over Henry Lettenmeyer. As we'll head to 172 pounds again with that win for the Kinder Vikings. Even if they lose all of them via the pin or the fall, it would be a 37-36 win at the bare minimum. So the Kinder Vikings right now in the driver's spot to try to get to that consolation title, barring any unsportsmanlike that would take some points away.
And we're going into 160 pounds. Here's Brody Hoffman for the South Border Mustangs taking on Jace Zimprich of the Lisbon Broncos. Hoffman in on a double leg, takes Zimprich down to the mat. Okay, last time around these two teams met, regular season duel, Hoffman on the lineup with a broken finger.
As Tanner Mangy here for the Kinder Vikings wasting little time against Crosby Shockman here for Lamore Litch-O'Marion as Tanner already into a pinning position up 6-1 here at 172 pounds.
And Hoffman catches Zimprich in that chin drop position, has the arm caught, trying to pull him back around. He'll extend this out and work over the top. Zimprich back belly down.
As Tanner able to earn the fall here for the Kinder Vikings, 1:12 left in the first period. As Mangy here for the Kinder Vikings now makes it a 43-0 lead here for Kindred. Looks like Kinder will be open in the next 1 or 2 weight classes as well going forward. So the Lobos will get some points on the board here.
And looks like we may have a little injury. No timeout, though, so 1:04 on the clock. 3-0 lead. That's for Brody Hoffman.
189 pounds open weight class here for the Vikings, as Cale Hebel will earn the 6 points. Also, Jake Kramer at 215 pounds will earn the open weight class, and then we'll see the heavyweight coming up here, and again for the Lobos earning some more points.
Yeah, good Granby roll out there for Zimprich. And then a takedown for Hoffman, up 6-1. 50 seconds remaining in the first period. Hoffman goes into a cradle. Zimprich did a good job, gets hand control on Hoffman, steps back around. Now another escape for Zimprich.
As Kramer at 215 again wins via the forfeit to make it now 43-12 as we head to heavyweight here on mat number 2. Newdell for Kinder will be going up against Tucker Jones here for Lamort Litchfield Marion. Kaysen here for the Kinder Vikings, going up against Tucker Jones again for the Lobos.
Yeah, Zimprich doing a good job on those leg attacks. Hoffman catches Zimprich on his hip. Goes back to work underneath. He has another 3-point takedown, 9-2 lead at the end of this first period.
Scoreless here on mat number 2 between the Lobos and the Vikings. Well, 2 more weight classes yet to go here after heavyweights in the Consolation Championship.
And back to the center for a restart. They're on the start of the second period, 9-2. We're in the neutral position. And Brody Hoffman, Jace Zimprich at 160 pounds.
Newdell and Tucker Jones currently scoreless right now at 50 seconds left in this first period. Going for a single leg there is Jones. Newdell continues to work up top.
And Hoffman catches Zimprich. He throws him over to his back. Zimprich able to roll through. Couple quick near fall coming for Hoffman, up 12-2. Now he's going to roll Zimprich over again. Zimprich trying to fight back to his belly. Minute 23 here for Hoffman to work into a pinning combination. He has the head scooped. He's over the top and working for a fall over on mat 1. And the win by fall for Brody Hoffman at 160 pounds. We're up to 172. Here with Riley Lucina going out.
As on mat number 1 will be scoreless heading to the second period at 285 between Newdell and Tucker Jones. Again, the team dual score, Kindred 43, Lamore Litchfield Marion, the Lobos at 12.
A dual score now 22-18 in favor of the Mustangs. We're at 172 pounds. So Lucina for the Broncos, up over the top. Arm drag, coming back around, drags him out. Lucina against Brody Michelson. And they're scoreless after that scramble.
Tucker Jones working up top here on Newdell for the Kinder Vikings. 30 seconds into this second period, still scoreless on mat number 2.
Michelson in on a high crotch on Lucina, has him going down to the mat. 3-point takedown for Brody Michelson, up 3-0. Goes right away into a cradle. Lucina passes the arm over the head. Now 1-point escape, 3-1's the score.
Tucker Jones able to roll Newdell over now into a pinning combination here at the center of the mat. But Newdell able to roll back over to his stomach, as we will get 4 near fall points awarded here to Jones.
You know, the 3-point takedown going to Brody Michelson has a 6-0 lead over Riley Lucina. Working far center edge of the mat. Michelson works the arm and wrist on Lucina. And back to the center for a restart on mat 1. 51 seconds remaining. 6-1 lead for Michelson.
We will have a restart here on mat number 2 with 50 seconds left in this second period. Tucker Jones continuing as he has throughout the entirety of the period, working up top here on Newdell.
And off the whistle, Lucina tried the stand-up, a chop of the arm, and now working underneath. Here's Brody Michelson. Lucina belly down on the mat. Still in the first period, 38 seconds remaining.
As Tucker Jones does win via the fall here in this second period with 29 seconds left to go. The Lobos will get to 18 now team dual points. It's 43-18 as we head to 107 pounds here on mat number 2.
And working up over the top, Michelson and Lucina. Lucina has that wrist caught again. He's trying to hip heist away at the end of the period. Final 10 seconds. Not able to get any separation. Michelson still back behind riding. And 6-1 is the dual score, or I should say the match score. 22-18 in favor of the Mustangs in our duel on mat 1.
As mat number 2, John Logren here at 107 pounds going up against Bristol Swanson for the Kinder Vikings.
Lucina deferred choice over to Michelson, who chooses neutral. Lucina's going to lock up with Michelson, steps into him. Michelson able to get back down, counters it. Lucina's going to go double unders on Michelson again. Back to the center of the mat. Michelson trying to dump Lucina. Lucina keeps the hip square to the mat. Michelson goes for the dump now, and he's going to turn the corner, takes Lucina over to his back. Working for falls, Brody Michelson on mat 1. Michelson goes, scoops the head. In a minute 18 remaining in the second period. Michelson working for a fall on Lucina.
As we do have some blood time here on mat number 2. Blood time brought to you in part by Bank North.
And Michelson, your winner by fall. 6 points on the board, 28-18. Here's your dual score in favor of the Mustangs. Here's Schwab going out for the Broncos. Right at 189. Cole Nitschke on the mat for South Border.
As you will see on mat number 1 right now, Bristol Swanson with a 3-0 lead over Logren here for the Lobos, with 35 seconds left here in the second period.
So here's Schwab and Nitschke. (28-18), the Mustangs breaking open a 10-point lead over on mat 1.
Right now, Logren gets the 2-point reversal. It's 3-2 with 5 seconds left here in this first period. And we get another blood timeout here on mat number 1.
And still in the first period on mat number 1. A double leg. Now, high crotch shot by Schwab. He's going to try to crack down Nitschke. Nitschke able to get back in position. Has the back ankle caught on Schwab. Schwab had his chance. Wasn't able to keep those legs driving. And Nitschke using that long body. Reaches over the top. Schwab does have him cracked down. He's going to try to step over. Nitschke trying to keep his hips up. Good scramble here on mat number 1.
Mat number 2, timeout brought to you in part by Bank North, helping customers and communities build, grow, and prosper. Go to banknorth.bank today. That's banknorth.bank. Member FDIC, equal housing lender. That again on mat 2 for the blood timeout.
So we're back with that scramble. That was won by Nitschke. Nitschke with the 3-0 lead with 30 seconds remaining. Schwab down with the half Nelson. Grabs the far wrist on Schwab. Schwab reaches up trying to counter. Head up, look away, and peel. Able to do that. Keeps the wrist. Nitschke going to work 2-on-1 on the far side.
Update for you from Carrington. Carrington defeats Pembina County North for the championship 39-30. And then Northern Lights takes third over Hillsborough Central Valley 44-30. And with Pembina County North already beating Northern Lights via tiebreaker criteria 33-33. Pembina County North and Carrington heading to state in the Northeast.
Yep. Say congratulations to those two teams on making it to the dual team tournament.
Here on mat number 2, we continue at 107 pounds. Still 3-2. Bristol Swanson from Kindred out in front here over Logren, but Logren working up top right now as they will call a stalemate and re-get into the center position.
Yeah, we're 3-0 lead for Nitschke. Cole Nitschke up 3-0. Had a high crotch shot on Schwab. Schwab able to sprawl, gets back out. Minute 40 on the clock.
Still got a minute left in here in the second period with Swanson and Logren and mat number 2. One more weight class to go at 114 before the Consolation Championship is done.
Here, our duel opened up at 114 pounds in the semifinal duel between Lisbon and South Border. Here's Nitschke, catches Schwab with the three-point takedown, now has the 6-0 lead. Do a quick recap. It was Jared Schilling over Nias Lyons at 114 by a foul, 6-0 lead for South Border. Grayson Lyons won by decision over Liam Webb, 1-0. 6-3 lead for South Border. Then Rylan Vetter over Gavin Robertson by major decision. 10-3 lead for South Border at 127.
21 seconds left here in this second period. Still a 3-2 advantage for Bristol Swanson as they will restart here in the middle of the mat.
Broncos would pick up wins at 139, 145, and at 139 and 145 to grab the lead over South Border. And South Border picks up a win by medical forfeit and then take the lead with the win by foul by Brody Hoffman over Jay Simprich at 160. And then Brody Michelson wins by a foul over Riley Lucina at 172. They're up 28-18 on the Broncos.
So we'll start in a neutral position again to open up the third period.
The final 2 seconds, and now time runs out. 6-0 lead for Cole Nitschke. Schwab has choice. Nitschke with choice. Nitschke looks to the corner. He chooses neutral with Schwab.
Logren went in for a single leg right now. Then Bristol Swanson, we're going to see a stalemate one more time between these two at 107 pounds.
And Nitschke with a shot follows that up. Comes over the top on Schwab. He's going to try to snap him down. He has the kind of cow catcher position over the head underneath or an underhook on the far side. Now drops down to a single leg. Schwab in the elevator position. Nitschke's going to drop down, gets those hips kind of squared up. Still 6-0 lead for Cole Nitschke. Schwab looks to score. He'll try to turn the corner. Nitschke with those long arms reaches out, stops it.
As we also get a stalemate at pretty much the same time on mat 1 and mat 2. 1:02 left in the third period. It's still 3-2 Bristol Swanson over Logren here of Lemoore Litchfield Marion.
Yeah, we got 1:15 remaining in the third period on mat number 1. 6-0 lead for Cole Nitschke over Madden Schwab. They're back up on their feet in the neutral position.
Going in for a single lead was Swanson. Logren trying to get out of his grasp right now with 40 seconds left here in the third.
And Schwab's in a collar tie with Nitschke. Final 50 seconds, still in the third period. 6-0 lead for Cole Nitschke. Now drops down to high crotch and a stall warning. And a 1 point going over to Cole Nitschke, now up 7-0 over Madden Schwab.
As we'll head back into another restart here in the third on mat number 2.
And Schwab goes with an overhook, hunting for the head on Nitschke. Nitschke's backing up off the mat now. Schwab goes over the top on Nitschke. Final 25 seconds remaining in third period. 7-0 lead for Cole Nitschke.
Five seconds remaining here in the third period. It looks like Bristol Swanson is going to escape with a 3-2 win. The officials will talk it over and see if there was any stall coming down.
And Nitschke has the body lock on Schwab. He drops down, takes Schwab over, catches him on his hip for the three-point takedown. Now has a 10-0 lead as time expires.
And they will call 3 points for the takedown at the very end of the match for John Logren here for Lemoore Litchfield Marion, as the Lobos will take 3 points on the team duel side as well, but trail 43-21 as we head to our final weight class.
Our duel score now 32-18 in favor of the Mustangs. With that win, major decision win going to Cole Nitschke. And now 215 pounds, Brock Lyons and Shane Nitschke. Shane Nitschke, defending state champion, out here at 215. Brock Lyons much improved over a year ago.
114 pounds on mat number 2, Gavin Root of Kindred going up against Joey Hyde here of Lemoore Litchfield Marion. Final match of our Consolation Championship, our final weight class again.
And still no score, minute 30. Nitschke in on a double leg. Here's Lyons and Nitschke out, and no score. Back to the center for a restart.
7 left here in the first period on mat number 2. Hyde and Rude back to a restart here.
Nitschke going over the top on Lyons. Scoops the chin. Works the back leg. Now spins back around behind him. 3-point takedown. 3-0 lead for Shane Nitschke on that one.
As both the Lobos and the Vikings will get ready for the individual coming up next weekend at this time in Grafton. We'll have it for you on yourliveevent.com as the dual portion of their schedule will come to a close here today in Kindred.
And Nitschke has that leg caught underneath the chin with the arm, and he'll stretch out. Scored near fall with 35 seconds remaining in the first period.
3 points on the takedown here for Gavin Root. 20 seconds left here in the first. As Root kind of trying to work into a little bit of a headlock to a cradle, but Joey Hyde able to muscle his way out of it right now.
Here for near fall for Shane Nitschke. Has a 7-0 lead over Brock Lyons. 15 seconds remaining in the first period.
I call for a potentially dangerous here with 11 seconds left in the first period. 43-21, Kindred down in front.
And Nitschke works for the fall. He has the pinning combination locked up, and time expires. He will score 4 more near fall. 11-0 lead for Shane Nitschke over Brock Lyons.
We'll head to the second period on mat number 2. 3-0 advantage for Gavin Rood over Joey Hyde here for the Kindred Vikings.
And off the whistle. Looks like a inadvertent whistle call. Nitschke right away was hitting that switch and does it again, and now a caution.
As Hyde right now continues to work with Rood with 1:35 left here in the second period.
Here's Lyons and Nitschke in the scramble. 2-point reversal, 13-0 lead for Shane Nitschke in the top position.
As Hyde earns 3 points on the near fall, trying to see if he can get into a pinning move here with Gavin Rood, as right now Joey Hyde from Lemoore Litchfield Marion has some near fall points upcoming. Let's try to see if he can finish it off here midway through the second period, and does. There's the fall as Joey Hyde from LLM will pick up 6 points. And your final on our team dual score on the Consolation Championship, Kindred will take 5th place here in the region with a 43-27 win over Lemoore Litchfield Marion.
Our dual score over on mat number 1, 32-18 in favor of the Mustangs. Shane Nitschke working for a fall, has a pinning combination locked up on Brock Lyons. Up over chest on chest in the win by fall for Shane Nitschke. 38-18. Southborder up by 20 going into heavyweight.
You start adding up the score here, Brent. Lisbon can only get 18 points going forward.
Yeah, we'll have to score a pin here to have a chance.
Is your final again, 43-27 Kindred. Lemoore Litchfield Marion will take 6. Napoleon Gacko Streeter will be 7th. So now it's just a matter of what 1 through 4 will have in store for the remainder of the day here in Kindred.
Yep, in our heavyweight matchup here, Aiden Hinkle for Lisbon on mat number 1. The Southborder has the duel locked up as Hinkle works for the takedown. Wrestling Aiden Birch, a Southborder. So Hinkle Trying to work in a half Nelson. He's going to go, that's almost a full Nelson there. He had both hands up on the head. He's going to roll over Birch. Birch trying to fight off. Hinkle has that shoulder left side flat, and they win by fall for Aiden Hinkle. 24-38. For Hinkle with the win by fall. And it goes to 107 pounds. And it looks like we're just going to see the forfeits by the Broncos at 7 and 14. So 52-24, I believe, is that final duel score. Maybe not, we'll see. So 50-24. 50-24 is your final duel score over on mat number 1. So the Mustangs advance to the championship. The Broncos will have to wrestle for 3rd place.
And now if you're a Lisbon Bronco fan, you're very much in favor of South Border right now because you have yet to wrestle against Oaks. And if you're Edgeley Cullum Uphill, you're very much a favor of the Oaks Tornadoes because then you haven't wrestled against South Border to see who can find their way to state. So 3rd place right now will be EEK against Lisbon. The championship will be Oaks and South Border. And then will we see a championship potential challenge match? We'll find out a little bit later on. We'll take a quick break and put a bow on what just happened next here on your at liveevent.com.
Forged in their grandfather's shop. Matt and Mike Martins know firsthand the value of quality machinery. At Martins Welding and Machine, they rely on generations of knowledge and expertise in creating quality products for farmers, ranchers, residents, and businesses across North Dakota and beyond. To browse their full selection of bin caps, bale feeders, rock lifts, disc attachments, and more, visit martinswelding.com. Also ask about their power lift hydraulic doors. Martins Welding and Machine. Matt and Mike will make it right.
You can buy beef by the quarter, half or whole beef from Mueller Angus, USDA inspected beef. Fill the freezer. Call Dave Mueller at 701-799-3032. 701-799-3032 to purchase beef by the quarter, half or the whole from Mueller Angus, Hillsboro. You can buy beef by the quarter, half or whole beef from Mueller Angus, USDA inspected beef. Fill the freezer. Call Dave Mueller at 701-799-3032. 701-799-3032 to purchase beef by the quarter, half or the whole from Mueller Angus, Hillsboro.
As we come back here on yourliveevent.com, Chase Miller, Brent Dick with you here today from Kindred for the Southeast Sub-Regional Dual Wrestling Tournament. Earlier, Consolation Championship. Again, going to the Kindred Vikings over Lemoore Litchfield Marion, 43-27. Our Enbridge Energy wrestler of the match. Well, when you're able to break a milestone or get to a milestone, it makes it pretty simple there. Able to get to his 100th career win. Congratulations goes out to Brock Johnson, winner via the fall over Leo Lalum at 145 pounds with 1 minute 31 seconds into the match. Brock Johnson is our Enbridge Energy wrestler of the match in the Consolation Championship. Brent, how about for you?
Yeah, the Enbridge Energy wrestler match in this duel between the Mustangs and the Broncos. Mustangs ended up winning that by a score of 44-24. And that's your Enbridge Energy wrestler of the match. They're going at 172 pounds to Brody Michelson. Michelson coming out, picks up a big win by fall over Riley Lucina. And the Mustangs had grabbed the lead by that point, but that really broke it open for the Mustangs. And coming up with that big win by fall at 172 pounds, Brody Michelson is your Enbridge Energy wrestler of the duel.
As we go from there to our Agassi Precision Egg move of the match at 107 pounds, literally at the last seconds, John Logren of Lemoore Litchfield Marion earns the decision win with a 3-point takedown, 5-3 over Bristol Swanson, where they scored in the first, but then did not score until the final seconds. Again, in terms of that at 107 pounds, and also to start things off with Gavin Swenson again, able to win via the fall, but there was a lot of points between Swenson and Joseph Potts. That was kind of our 1-2 combination of our Agassi Precision Egg move of the match.
Yeah, coming over here for that duel between the Mustangs and the Broncos, our Agassi Egg Precision move of the match going out to Cruz Ranke of the Lisbon Broncos. Ranke picked up that cradle, or that win by fall via cradle in the third period. That was a 2-1 score. Ranke had the 1-point lead at that point in the match, but was able to secure the cradle and rocked over Riker Vetter for the win by fall at 139 pounds. Cruz Ranke, your Agassi Egg Precision move of the match.
As we take a look at the girls' side, just a quick update. So Lisbon going up against Pembina County North. The winner will wrestle for third and a chance to get to state, while South Border and Fargo will be the other side. 7 places, Napoleon, Gackle, Streeter, and Carrington. The championship, again, will feature Central, Cass, and Grand Forks already punched their ticket to state. Northeast Sub-Regional dual tournament. Carrington takes first, 39-30 over Pembina County North. Both Carrington and Pembina County North will be making their way to state after Pembina County North won via the tiebreaker at 33-33 over Northern Lights in the semifinals after Northern Lights defeated Hillsborough Central Valley 44-30 for third place. We're going to step aside when we get you ready. Coming up on mat number 2 will be the third place between EEK and Lisbon. Then we'll get to the Region 1 dual championship between South Border and Oaks and see if we got a challenge match a little bit later on today. Hear from Kindred.
Halstead Telephone Company delivers fast broadband internet, telephone, and cable TV to residents in this region, including Halstead, Shelley, Neilsville, Climax, Fisher, Bigland, Gentilly in Minnesota, and Hillsborough, Caledonia, Gardner, and Argosville, North Dakota. Serving the area residents since 1904, Halstead Telephone continues to create a bright future for this region using 100% fiber optic technology. Service plans offer flexibility and choices, and there's local support personnel ready to help. Contact Halstead Telephone Company today.
Roadrunner Auto Tech Center wishes the Kindred Vikings football players, coaches, and staff the best of luck in the postseason. Let the crew at Roadrunner Auto Tech Center service your vehicle and keep it rolling down the road for miles to come. They have pride in their work, and it shows being in business for 26 years. Call 701-428-9953 to schedule your appointment or stop in and talk with Jeff, Dave, Mike, and Tammy at Roadrunner Auto Tech Center in Kindred.
In a world of chaos, you need superhero-level protection.
I keep telling everyone they need to get the right protection for their lifestyle. Some do. We do.
Whatever it takes.
Whatever it takes. Get the right protection for your lifestyle. Go to IRIinsurance.com to get a free quote and consultation. Meet Blake, the messiest 4-year-old on the planet. He's no ordinary durability tester. Meet SmartStrand, no ordinary carpet. With all pet protection, it's the softest, most durable, easiest to clean carpet on the planet. When Blake's barn got a comfy makeover, SmartStrand came clean, even went up against a 2-ton rhino. Made to withstand all walks of life. Ask for SmartStrand, rhino tested, rhino approved.
Available at Carpet World, carpetworldfargo.com.
Are you dreading tax season? Don't stress. Let Olson Accounting make the tax season a breeze, just like knowing your ABCs. From individuals to businesses, the expert staff at Olson Accounting ensures every deduction is maximized, every form is filed correctly. Let Olson Accounting set up your tax plan and eliminate any problems by visiting colsoncpa.com or call 701-683-2700. Olson Accounting of Lisbon.
There's a new inventory of trailers at Bloomfield Enterprises of Hillsborough. You can see the latest inventory online at bloomfieldtrailers.com. Bloomfield Enterprises has a full line of Big Tex trailers. Big Tex has affordable and versatile utility trailers for all your jobs. Big Tex has a full line of products from ATV trailers to gooseneck to dump trailers and more. Call Larry at 218-368-7989 or Tim at 701-430-0877. Bloomfield Enterprises in Hillsborough.
Wallach Johnson Insurance is your friendly neighborhood team of qualified insurance professionals, proudly serving the community for over 40 years. As an experienced independent agency, they partner with top-rated insurance companies to provide affordable and tailored solutions for farm, crop, business, home, and auto insurance. When it comes to crop insurance, Walt and Grant deliver unmatched expertise and personalized service. With the March 15th sales closing deadline approaching, now is the perfect time to trust your crop protection needs to the team who puts you first. To get started with a free quote, head to nd-insure.com for more info.
From on-site farm repairs to maintaining the condition of your vehicle, trust the staff at Welton's Tire Service. They've served the Lisbon area since 1972, guaranteeing customer satisfaction and workmanship from farm equipment, tire services, and preventative vehicle maintenance. You'll find it all from affordable prices, free estimates, to their knowledgeable technicians answering any question. Welton's Tire Service is locally owned and located on Main Street in Lisbon. For information, go online to weltonstire.net or call 701-683-5136.
Goose River Bank is here for the communities we serve, building relationships that last a lifetime. Serving the strong Red River Valley and beyond, we are your neighbors, friends, and family, committed to providing everything from everyday personal banking to loans for your farm or business. Visit one of our locations in Mayville, Hillsborough, or Hatton, or reach out and we'll happily come to you, because it's the neighborly thing to do. Goose River Bank. Strong bank, strong communities.
Your home for the North Dakota District 1 basketball tournaments is yourliveevent.com.
Up by one, bounce pass inside Kadoon. Kadoon takes the ball screen jumper from 14, got it to go.
The girls tournament tips on Friday, February 14th from Valley City State University. Boys tournament gets underway on Friday, February 28th at the North Dakota State College of Science.
Hand off now to Rayshawn. Earl takes the ball screen, left wing. Earl, dribble, pullback, three on the way, nothing but twine.
That's the District 1 basketball tournaments on yourliveevent.com.
In a world of chaos, you need superhero-level protection.
I keep telling everyone they need to get the right protection for their lifestyle. Some do. We do.
Whatever it takes.
Whatever it takes. Get the right protection for your lifestyle. Go to ireinsurance.com to get a free quote and consultation.
Just one more quick recap, then we'll take another break, then get you ready one more time for what's to come. So, mat number one will be Oaks against South Border in the Region 1 Dual Championship. South Border back in the same spot they were a season ago, back in that Southeast Regional Dual title. Well, mat number two will be Lisbon against Edgeley Column, EEK. Again, Ellendale Edgeley Column upcoming here for this one a little bit later on. So we'll get to those respective matchups here in a moment. We'll step aside one more time, and then when we come back, we'll get you ready for our starting lineups and then find out if we'll have a challenge match or not. Again, if you're a Lisbon Bronco fan, you'll be paying very much attention to see if South Border can beat Oaks. If not, then you'll have your two teams on the flip side. If you're a Thunder fan, you're going to be very much paying attention to see if Oaks can beat South Border. We'll talk about that when we come back here in Kindred on yourliveevent.com.
There's a new inventory of trailers at Bloomfield Enterprises of Hillsborough. You can see the latest inventory online at bloomfieldtrailers.com. Bloomfield Enterprises has a full line of Big Tex trailers. Big Tex has affordable and versatile utility trailers for all your jobs. Big Tex has a full line of products from ATV trailers to gooseneck to dump trailers and more. Call Larry at 218-368-7989 or Tim at 701-430-0877. Bloomfield Enterprises in Hillsborough.
Meet Blake, the messiest 4-year-old on the planet. He's no ordinary durability tester. Meet SmartStrand, no ordinary carpet. With all pet protection, it's the softest, most durable, easiest to clean carpet on the planet. When Blake's barn got a comfy makeover, SmartStrand came clean, even went up against a 2-ton rhino. Made to withstand all walks of life. Ask for SmartStrand, rhino tested, rhino approved.
Available at Carpet World, carpetworldfargo.com.
Halstead Telephone Company delivers fast broadband internet, telephone, and cable TV to residents in this region, including Halstead, Shelley, Neillsville, Climax, Fisher, Bigland, Gentilly in Minnesota, and Hillsborough, Caledonia, Gardner, and Argusville, North Dakota. Serving the area residents since 1904, Halstead Telephone continues to create a bright future for this region using 100% fiber optic technology. Service plans offer flexibility and choices, and there's local support personnel ready to help. Contact Halstead Telephone Company today.
This is Chris from Agassiz Precision Ag, your local precision planting dealer. Many factors impact your ability to increase profits on the farm. Make sure your planter is an asset and not a liability. Some limiting factors in making the perfect planter pass are roll maintenance, meter calibration, and downforce management. It will not cost you anything to have the conversation about identifying solutions for these limiting factors. Agassiz Precision Ag, 636-2119 or planterdoc.com.
Farming today doesn't always feel the same way it used to. Then again, some of it feels all the same. Maybe it isn't so much the jobs that changed, but how they get done. Now that's a different story. Everything got bigger and smaller at the same time. Insurance, accounting, and taxes can get complicated, so you need someone who's looking to keep every dollar possible in your pocket. Ag Country.
Hey Lisbon, it's time to rally behind our favorite team. The Lisbon Bronco Athletic Boosters are sending all our best wishes to the Broncos as they hit the court and field this season. The Lisbon Bronco Athletic Boosters are proud to support our teams and community. Let's show our Broncos that we're with them every step of the way. Go Broncos! Your dedication and spirit makes us all proud. From all of us at the Lisbon Bronco Athletic Boosters, we're cheering for you.
Chase Miller alongside Brent Dick with you here today from Kindred. Thank you so much for tuning in, and make sure you patronize all of our sponsors from across the area in the region. Without them, we would not be able to bring you these respective dual tournaments from Carrington to Grand Forks to today in Kindred as well. Brent, let's just kind of give a little preview here. As much as you're going to be watching Mat 1, fans will be watching Mat 2 and vice versa, obviously, to see if that challenge match does come. But what do you expect to see a little bit later on in both our championship and then respective third place matchup here later today?
Yeah, I think we're going to see a couple of tightly contested duels. Both of these duels in the regular season, it was South Border in Oaks. Oaks defeated South Border 34-29 in that head-to-head regular season duel. And then Ellendale, Edgeley-Calm, and the Broncos went at it on the 23rd of January, and it was a 33-27 win for the Broncos then. So a couple of tight duels I think we have coming up here, and we'll see if the Broncos are able to, find somebody that can fill that spot at 152 pounds. I don't think they'll see Ryan Eng back in the lineup today, so it might be a little bit shorthanded, and we'll see in the depth of the Broncos if they have it.
And the one thing when you lose a wrestler like that potentially, how much can you rally around it? Obviously, we kind of said that almost took the air out of the sails of the Broncos a little bit against South Border. Nothing to take away from the Mustangs because they wrestled awfully well in that match.
Yeah, the South Border Mustang, their lineup has really been strengthened with the addition of Brody Hoffman, Brody Michelson up there, 160, 172 pounds. I think Hoffman actually was down to 152, if I remember correctly. So, really a good lineup here for South Border entering this duel, a rematch with Oaks.
So you got the 1 seed, the 2 seed, the 3 seed, and the 5 seed all still alive to find out who will be the 2 teams that will make their way to state in 2 weeks on the dual side. A reminder, next Friday on the 14th, we'll have the girls individual wrestling tournament in Castleton for video coverage on yourliveevent.com, and the same as well for then the boys on the Class B East Regional on the individual side up in Grafton as well. So make sure you stay tuned for that and go to yourliveevent.com to find the stream link. We'll take a quick break, and we come back. We'll get to 2 more matches here today in Kindred, at least on your live event.
Treat yourself to a great career at American Crystal Sugar Company. Team up with quality people making quality products. Full-time and year-round in a stable business. With great pay and benefits including time off available from day one. American Crystal Sugar Company invests in you to promote your continued growth and career advancement. Grow your career, doing your best work within the world's best beet sugar company. Apply online today at AmericanCrystalCareers.com.
Welcome to Ashley Super Value, your neighborhood grocery store where fresh, local, and delicious meat every day. From farm fresh produce to your favorite pantry essentials, they've got everything you need to keep your family happy and healthy. Craving something special? Their homemade sausage is perfect for any meal, and don't forget their irresistible homemade Coogan. Visit them today at Ashley Super Value or shop online at ashleysupervalue.com for your favorite local treats. Ashley Super Value, you're always first at Super Value.
At Bank North, we strive to enrich the lives of everyone we serve. One transaction, one relationship, and one community at a time. We do it by supporting kids in schools, pitching in to help neighbors in need, partnering with rural businesses, and providing all the traditional and modern banking products and personalized lending services you expect from a reliable financial partner. Bank North, always true.
As we come back here on YourLiveEvent.com, Chase Miller, Brent Dick with you here from Kindred as we start the championship match on mat number 1 as Jaron Nelson of Oaks going up against Liam Lepp of South Border. Brent will also have coverage for you on mat number 2 between Lisbon and EEK.
Yeah, the wrestlers for mat number 2 have checked in. You have Grayson Lyons going out there for the Broncos. Looks like Carson Henningsen for Ellendale Edgeley Colum at 121 pounds.
He's on mat number 1 right now. You do get the 3-point takedown awarded here to Liam Lepp as he continues to work on Jaron Nelson as, again, we start at 121-pound weight class, 3-0 in favor of Lepp here for South Border.
Yeah, Grayson Lyons for the Broncos opened up in that Lemoore duel. He dropped that one by decision, 6-3. That was to Joey Potts, and they came back with the 1-0 win in the South Border duel over Liam Lepp.
And coming up a little bit later on as well, once the wrestling is done, we will have our senior athlete and coach of the year as well in the Southeast Regional. We'll announce that a little bit later on.
And just to recap, Broncos and the Thunder faced off in the regular season on the 23rd of January. Lisbon won that duel by a score of 33-27.
Both of these 2 duels were awfully tightly contested, and one thing you noted on the South Border Oaks duel, even though Oaks won, South Border had an open weight class, and that's a large 6 points in a 5-point match there, Brent.
Yeah, could be a 12-point swing in any duel, so that's might prove to be something to watch for, or maybe just too much to overcome for Oaks in this duel.
6 seconds remaining left here in the first period on mat number 1. Nelson in the down position, Lepp in the top position. And looks like Lepp will take a 3-0 lead as we head to the second period.
And we're still scoreless in the first period with 30 seconds remaining between Grayson Lyons and Carson Henningsen over on mat number 2. Wrestlers locked up, collar tie now. Henningsen backs up to the edge of the mat.
As the South Border Mustangs here with Lepp will start in the top position to start this second period. Oaks earned a bye into the semifinals. They defeated EEK to get here, while South Border was able to defeat the Lisbon Broncos just moments ago in the semifinals and upended Napoleon earlier 44-30 in the quarters.
And that's at the end of the first period. Lyons with choice to start the second. He'll choose the bottom position. That's on mat number 2.
Jaron Nelson trying to get out of the grips of Liam Lepp right now. Lepp working on a single leg. Let's see if we can get that side swipe to bring Nelson down.
And off the whistle, Lyons with the stand-up attempt. Henningsen goes down to the ankles, down low on Lyons. He'll have to work up here as he's down on those ankles to avoid a stall call. Lyons trying to work back to his feet.
60 seconds remaining here in the second period. 2-point reversal upcoming for Jaron Nelson here for the Oaks Tornadoes. He'll work up top now on Lepp. It's 3-2 in favor of Lepp.
We have a 2-point reversal over on mat number 2 for Grayson Lyons. Has the 2-0 lead. Throws a leg right in on Henningsen and cradle over the top on mat 2.
35 seconds here on mat number 1, trying to get the escape, working out the edge of the mat. And they're going to give the 1-point escape here to Lepp from South Border to make it now 4-2 as they'll start in neutral position on the restart.
Yeah, Lyons keeps with this cradle on Henningsen, takes him over, has him on his hip. No near fall. There was a swipe by the official, but not enough for near fall.
It's right now still 4-2. Trying to go for a double leg shot there is Jaron Nelson. Blocked by Lepp on the way here for South Border. Lepp now working on a single with 4 seconds left here in the second period.
Here's Lyons, goes back to the cradle. He's locked it up and scored some near fall on the edge of the mat.
They will give 3 points on the takedown here for Lepp. So going to the third period, it'll be 7-2 in favor of Lepp here for South Border.
The Lions keeps the foot in and scores near fall. Now up 6-0 with 7 seconds remaining on mat number 2.
Jared Nelson now starting in the down position, trying to see this one up against Lepp. Lepp gets back to a single leg right now.
And that's off the whistle. Final 7 seconds of our second period. Lions trying to score and just runs out of time. As the 6-0 lead going into the third.
Championship match on mat number 1, third place match on mat number 2. Will we get a challenge match is the question, as we do get a stalling warning here for Jared Nelson of Oaks.
In the start of the third period, 6-0 lead for Grayson Lions. Henningsen with choice chose the neutral position.
.60 seconds remaining here in the third period, still 7-2. Nelson working up top.
The Lions and Henningsen down on the mat. Lions in the top position. The situation goes front headlock, head in the hole. They'll try to drag Henningsen inbounds. Henningsen working the edge. Lions steps around in the 3-point takedown.
40 seconds remaining here in the third period as Lepp still has a 7-2 advantage at 121 pounds.
The Lions does have a 9-0 lead with 1:05 remaining in the third period over on mat number 2. Working that edge of the mat over by the Ellendale Edgeley Colm corner with the coach's corner.
As Lepp will be in the down position on the restart here. Working on the single leg there is Jared Nelson.
Wrestlers called out over on mat 2. Back to the center for a restart with 51 seconds remaining.
Nelson trying to see if he can get Lepp back over to his back. 5 seconds remaining. If he's unable to do so, Lepp is going to come out of here with a decision win for the South Border Mustangs. Open up the championship duel here via the decision at 7-2.
And final 35 seconds over on mat number 2. Grayson Lions still with the 9-0 lead. Now goes leg ride on the near side. Works underneath, trying to dig out a wrist over the top. He's going to go guillotine. Works that far arm on mat number 2. And Henningsen posts up the outside leg. Lions goes back to the cradle. Forced to break it apart here for Henningsen. He stretches out. And Lions will take the win by major decision, 9-0 over Carson Henningsen over on mat number 2. Broncos up 4-0 in the duel.
Over on mat number 1, South Border with a 3-0 lead as we head to 127 pounds. Owen Iverson of Oaks going up against Rylan Vetter here for the South Border Mustangs. And Vetter with a 3-point takedown early on. He'll start in the top position on the restart. 1:39 remaining here in this first period. Again, Iverson against Vetter here at 127 pounds.
And we're at 127 pounds over on mat number 2. And that's Noah Anderson out for the Broncos. And he is wrestling Regan Sands for Ellendale Edgeley Colm. Anderson in that front headlock position. Sand returns it. Anderson takes him down for the 3-point takedown.
Right now getting that leg across is Rylan Vetter against Iverson. As Iverson working up top with 60 seconds remaining here in the first period.
Anderson going to work, has the back ankle spike, flattens out. Regan Sand has the cradle locked up. He'll try to step around to the head and rolls him back over. Picking up near fall is Noah Anderson for the Broncos. Has it locked up. This is tight. Bottom knee in the side. 4 in the temple, squeezing those elbows together on mat number 2.
Rylan Vetter continues to work up top, trying to bring back Iverson back down to the mat. It's a 3-0 lead with 30 seconds here in this first period in favor of Vetter.
This cradle's locked up tight, and the win by fall for Noah Anderson at 127 pounds. Broncos lead 10-0 on mat 2.
Vetter looking for a fall in his own right. 15 seconds here in the first period against Iverson at 127 pounds. They're trying to see if he can get those shoulders back down to the mat. He's continuing to work out of it. Here is Iverson, but with 5 seconds left in the period, Ryland Vetter winner via fall, and the South Border Mustangs out early, 9-0 here, 2 weight classes into our championship.
And now at 133 pounds, there's Gavin Robertson for the Broncos wrestling Ethan Tazarek for Ellendale, as they call him. Robertson, nice little sweep single, snatches it up. Tazarek with the defense pushing back on Robertson. Robertson drops down to a double.
As you'll see on mat number 1 at 133 pounds, Matthias Dahlstrom of Oaks going up against Carter Glazeman here of South Border. And early on, 3 points awarded here to Dahlstrom of the Oaks Tornadoes on the takedown.
And stalemate called after Robertson was down on it. Had a nice single leg shot set up. Tazarek was able to wrestle him into a stalemate. Back to the center for a restart on mat 2.
Dahlstrom with some near fall points, but into a pinning position as Glazeman just trying his best defensive wrestling here 40 seconds into the match. And there is the fall. Matthias Dahlstrom gets the first 6 points. The championship match here for the Oaks Tornadoes as they now trail 9-6, 3 weight classes in.
Oh, Robertson and Tazarek still scoreless, under a minute remaining in the first period. Wrestlers break apart. Tazarek steps back to the center of the mat. Goes collar tie on Robertson. Robertson collars around Tazarek. Here on mat number 2, still scoreless, 40 seconds remaining in the first period.
As at 139 pounds here for South Border will be Riker Vetter against Zane Awender here of the Oaks Tornadoes at 139 pounds.
And under 30 seconds remaining first period. Tazarek pushes into Robertson. Robertson drops down, ankle pick. See if he can finish this. Tazarek, good sprawl over on mat number 2.
Awender going for a single leg shot. Riker Vetter's there. Awender continues to work up top. There's a 3 points coming here for the takedown. Team duel score 9-6 in favor of South Border.
And at the end of the period, little front headlock and snap down by Tazarek, but no score. Going scoreless into the second. Robertson's choice. He defers over to Tazarek, who chooses bottom. Oh, changes it up, chooses top.
Awender continues to work up top on Vetter, who gets the escape. Now it's 3-1. 60 seconds remaining here in the first period on mat number 1.
And off the whistle, a sit out and back around by Robertson. Tazarek's able to follow him back around, has him broke belly down on mat number 2.
And close to a potentially dangerous position here on mat number 1. As you are going to get 3 points awarded here on the takedown here for Awender. As Zane continues to work up top. Has an armbar across, now into a pinning position here for the Tornadoes. Near fall points will be upcoming, but he's looking for the fall. 20 seconds left in the period as Zane Awender trying to give the Tornadoes a 12-9 lead via the pin.
And still scoreless over on mat number 2. 10-0 lead for Lisbon in the duel. Match score is 0. Robertson for the Broncos in the bottom position. Tazarek had choice, chose top. Doing a good job riding on Robertson.
As Riker Vetter will get this one into the second period, but 4 more near fall points coming up for Zane Awender. It's now 10-1 in favor of Awender here for the Oaks Tornadoes.
And Robertson able to stand up, clears the hips for the 1-point escape. Now has the 1-0 lead with 40 seconds remaining. Drops down, another nice shot by Robertson. Not able to finish as they roll out to the edge of the mat. Back to the center for a restart.
As starting in the top position will be Zane Awender here, so Riker Vetter on the bottom to begin this second period.
And after the restart, final 20 seconds remaining in the second period. Robertson with the snap down. Tazarek underneath. Robertson has the underhook, snaps him down again. Tazarek able to lock up the arm on the far side. Robertson not able to move back around behind. Robertson goes in. Tazarek's going to elevate this at the end of the period. 2 seconds remaining and a 3-point takedown awarded to Ethan Tazarek on Gavin Robertson. Now 3-1's the score.
As we'll get a stalemate here on mat number 1. It's still 10-1 in favor of Zane Awender. 1:21 remaining in the second period, as Vetter will start in the down position as he was looking for that 2-point escape. As Allender will bring him right back down on the mat quickly here. Work across that little arm bar as well. And we'll get called for a potentially dangerous. As we'll reset one more time on mat number 1.
We're back over on mat number 2. Robertson chooses the top position to start. He's down by 2 points. A minute 35 remaining in the third period. Working in the top position. Robertson works underneath, no combination, not able to hook anything up, and a potentially dangerous call. Oh, and a technical violation. Robertson dinged with a penalty. Now 4-1 lead for Ethan Tazarek.
I think Vetter's done a lot of defensive wrestling here against Zane Allender right now, and doing a nice job of keeping this one alive if you're the South Border Mustangs, as there was 1 or 2 times that Zane Allender was into a pinning combination and nearly earned the fall. And right now, 40 seconds left in the second period. Still 10-1 is what it was to start the second in favor of Allender.
In a 4-1 lead for Ethan Tazarek on Gavin Robertson. Tazarek able to catch Robertson's legs, now elevates this, stacks Robertson up, trying to turn the corner. With under a minute remaining, Robertson's trying to scramble through him in the bottom position.
As Allender will work up top again against Vetter. Vetter was trying to see if he could quickly get out. As Allender goes back to that arm bar. Vetter trying to get the 2-point escape here. And there it is, the 2-point on the reversal, excuse me. Now gets to near fall opportunity. 5 seconds here in the period. It's 10-3 right now, but more near fall points make it 3 near fall points coming for Vetter, and a quick little 5-point switcheroo. It's now 10-6 going into the third.
And we're 4-1 at the end of the third, and a 1-point escape for Tazarek and a takedown. Now 8-1 lead. He has a 7-point win by decision over Gavin Robertson. 10-3 is your dual score over on mat number 2.
Things just got a little bit more interesting on mat number 1 after that last 15 seconds by Riker Vetter to earn the reversal. Then the 3 points for the near fall. Zane Allender, as he's done for the majority of the match, working on top on Riker here at 139 pounds. Riker Vetter would like to throw that same move out. If he could, it would be a 11-10 lead then. But Allender continues to work with that left arm. Got it in his grasp right now with the left hand.
We're back out here, 139 pounds. Cruz Ranke up against Jager Sand. (10-3) dual score over on mat number 2. Broncos up by 7.
We'll have a stalemate here on mat number 1 with 1:07 left in the third period. 10-6 is the individual score with Allender. The dual score favors South Border right now at 9-6.
Ranke has the underhook on the far side, now circles back around. Swipes at the ankle. The Sand backs up edge of the mat. Still scoreless. Minute 15 remaining in the first period over on mat number 2.
As Vetter able to come up right to his base. Now looking for that reversal, trying to put Allender in a headlock. Allender comes across his own way. And we're going to get near fall points upcoming now. Allender into a pinning position with 48 seconds left in the period. Winner via fall. Zane Allender over Riker Vetter, and the Tornadoes now take a 12-9 lead.
We're still scoreless in the first period over on mat number 2. As Jager Sand has double unders on Ranke, putting a lot of forward pressure. Ranke drops down to single. Sand tries to toss him. Wrestlers back out to the middle for a restart.
Zane Allender had to work for it at 139 pounds, but he does get the 6 big points here for the Oaks Tornadoes as we head to 142 with Case Allender now going up against Joseph Keller of South Border.
And back to the center for a restart with 25 seconds remaining in the first period. Still scoreless over on mat number 2. That's between Ranke of the Broncos and Jager Sanford, the Thunder.
A bit of a headlock right here for Case Allender as he's going to release Joseph Keller, is nearly trying to finish off the headlock there for Case.
Sand controlling the tie-up. Now Ranky tried to drop down to a single. Sand drops in on Ranky. Going to go to the edge of the mat, try to score at the end of the period, and going scoreless into the second on mat 2.
What you would expect in a championship and a third-place match. Awfully tight early on. As everybody paying attention to both mats respectively to see who can win for third, and could that challenge match be upcoming.
And off the whistle, Ranky isolates that wrist and arm. Try to hip heist away over on mat number 2. Still scoreless in the second period.
45 seconds left here in the first period. Also still scoreless between Case Allwinder and Joseph Keller here of South Border. We're trying to work a little bit of that headlock right now on Joseph Keller. Keller's got a little bit of the wrist on Allwinder right now on the left-hand side.
And Ranky able to get to his feet. Nice mat return by Sand. Sand drags him out. Edge of the mat, taking some more time off, keeping those toes in bounds. Still scoreless on mat 2.
15 seconds left on mat number 1. 12-9 is your team score in favor of the Oaks Tornadoes at 145 pounds.
And Ranky was able to scoot those hips out, but called out. Back to the center for a restart. Ranky in the bottom position over on mat 2.
As we'll head to the second period, scoreless here on mat number 1 between Case Allwinder and Joseph Keller.
And Ranky another stand-up attempt. Sand drags him back down, now works underneath. Ranky back up to his feet. Sand drags him towards the edge. Returned back to the mat by Jager Sand. Ranky back up.
Case Allwinder able to get the 1-point escape to begin the second period here for the Oaks Tornadoes against Joseph Keller.
And 39 seconds remain in the second period. Back to a restart. Wrestlers working that edge of the mat. Ranky able to get up to his feet, just not able to get the separation to score. Back up to his feet right away. Sand drags him down one more time over on mat 2.
As you're seeing Keller right now and Allwinder, as Keller goes in for a double leg, blocked there by Allwinder. Allwinder's got his hooks underneath him right now with 1:15 left in the second period.
So Sand has Ranky, has that back leg turked. Ranky on his hips. Sand's going to try to walk this around, has an armbar locked up. Ranky counters, edge of the mat. Final 5 seconds.
In this case, Allwinder is going to get a 3-point takedown against Joseph Keller, and I will work up top and takes that lead now to 4-0 with 50 seconds left in the second period.
And we're going scoreless into the third period. Sand in the bottom position, off the whistle, hits a switch. Not able to turn back around and get behind Ranky. Ranky falls and back through, chops the arm on the near side on mat 2.
Mat number 1, pair of Allwinders right now providing some points. In Zane with the fall, then Case so far leads 4-0 with 23 seconds here in the second period.
We have leg bands switched around. Not sure how long they've been wrestling like that, but now we do have a Bank North timeout over here on mat number 2. Looks like a little blood time or being tended to. There's Jager Sand of the Thunder.
There's Joseph Keller now working up top on Case Allwinder. 5 seconds here in this second period. As right now Allwinder just doing a good job just holding on to that right knee area of Keller, not allowing Keller to come around on Case and finish off the points. So it'll be 4-0 heading to the third period.
And Sand with that 1-point escape after that Bank North timeout. He has the 1-0 lead on the restart. Wrestlers on their feet. Sand going into Ranky. Has the underhook on the near side.
This Case Allwinder right now continues to be in a little bit of a 2 Rams locked up between those two, between him and Keller. Keller again down by 4 to begin the period.
Ranky digging in and under. Sand keeping a lot of pressure on Ranky, a lot of forward pressure. Ranky not able to do much here on mat number 2.
Case Allender with that 4-point advantage. Just trying not to open up anything too much for Keller to take advantage of here.
Yep, score still 1-0 in favor of Jaeger Sand. He's in the top position, works around the top on Ranke. Keeps the foot in, and they're called out. Final 36 seconds on the clock in the third period. Ranke's down by 1.
Allender and Keller right now. Keller trying to see if he go for a single leg shot. Allender was there. Allender again here for the Oaks Tornadoes. 45 seconds away from picking up at least a decision win as it currently stands 4-0.
And Ranke's going to go headlock. Sand does a good job countering out, faces Ranke. Sand has the 1-0 lead, doubled up on Ranke. Final 7 seconds. Sand going into Ranke. Ranke's going to try to chin whip him. And going to run out of time at the end of the period. Jaeger Sand takes the 1-0 win. And by decision, 10-6 is your score. Excuse me, 10-3 is the score.
Keller was trying to go for a leg shot, blocked by Allender. Keller trying it again. Got Allender down to the mat. This one will be 3 points upcoming. It's 4-3, 2 seconds, 1 second. Keller with the last-ditch effort got close, but still a decision win for Case Allender here for the Oaks Tornadoes, as it's now going to be 15-9 in favor of Oaks, 5 weight classes into our championship match.
And 10-6 your dual score over on mat number 2. Now we have Griffin Greenlee coming out here at 145 pounds.
So mat number 1, we will head to 152 pounds. Zaid Heyer here for the Oaks Tornadoes going up against Cole Stock here for the South Border Mustangs.
The Broncos out there with Greenlee, Ethan McBride for Ellendale Edgeley Colm. McBride down on a single leg on Greenlee. Greenlee takes a step back out.
As the Tornadoes right now with Heyer with a 15-9 lead as Cole Stock in that black singlet. Oaks also with that black, a little bit of orange trim to differentiate between the two.
And Greenlee locks up, double under, steps around, has the 3-point takedown, keeps the foot in, trying to get McBride back on the mat and drags it out. The officials call him back to the center for a restart on mat 2.
As you do get a 3-point takedown as well for Cole Stock. Now Stock trying to see if he can get into a little bit of a cradle position as you see Heyer right now on the edge of the mat. 60 seconds into this first period. Stock is trying to see if he can get that muscle and that weight to bring Heyer a little bit closer to the mat, then get a throw possibly having a chance.
And Greenlee has the arm bar locked up. Now scoops the head, stretches the arm out. Has 55 seconds to work for the fall over on mat number 2. And Greenlee stretches the arm out. The win by fall for Griffin Greenlee. 16-6 the dual score on mat 2.
Here on mat number 1, 15-9 Oaks over the South Border Mustangs at 152 pounds, but it is a 3-0 lead early for Cole Stock, who's working up top again on Heyer. 30 seconds remaining here in the period. And Stock is trying to see if he can roll Heyer over and get into a pinning combination. Heyer right now working up top, working on the bottom.
So out here, 152 pounds. And the Broncos will take the forfeit at 52. It's going to Weston Clausen.
As after one period, it will be 3-0 in favor of Cole Stock over Zaid Heyer here at 152 pounds. They will defer, and Stock will start on the bottom. Heyer will start up top.
We're at 160 pounds after that forfeit. A big double leg here for Chernland. Or excuse me, for Fuhrer on Zimprich. So Fuhrer up 3-0. Works over the top, has the leg ride dug in underneath on Zimprich.
Right now we'll get a 1-point escape here for Stock as he takes a 4-0 lead. 1:30 left in this second period. Stock with a decision right now. If he can get one more takedown and near fall points, that'll be a major. On the opposite side, if you're Zaid Higher, just trying to minimize this as much as you can.
And Fuhrer works a half Nelson on Zimprich. He's going to stretch this out, has the leg tucked in on the far side. He'll try to roll Zimprich over. Scoops the head. Zimprich trying to bridge out of that with 45 seconds remaining. There's Greg Fuhrer working for a fall on Jace Zimprich on mat number 2.
Stock and Higher just kind of grasping at each other right now.
And Fuhrer chops the arm on Zimprich. Zimprich goes down. We do have a Bank North timeout. Over on mat number 2 with the Bank North timeout.
Well, on mat number 1 right now, getting the hooks in a little bit. There is Stock against Zaid Higher. Trying to see if he can get into a cradle position. There's a couple more near fall points coming across. Makes it 8-0. Let's Zaid Higher escape to make it 8-1 here with 20 seconds left in the second period.
And mat 2 back in action. Fuhrer with the 7-0 lead. Chopped the arm on Zimprich. Zimprich went down. Had the Bank North timeout. 10-2, and now back in action. 7-0 lead for Fuhrer on mat 2.
As you'll see, Stock right now and Higher. I'll just go to the third period with a 8-1 advantage here for South Borders. Stock again at 152 pounds.
And we go into our second period. 7-0 lead for Greg Fuhrer over Jace Zimprich. Zimprich defers. Fuhrer has choice. He chooses neutral with Zimprich on mat 2.
One extra point can be so big once you get to the latter part of this match, and Stock looking at least to see if he can get one more takedown here as he goes for the right leg and pushes Higher out of the ring.
And Fuhrer secures the takedown now at 10-0 on Zimprich. Has an inside cradle locked up, head in the hole. He's going to drive this over. Zimprich still hand fighting under there, making things a little difficult for Fuhrer. Now Fuhrer is going to try to step over the leg. And rocks this one over, has Zimprich going over on mat number 2.
Higher went for a double leg blocked there by Stock. Then Stock was able to get the 3-point takedown, so now leads 11-1 with 70 seconds left in the third.
Well, that's a win by fall for Greg Fuhrer over Jace Zimprich. 22-12 is the duel score. Lucina going out there for the Broncos. This should be Max Chernlin for Ellendale Edgley Calm at 172 pounds.
Higher goes in for another single leg blocked there by Stock. Stock did release him to give him 1 point, so it's 11-2 right now. Higher looking for a takedown to make that a major to just a decision win at least, if comes up a little bit short. And Stock just pushes Higher out of the mat.
So 172 pounds, 22-12, Broncos lead over on mat number 2. This is Riley Lucina and Max Chernlin.
15 seconds left here in the third period. Still 11-2. Higher needs to try to make a move here to go from a major to a decision win for Stock. And all that Stock needs to do is finish out these final 5 seconds. And the South Border Mustangs will pick up 4 points on the team duel side. And that's what they're going to do. They'll be trailing the Oaks Tornadoes, but a little bit closer now at 15-13 as we head to 160 pounds on the major decision win here for Cole Stock.
Well, Lucina had double overs on Chernlin. Chernlin was able to counter it and pushes back on Lucina. Now goes back in there. Works around the head and the arms on Lucina with 55 seconds remaining over on mat number 2.
As we head to 160 pounds here on mat number 1, Reese Klein of Oaks going up against Brody Hoffman of South Border, and already A takedown here for Hoffman 5 seconds into the match as he leads at 3-0.
We're at 35 seconds remaining over on mat number 1. Still scoreless between Chernlin and Riley Lucina. Chernlin has double unders. Lucina will counter over the top with his overs. Final 20 seconds on mat number 2 in the first period.
Well, you see Brody Hoffman into a pinning position right now, 30 seconds into the first period here as Klein just trying his best to stay alive right now. Trying to get that shoulder turn. There it is via the fall. South Border takes 6 points and now takes a lead on the team duel score, 19-15 at 160 pounds. Winner via the fall is Brody Hoffman in the first period.
In the end of the first period, final 5 seconds, had a headgear fall off on Chernlin, so back to the center for a restart. Still scoreless going into the second period over on mat number 2. Dual score 22-12 in favor of the Broncos.
172 pounds. Brody Michelson here for South Border will be going up against Carter Potasic here for the Oaks Tornadoes at 172 pounds.
Off the whistle. The quad pod stand up by Max Chernlin. Lucina goes claw ride, not able to drag him down. 1 point escape for Max Chernlin. Now has the 1-0 lead on mat 2.
It'll be a 3-0 lead via the finishing the move here for Michelson. Michelson getting into a cradle position as well, trying to see if he can bring down Potasic to the mat. Potasic able to grab out of it for the moment. Potasic trying to see if he can work that back little headlock. Michelson into a good position right now here for the Mustangs.
There's still 1-0 score over on mat number 2 between Chernlin and Lucina. They're back in the center of the mat. Lucina drops down on a double. Snapped down by Chernlin in the front headlock, but Lucina back up to his feet over on mat number 2.
50 seconds remaining here in this first period. Still a 3-0 lead working across that armbar. There is again Michelson against Potasic.
Lucina trying to hit a dump on Chernlin. Chernlin front headlock. Still 1-0 lead for Max Chernlin. Working aggressively in the front headlock position over on mat number 2.
As right now spinning across, and now you'll see Potasic. Potasic's got Michelson down to the mat into a pinning combination. Gets a 2-point reversal, trying to finish it off via the fall here with 20 seconds left in the first period.
And back to the center for a restart over on mat number 2. Still 1-0 with 32 seconds.
And Potasic winner via the fall. What a move by Potasic to get the 2-point reversal into a pinning combination. And at 172 pounds, Carter Potasic of the Oaks Tornadoes gives Oaks a 21-19 team dual score lead.
So here's Lucina and Chernlin. Final 10 seconds of the second period. Still 1-0 lead for Max Chernlin. And at the end of the second period, 1-0 lead, Chernlin. Lucina has choice. He looks over. He chose neutral. So Lucina, to win the match, will have to score a takedown.
J.J. Haygood here for Oaks going up against Cole Nitschke here for South Border at 189 pounds. As you still have 5 more weight classes to go, including this one here on mat number 1.
Yeah, mat number 2 still at 172, minute 30 on the clock. Lucina drops down. Not able to grab an ankle or a knee on Chernlin. Chernlin, good down block.
40 seconds into the first period, still scoreless between Nitschke and Haygood here on mat number 1, and tension starting to rise a little bit more between these two matches.
Lucina has double overs on Chernlin, called for a stalemate back to the center of the mat over on mat number 2. Still 1-0 lead for Max Chernlin. Off the whistle, collar tie by Lucina.
50 seconds left in the first period, still scoreless between Haygood and Nitschke right now. Haygood going for a shot, Nitschke able to block it, then Nitschke gets a 3-point takedown.
And Chernlin trying to turn the corner on Lucina, gets him broke belly down. He takes control of the match, up 4-0 in the third period with 35 seconds remaining on mat number 2.
Nitschke trying to bring Haga down into a pinning position right now, continues to lead 3-0. Haga trying his best to muscle out of it, but Nitschke trying not to allow Haga to get back up, standing up top as he works to his tripod base.
And final 15 seconds over on mat number 2. Chernlin has the wrist spiraled on the near side, breaks Lucina down to his hip over on mat 2.
As we'll finish the first period 3-0 in favor of Cole Nitschke at 189 pounds.
And we finish out the match. Max Chernlin wins by decision 4-0, 22-15, the dual score. Going into 189 pounds over on mat number 2.
£189 pounds in the down position will be Nitschke. Haygood here for the Oaks Tornadoes. Nitschke able to get right back to a standing spot. And then we'll have the headgear pot coming off there for a moment for Haygood. So they will stop it and restart. Haygood going for the leg. Nitschke trying to come across and get the escape.
And back in action on mat number 2, Bennett Geisler, Ellen Delgy Coleman, Matt and Schwab. Schwab with the snap down and that big collar tie.
2-point reversal on the way here for the Mustangs as they now take a 5-0 lead, 190, or 130 that is, 90 seconds left here in the second period.
And Geisler and Schwab, little nice single leg shot here by Bennett Geisler. Schwab backs up, goes underhooks. Geisler with another double shot off the mat, back to the center for a restart on mat 2.
Nitschke continue to drive that left arm a little bit more into the mat with Haygood there. And as he tries every time to get back to his base, Nitschke then just kind of puts those hooks on him and brings him back down to the mat here for Cole. Haygood able to get back up, and Nitschke right on cue does it yet again, brings Haygood back down to the mat.
The Broncos back with this 7-point duel lead, 22-15 duel score.
Nitschke trying to see if they can turn Haygood over here and get into a pinning combination. 25 seconds remaining here in the second period.
We're still scoreless in the first period at 189 pounds, 45 seconds remaining over on mat number 2.
Ten seconds here on mat number 1. Haygood able to get back to his stomach, to his base. 4 near fall points though coming here for Nitschke, as Nitschke will take a 9-0 lead heading to the third.
And Schwab working up over the top on Geisler. Geisler keeps that underhook buried in deep, drops down to a single, doubles up on Schwab. Schwab goes to the edge of the mat. Here's Geisler. He elevates this, takes Schwab down right to his back. Schwab's going to roll through. And off the edge, back to the center for a restart. And the 3-0 lead for Bennett Geisler over Madden Schwab.
Haygood will start in the down position. Nitschke up top. If it finishes like this, it would be 4 points being awarded here to South Border on the major decision, but still a lot more wrestling to be had.
And Schwab down at the end of the first period, 3-0 to Bennett Geisler. Schwab tripods up now with the 1-point escape. Schwab on the board at the end of the first period, 3-1 lead for Bennett Geisler.
This one working on the near side of the mat for Haygood, just unable to get out of the grasp of Nitschke throughout the majority of this particular 189-pound bout.
Geisler goes into Schwab with the double shot. Schwab backs him up. Minute 45 remaining in the second period. 3-1 lead for Bennett Geisler.
As Nitschke trying to get Haygood back down to the mat one more time. And now try to reverse across with that right arm. Now we'll get potentially dangerous move here with 53 seconds left in the third period.
And Schwab and Geisler go back to the center of the mat for their restart. Minute 30 remaining in the second period. over on mat number 2. Still 3-1 lead for Bennett Geisler.
As Haga continues to work on the bottom against Nitschke.
Schwab dropped down to a single leg, then pops up, tries to go double unders on Geisler. Geisler trying to sag the hips and defend as they go out back to the center for a restart.
30 seconds left here in the third period. Hagen doing a great job defensive wrestling here against Cole Nitschke, even though Nitschke does have a major currently right now. Just trying to stay out of a pinning combination here late as Nitschke's looking for those extra bonus points with 19 seconds left here in the period. Trying to get Haga via the fall late here in the third as Haga turns back across. 10 seconds, and there's the fall. Cole Nitschke had to work for 5 minutes and 50 seconds, but at 189 pounds, South Border gets 6 points, winners via the fall, and take a team duel lead, now 25-21.
Match score over on mat number 2, still 3-1 lead for Bennett Geisler. Final 30 seconds of the second period. Schwab with the collar tie. Geisler elbow pass. Schwab spins back around. Here with 15 seconds remaining second period. Geisler level change. Schwab meets him down on the mat. The wrestlers circle back around in that center of the mat. Now going into the third period, Schwab chooses bottom position. Schwab's down by 2 points going into the third period on mat number 2.
Mat number 1, we head to 215 pounds. Shane Nitschke of South Border going up against Max Klein here of Oaks, and Nitschke with a 3-point takedown 15 seconds in, as again South Border has a team duel lead in the championship 25-21 against Oaks.
Schwab will pull within 1 on Geisler with the escape. 3-2 score. Geisler's going to drop down, almost caught Schwab. Schwab has Geisler belly down. See if he can turn the corner, and he does.
And you'll get back-to-back falls here for the South Border Mustangs. One by Cole Nitschke, the other by Shane Nitschke here, and Shane wastes very little time. 34 seconds into the period, and you'll have a 31-21 lead. And with 3 weight classes remaining, South Border has got themselves a little bit of breathing room here against the Tornadoes now.
Yeah, the Broncos in this duel, 22-15, have the 7-point lead. Schwab in the match is up with his first lead of this match, 5-3, and a caution on Schwab on the restart. Minute 18 remaining in the match over on mat number 2.
Aiden Barnes here for South Border going up against Braden Simonowski here for the Oaks Tornadoes at 285 pounds at heavyweight. Still with 107 and 114 weight classes left to wrestle here in this championship match. South Border gets a major decision win here. They will earn the Region 1 championship even with 2 weight classes remaining. So that's kind of do or die time right now here for the Tornadoes.
And 1-point lead. They have it 5-3 at the, I was thinking it should be 5-4, but. So 5-3 is the score between Geisler and Schwab. Wrestlers on their feet on mat number 2.
Birch was going for the single leg, blocked by Simonowski. Then Simonowski able to get 3 points on the takedown. Nice move by Braden as Braden trying to see if he can just bring Birch down to the mat one more time to get to a pinning position. Simonowski continues to work here for the Tornadoes.
And still that 2-point lead for Schwab. Final 10 seconds on mat number 2. At 189 pounds, wrestler stood up in the center of the mat. Schwab defending. Geisler going into Schwab. Drops down to a double. Schwab sprawls.
And we'll get 1 tech point on the way here for the South Border Mustangs with Aiden Birch after the class there of Simonowski.
Schwab wins by decision. 25-15 the dual score with that win by Matt Schwab at 189 pounds.
Simonowski will work on top. Simonowski trying to roll him over. Now gets into a pinning position, but immediately they'll call the illegal test grasp, the illegal grasp again one more time. So another tech point coming for Aiden. It's now 3-2.
And here's Lyons and Caruth going at it. Ivan Caruth, defending state champion, 215 pounds with the fireman's carry in out. 3-0 lead for Caruth on mat 2.
Seminuski works up top here. He's had a couple of chances against Birch to try to earn a pin and a fall, but with those illegal clasps, has earned 2 points here for Aiden for South Border. And Aiden just trying to ride out these last 5 seconds of the period. Trailing at 3-2, able to turn him over with 2-1, but we will head to the second period. The entire fan base for Oaks was about ready to erupt.
That's a David and Goliath match out there right now. And Caruth working for a foul on Lyons. Has the chin drop on him. He's going to go into Lyons. Try to push those hips back and apply more pressure.
Birch will start in the top position here against Seminuski.
And out comes Aiden Hinkle with that win by fall for Caruth. 25-21, the dual score. Hinkle wrestling Seth Irie.
As you will continue to see Aiden Birch right now riding up top here on Seminuski. And every turn, the crowd is cheering for either South Border or Oaks here in Kindred. Now trying to work a little bit around with that back leg right now on Aiden Birch. Now to the right leg. Seminuski trying to come across and get to the reversal. Seminuski's going to get the 2 points on the reversal. Now Seminuski into some riding time up top. Leads at 5-2, 60 seconds here into the second period. Seminuski able to turn Birch over and winner via the fall. The Tornadoes get 6 big points here late in heavyweight. They trail it by 4 now, 31-27 on the team dual score.
And we're 25-21 over on mat number 2. This is Aiden Hinkle taking on Seth Irie. We're scoreless in the first period. 25-21 the dual score. Minute 15 remains in this first period.
As for Oaks, it was kind of a must situation there in terms of needing points, but obviously a fall and they get it. 107 pounds and 114 pounds remains in this Region 1 championship duel. Again, if Oaks wins, then EEK still has a chance if they could win. But if South Border wins, then all of a sudden you would see Lisbon still have a chance if they could win for a challenge match here, Brent.
Yeah, this one's coming down to the wire over on mat number 2. Still a little bit of wrestling to go over on mat number 1. Still a little bit of wrestling to go over on mat number 2. Here's Irie and Hinkle.
It's mat number 1, Trig Dahlstrom here for Oaks going up against Blake Goebel here for South Border. 3 points awarded here for Blake and the South Border Mustangs. South Border, they get a major decision win, and they would win this championship duel. That's what they need. Oaks can ill afford anything for South Border but a decision win in their own right if they do come up short.
And Hinkle with the 3-point takedown at the end of the first period, up 3-0.
As he got nearly 3 points for the takedown coming across of it there for Dahlstrom for a moment. It's still 31-27, but a 3-0 lead here for Blake Goebel for South Border.
And we're going for the start of the second period. 3-0 lead for Aiden Hinkle. He goes with the alternate start. Irie up for the 1-point escape. 3-1's the score over on mat 2 at the start of the second period.
Also 3-1 here on mat number 1 after Dahlstrom earns the escape there from Goebel. Goebel right now and Dahlstrom have already flown around this particular match. Now into an opportunity here for the Oaks Tornadoes here with Dahlstrom working on the near side. Near fall points will not be awarded. Now they'll work off the match. That was close. The officials will talk it over to see if there was a takedown and if any points will be awarded here to Dahlstrom. And they will. They'll give them 3 points on the takedown as the Oaks Tornadoes now with a 7-3 on top of it with the takedown and the near fall points here for Dahlstrom.
Yeah, 6-2 Hinkle with the takedown, the escape for Irie. Now with 1:03 on the clock in the second period over Matt 2. Irie's going to go headlock on Hinkle. Hinkle rolls through. Irie working for a fall. And some near fall. So the takedown and 2 near fall for Hinkle. He rolls Irie over. Hinkle working for the pin on mat number 2. In the win by fall for Aiden Hinkle. 31-21 is your dual score with the win by fall. Ellendale Edgeley-Colma has been open at 107. And that is the duel, it appears. Here for Fromke going out at 107. He'll take the forfeit. So the Broncos will take third place. There's still one more match to wrestle at 114 pounds. We'll see if they wrestle it. 37-21 is the dual score. Broncos will seed that match. 37-27 is the final over on mat number 2.
As now everything turns to mat number 1. So we know Lisbon wins for third. If Oaks wins the championship, that'll mean Oaks and South Border make their way to state. If South Border can win, we would have a challenge match. As right now Blake Goebel trying to get into a pinning position here on Dahlstrom, able to do so. He's got near fall points, now looking for the fall for the South Border Mustangs. Right now here for Goebel. Goebel's got him in the headlock there of Dahlstrom. 1:18 remaining here in the second period. Near fall points upcoming, and he will get 4 near fall points awarded as it's now 9-7 with 1:05 left. As Dahlstrom on the bottom position. Again, a pin or a major decision for South Border. We would have a challenge match between the Broncos and the Tornadoes. But then Dahlstrom gets the 2-point escape, and now we're tied at 9 apiece as Dahlstrom works up top with 45 seconds left here in the second period. I didn't know if we could get any tighter than what we did last year in Lisbon, Brent, and I think we're going to succeed that the way this still goes, and we still have a weight class left in the championship.
Yeah, this is about the same as last year coming down here. 2 different teams, or at least one different team here with the Oaks Tornadoes, but just as exciting.
As right now, everybody waiting to see what the final of minute and change of the second period has to bring. As going for a double leg right now is Goebel. Goebel able to bring Dahlstrom down to the match. 3 points upcoming here. As every fan base is into this match. As they work off the side, you can hear the Lisbon faithful. The only time they'll probably ever cheer for South Border, Brent, is coming in this duel right now.
It's amazing how the alliances will change.
13-9 with 21 seconds here in this period. This one has been a firecracker between Dahlstrom and Goebel. Goebel works up top. Dahlstrom right now on the bottom. 15 seconds as Dahlstrom will try to see if he can get the escape or possibly the reversal. Doing a good job, though, is Goebel right now up top, just trying to ride out these last 5 seconds going to the third. So here's the situation. If we remain at a 4-point margin, we will have to go to 114, where that weight class would mean something. If South Border can get a couple more points here for Goebel and make it a major, the last weight class will not matter, and South Border would be your Region 1 champs. The question is, how defensive are you if you're Goebel, and how much do you got to go if you're Dahlstrom? If you're Dahlstrom, he's trying to come around here as Dahlstrom works on top on Goebel. Now trying to bring him down. 3 points will be awarded to make it now 19-12 on the takedown here for Dahlstrom. Dahlstrom's going to cut him loose. 1-point escape. Ooh. As they work to the side of the mat. So 14-12, and they have worked to the edge of the mat time and time again here, Brett.
This is a great match, back and forth battle. Neither wrestler backing down from this. Great offensive battle here on mat number 1.
We saw one earlier with Kindred and Lamorlich O'Marion that was in the 20s. This one is in the teens and could possibly get to the 20s. Right now you got that double hook a little bit, or the clasp of the ankle right now for Goebel and Dahlstrom. As Dahlstrom trying to see if he can push Goebel over. It's still neutral right now, neither being awarded the points. 2-point advantage, 14-12 right now for Goebel, and we'll go back to a neutral position with 46 seconds left here in the period.
Yeah, it's amazing what these wrestlers can do. They have that team riding on their shoulders right now and just leaving everything out there on the mat.
40 seconds remaining here in the third period. The next takedown very easily could be what wins this particular weight class and match. As they will go across, no points awarded. Now there's a 3-point takedown here for Goebel into a pinning position. 17-12 right now as they work to the side of Dahlstrom. Goebel, all he needs to do is ride out the last 15 seconds. 3 points will be awarded then here for the South Border Mustangs. As right now it's 5 seconds. 2 points will be awarded to make it now 19-12, and in doing so, the South Border Mustangs pick up 3 points, and from the team duel perspective, it's 34-27, and just like that, right now at 114 pounds.
I think that's the duel.
It's going to be the duel.
That is.
34-27 with that decision win, so if you're South Border, you do not have to, again, wrestle in this one. You can forfeit and make it 34-33. But I think Oaks is going to leave it open regardless. And what this means is the South Border Mustangs are heading to state. We got a challenge match here between Oaks and Lisbon coming up.
Yep, I just had the feeling that that's what we'd see today, and we do have that coming up now between the Broncos and the Oaks Tornadoes.
So give credit to South Border. They will be your Southeast Sub-Regional Dual Champs. They'll be making their way back to state after falling just short last year in Lisbon against the Broncos. You got EEK, they will finish 4th. Kindred is 5th. 6th is Lemoore Litchell Marion, and 7th is Napoleon Gackle Streeter. Now we get the challenge match between Lisbon and alongside Oaks, with the winner, a spot at state, is on the line. We'll take a quick break, and we'll come back and get you ready for that challenge match next here in Kindred.
When it comes to keeping your home comfortable, Bears Home Solutions has all your needs covered. From expert heating and cooling services to top-notch plumbing and fireplace installations, their team ensures your home stays cozy year-round. Trust their experienced professionals to handle it all efficiently, affordably, and with a smile. Ready to upgrade? Call Bears Home Solutions at 701-365-0365 or check them out on Facebook. Bears Home Solutions, where comfort meets excellence.
I'm Molly, and I have lived here a little over 3 years now. I like the open spaces here and being able to go in and out. I like the fact that I don't have stairs or elevators. I just have most everything that I need close at hand.
There's a new inventory of trailers at Bloomfield Enterprises of Hillsborough. You can see the latest inventory online at BloomfieldTrailers.com. Bloomfield Enterprises has a full line of Big Tex trailers. Big Tex has affordable and versatile utility trailers for all your jobs. Big Tex has a full line of products from ATV trailers to gooseneck to dump trailers and more. Call Larry at 218-368-7989 or Tim at 701-430-0877. Bloomfield Enterprises in Hillsborough.
You can buy beef by the quarter, half or whole beef from Mueller Angus, USDA inspected beef. Fill the freezer. Call Dave Mueller at 701-799-3032. 701-799-3032 to purchase beef by the quarter, half or the whole from Mueller Angus, Hillsborough. You can buy beef by the quarter, half or whole beef from Mueller Angus, USDA inspected beef. Fill the freezer. Call Dave Mueller at 701-799-3032. 701-799-3032 to purchase beef by the quarter, half or the whole from Mueller Angus, Hillsborough.
Well, we'll go to now just one mat with the challenge match upcoming between the Oaks Tornadoes and the Lisbon Broncos. Winner will make their way to the Fargo Dome for the team duel state tournament. A reminder, next Friday and Saturday it'll be the individuals. The girls will be in Castleton on yourliveevent.com on Friday afternoon into the evening, and then on Saturday morning into the afternoon we'll be up in Grafton. Brent Dick with Brady Siebels as well for the boys individual tournament. Both will be video broadcasts here on yourliveevent.com, and then we will get to our audio-only state coverage Thursday, Friday, and then Saturday 2 weeks later. And a very similar where Thursday, Friday is the individuals. Saturday will just be the dual portion. But, Brent, it took everything to get to the challenge match with EEK and Lisbon and alongside South Border and Oaks. After seeing what we just saw, what do you expect once we get to this respective challenge match? Because Lisbon is a little banged up from earlier in the day. And then Oaks, the number 1 seed, obviously they got some pretty good wrestlers and some pretty good firepower, and they would like nothing more than to defeat a team that's been to state many a times in duels out of this regional here with the Lisbon Broncos.
Yeah, I expect it's going to be, another tightly contested duel here between the Broncos and the Oaks Tornadoes. Regular season duel was a 1-point win for the Broncos, 33-32. Teams, a little bit different with their lineups. As you mentioned, the Broncos maybe a little bit banged up. I also haven't seen Eli Lyons there at 160 pounds for the Broncos, but you got to put all that stuff aside, and the team just has to pull together and come out here and wrestle for each other and wrestle for that chance to go to the state tournament.
As we take a look at some of our Agassi Precision Egg move of the match here between what we just saw just moments ago between Oaks and South Border, I think you got to give it to Blake Goebel there at 107 pounds, Brent. I mean, those two just went back and forth like Spitfires between Dahlstrom and Goebel gets that 3 points and essentially was the game sealing or match sealing, if you want to call it, 3 points to send South Border to state here in duels.
Yeah, that's a hard one to pick because there's just so many good matches there in that matchup between Oaks and South Border. So just good to give the wrestlers some recognition there at 107 pounds.
Again, that's our Agassi Precision Egg duel match. And then for the Enbridge Energy Wrestler of the match, just kind of what do you go with on either side here for the third place match? Brent, from your perspective, what did you just kind of see from the third place side?
Well, for the third place side, I got Aiden Hinkle for the Broncos with that Agassi Egg Precision Mover of the match going in there and gave the Broncos the lead, or I should say extended that lead out and put that duel out of reach, came up with that was a big pin over Seth Irie. Irie, not a slouch of a wrestler. He's really made a name for himself as a sophomore for the Ellendale, they call him Thunder. So Hinkle came out, wrestled the match that he needed, and extended that lead, and then Broncos able to get into this challenge match now with Oaks.
We're going to take a quick break. What we'll do when we come back, we'll recap what happened in Grand Forks so far on the girls' side. We'll recap what happened in a very entertaining Northeast Regional and arguably just as entertaining Southeast Regional. Then we'll get you ready for that challenge match coming up here from Kindred.
Local radio is now worldwide with 24-hour streaming. Download the RJ Radio app to hear local voices from local radio with KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ 24 hours a day from anywhere. You can listen to your favorite programs like the RJ Family Morning Show, local news, farm markets, music, high school sports, church services, more from anywhere. KRJB, KRJM, and 96.7 KKCQ is streaming on the RJ Radio app. Download it to your device and take us with you wherever you go.
Meet Blake, the messiest 4-year-old on the planet. He's no ordinary durability tester. Meet SmartStrand, no ordinary carpet. With all pet protection, it's the softest, most durable, easiest to clean carpet on the planet. When Blake's barn got a comfy makeover, SmartStrand came clean, even went up against a 2-ton rhino. Made to withstand all walks of life. Ask for SmartStrand, rhino tested, rhino approved.
Available at Carpet World, carpetworldfargo.com.
At Carrington Dental Care, they treat you like family. Meet Dr. Chaz Bauer and Dr. Jay Bauer, your friendly neighborhood dentists who care about your smiles. Join their family of happy patients. Whether it's routine checkups or cosmetic dentistry, they're dedicated to making your smile shine. Join the countless families who love coming to Carrington Dental Care, trusted by our community for years. Visit them online at thecarringtondentist.com or call 701-652-2801. Schedule your appointment today.
Growers, prepare your fields and yields against the wet conditions for 2025 and beyond with a drain tile project from Chad's Excavating out of Mayville. Drain tiling will improve and increase your yields and land values for years to come. Chad's Excavating provides free, detailed estimates, and with over 40 years of combined success, they provide professional installation and service. Call Chad today to prepare for your future and any questions that you might have. That's Chad's Excavating out of Mayville, helping farmers grow.
As we come back here on YourLiveEvent.com, let's recap what happened across the state of North Dakota, at least on the eastern side of the state. Congratulations goes out to the Central Cass Squirrels on the girls' side as they defeated Grand Forks for the team duel championship 42-36. So the Central Cass Squirrels winners on the girls' side over Grand Forks. Squirrels will be number 1 from the east. Grand Forks will be number 2. Wrestling for third place right now is South Border and Lisbon, and currently it is South Border with a 30-24 lead with 4 weight classes left to go for our audio-only coverage on YourLiveEvent.com. But again, South Border over Lisbon right now with 4 weight classes left to go for third place in the East Regional Duel Tournament. 7th place goes to Carrington over Napoleon Gacko Streeter, 46-30. Pembina County North and Fargo wrestling for 5th. So again, Central Cass is 1, Grand Forks 2, Lisbon, South Border wrestling for third place as we speak. You can tune into that broadcast for our audio-only coverage on YourLiveEvent.com. Northeast Sub-Regional Dual Tournament, Carrington and Pembina County North heading to state after Carrington defeated Pembina County North 39-30 here earlier today. So still to come here in Kindred. One more match, then we'll get to our senior athlete and coach of the year as well. It's the Lisbon Broncos and the Oaks Tornadoes here today on YourLiveEvent.com. So one more time, audio-only coverage of the girls' dual individual tournament in Grand Forks. So again, make sure you stay tuned and listen in for that just to see the conclusion of South Border and the Lisbon Broncos on what's going to happen for that third place match. We'll take a quick break. When we come back after this, inching closer to Oaks and Lisbon for our challenge match and who's going to head to state with South Border here from the Southeast Sub-Regional Dual Tournament. We'll find out that coming up around the corner here from Kindred.
World of chaos. You need superhero level protection.
I keep telling everyone they need to get the right protection for their lifestyle. Some do. We do.
Whatever it takes.
Whatever it takes. Get the right protection for your lifestyle. Go to IRIinsurance.com to get a free quote and consultation.
Sharing our heritage, sharing our future. Choosing the right bank for your financial needs can be challenging with the many choices available. Dakota Heritage Bank is pleased you're interested in knowing more about what they can do for you. The Dakota Heritage Bank community bank setting is a strong advantage they have over larger, less personal banks. Customers are more than account numbers, they are friends and neighbors. Working together, Dakota Heritage Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
At Enbridge, we're focused on relationships. 23 Canadian First Nation and Métis communities now own an equity stake in Enbridge Athabasca Pipelines. In Minnesota, Enbridge has spent $450 million and counting with Native-owned companies and in wages to tribal members working on Line 3. Every day brings new collaborations, partnerships, and possibilities. Learn more at Enbridge.com.
In times like these, it's good to know there's a place where people know who you are, no matter how long you've been gone. A place where the smells of home cooking are still in the air, where a simple wave warms your heart, and sharing stories is just a way of life. It's good to be home. Farmers Union Insurance, protecting what's important in life.
See your local Farmers Union Insurance agent, Jennifer Worley, in Cavalier.
Let the geeks at GK Technology help you with your agricultural data. Their agronomists know agriculture. When it comes to creating soils and zone maps to maximize yields in your fields, you can trust the people with decades of experience in site-specific agriculture. Everyone at GK Technology has a background in agriculture, so they know what makes a farm run, and they speak your language. The geeks at GK Technology have a map and an app for that.
It's that time of year again. Time to kick off another exciting and fun-filled school year. Everyone at Halstead Living Center and Heritage House in Halstead hope we all can join together and make it a successful and safe school year. If you're driving near school buildings, at school bus stops, please watch carefully for children. Welcome back, students, teachers, staff, and administration from Halstead Living Center and Heritage House in Halstead, providing living environments for seniors that maximize health, independence, and quality of life.
As we come back here on YourLiveEvent.com, I'd like to thank a wholesale of our sponsors from across the way here. Dakota Heritage Bank being one of those. Is coming up a little bit later on. We'll hear from one or two members that was able to wrestle here throughout the day, but Dakota Heritage Bank providing our pregame and postgame conversation. Go to Dakota Heritage website for more information and to find a branch near you with locations in North Dakota and Minnesota sharing their heritage and their future. That's dhb.bank. One more time, dhb.bank here today in Kindred. Brent, as you see the wrestlers tanking the mat, inching closer to once we get going here, taking a look at the weight classes that we've kind of started off with and where we're going to go. We've seen everything at 107, 114, 121, so you work your way up a little bit to 128. I guess seeing these two, what's going to be something that's going to stand out to you a little bit later on once we get to this particular challenge match? What's an area, what's a weight class, a wrestler or two that's kind of going to be that X factor, so to speak, once you get to this one?
Well, I've seen back and forth battles at 139 and 145. You have the Allwinder boys there for Oaks, and for Broncos at 139, we have Cruz Ranke and Griffin Greenlee. And those matches have been back and forth. Could be pivotal matches. I mean, those could come down. It could be a 1-point win, or it could be a win by fall for either wrestler. It's just the way they wrestle, and they're able to catch each other. I've seen it where Ranke has pinned Allwinder and Allwinder's pinned Ranke, and vice versa with Greenlee and Case Allwinder at 145. So I just look for those two weights to be pivotal in the duel. And then you also have to look at 52 now with Ryan Eng for the Broncos not able to wrestle out, I guess, just out of the tournament for now. And then 160 pounds, Eli Lyons banged up for the Broncos. And I guess we'll just see how those alternates for Lisbon will do at those weight classes.
It's going to be interesting what the mix and match kind of comes a little bit later on. Obviously, the Allwinders for Oaks are awfully good in their own right. We were able to see Szymanowski earn a big pin just moments ago in their match with South Border to keep their hopes alive at that time to win a region championship. So it'll be curious to see what these two coaching staffs kind of come up with for this final bout here coming up here for the dual tournament.
Yeah, I'm sure the coaches, the week leading up to this have sat down and penned this duel out on some of the matchups that they expect to see, and if they win the coin toss and who has to show first and who has choice. So I'm sure that they've already gamed this one out and will be ready to wrestle here for a chance to go to state.
Update on the girls' side, 3 weight classes to go. South Border 30, Lisbon 27 with 3 weight classes left to go. That's for third place. Interesting to see how the teams from the east will make their way, but we know this, Central Cass and Grand Forks again on the eastern side. Whoever wins between Lisbon and South Borders for Shirley and for third, then it depends on what happens for fifth for that challenge match as well. We'll take a quick break. When we come back after this, getting a little bit closer again one more time between the Lisbon Broncos and the Oaks Tornadoes. Again, you have to give that about a half hour or so, and both of these were coming right down to the final minutes just after the 5 o'clock hour. So inching a little bit closer to this challenge match here today in Kindred.
There's more at 104. Hillsboro, North Dakota has everything you need on your next road trip. Food, fuel, fun, and family-friendly activities. Stop by and fill up your tank or grab a bite to eat. Have a blast at Goose River Golf Club, the swimming pool, or one of our beautiful parks. There's even ice skating and cross-country skiing. Take in the sights or stay the night so you don't miss a thing. Experience Hillsboro and see why there's more at 104.
Hunter Insurance Agency is a locally owned full-service agency providing protection and coverage in a number of different areas. Hunter Insurance Agency offers multi-peril crop insurance, crop hail insurance, and farm insurance for buildings and equipment. Plus, they offer home, auto, life, and business insurance. For more information, go online to hunterinsuranceagency.com or stop in and speak with Johnny Jorgensen at Hunter Insurance Agency. Find them at 201 Main Street, Hunter.
Your home for North Dakota postseason wrestling is YourLiveEvent.com. Tune in to our coverage of the East Region Individual Girls Wrestling Tournament and the Class B East Region Individual Boys Wrestling Tournament on YourLiveEvent.com. Our coverage begins on Friday, February 14th from Castleton for the Girls East Region Individual Tournament, followed by the Class B East Region Boys Individual Wrestling Tournament in Grafton on Saturday, February 15th on YourLiveEvent.com.
The friendly staff at Lemoore Drugstore reminds you from prescription requests and OTC medication, you can find it all at Lemoore Drugstore. Stay prepared for the bitter cold with our heated gear line from boot and glove liners to body wraps, scarves, and more. Rechargeable Bluetooth and disposable options are available. Located in the center of Lemoore in the Bank North Mall. For more info, go to LemooreDrugstore.com. That's LemooreDrugstore.com, or stop in and check us out. Good luck to all the wrestlers, and go Lobos.
Hey, welcome back here, LiveEvent.com. We're back for the Southeast Region Sub-Duel tournament. The winner of this duel will advance to the state tournament. This is our challenge duel. Broncos taking third place. Oaks falling to South Border Mustangs in that first championship duel. And we are out here 100 and I think this is 27. So 127, they got 114 on the clock, but I believe we're at 127 pounds. Gavin Robertson going out there, and Owen Iverson for Oaks. Iverson, an 8th grader. Robertson, a junior for the Broncos, finding his way into the starting lineup. Crowd just settling back into the gymnasium. Cleared out a little bit. Some of the teams headed back. So we'll see as the momentum builds here. We're still at 127 pounds, so that's where we're starting at. Started the day at 107. Probably not a position Oaks wanted to be in, but now battling Lisbon for the chance to go to state in the dual team tournament. Here's Iverson in on a high crotch fireman's. Defended by Robertson, has double unders. Was trying to step through and throw Iverson. Iverson at the last minute was able to pull an arm free. Circled back around. Robertson drops down, high crotch, now snapped down by Iverson. In the edge of the mat, go out for a restart. So Iverson and Robertson out here at mat number 1. Should say the only mat now. Iverson holding center of the mat. Robertson goes up to a collar tie. And final 30 seconds of our first period. Still scoreless. Here's Robertson, drops down. We'll see if he can finish that last duel with Ellendale Edgeley Calm. He had a little bit of a problem finishing those shots, but here's with Iverson. Iverson does have a whizzer in, but it's a little bit loose. Robertson spins back around. He has to return him to the mat or get a hand down there. The hand did touch, and Iverson scoots out. There was a hand that touched the mat by Iverson, but the official doesn't call the takedown. Iverson off the whistle, takes a big dive or I should say Robertson took a big dive at Iverson with 5 seconds remaining. And time expires. We're still scoreless going into the second period. So Robertson's had a little bit of trouble finishing his takedowns, finds himself on the edge of the mat. And a caution, just inadvertent whistle by the official on the restart of in the second period. Still scoreless. So the Broncos opened up in that quarterfinal round with a win over Lemoore Litchfield Marion 44-27. Then faced the South Border Mustangs in the semifinals. They lost that duel 44-24. South Border advances to the championship against Oaks, as Oaks defeated Ellendale Edgeley-Colm in the semifinals by a score of 38-32. And that exciting win in duel between South Border and Oaks, 40-27. South Border over Oaks brings us to this challenge duel. 1 point escape for Robertson. Nice little slide by Iverson. Had a scoring opportunity, but Robertson was able to step away and maintains the 1-0 lead. Robertson again on the edge of the mat. Nice high crotch shot, and they're out. Back to the center for the restart.
And congratulations goes out to the Lisbon Bronco girls wrestling team. They take third over South Border 45-30, Brent. So congratulations to Coach Jake and the Lisbon Bronco girls wrestling team making it to state on the dual side.
Yeah, that's good to hear. Their first chance for a crack at the state dual tournament. And now down to 40 seconds remaining in the second period. Still 1-0 lead for Robertson. Iverson pushes Robertson away. Now drops down on a double. Robertson, a little bit of a down block, goes to an under. On the near side. And edge of the mat once again. And Robertson not able to finish after he ducked under that headlock. Just finding himself out of position on the edge of the mat in these scoring opportunities. Down to the final 15 seconds. We're in the second period. Collar by Robertson. Drops down. Ankle pick on the edge of the mat once again, and they go out. So Robertson, the aggressor on the shots. With 5 seconds remaining in the second period, he has the 1-0 lead. And time expires. Iverson has choice, chooses bottom. And off the whistle, Robertson goes right away to the leg. He has the 1-0 lead. Iverson's going to try to take that wrist in arm of Robertson and tie that up. Iverson hunts around the backside for an ankle, trying to counter the leg ride. Now Robertson goes over the top, has tried to catch the chin. Iverson doing a good job hand fighting underneath. Minute 30 remaining in the third period. Now Robertson able to get Iverson on belly down. Trying to throw those hips over as well as drag his arm across the chin and then stretch out the forearm. He does have the 1-0 lead in the top position for Lisbon. And Iverson in the sit-out position. Doesn't want to expose that head or put that chin up because Robertson will rake that across, and now he has it caught and picking up near fall. Here's Gavin Robertson. Iverson's going to try to hip heist back around. We'll see if Iverson can pick up a reversal. And Robertson with 3 near fall and kind of the re-switch off of Iverson was able to get back around on top. Now up 4-0. 35 seconds remaining. Iverson once again working the bottom side, rakes those hips over. Working over the top, goes crossface on Iverson. Iverson trying to tie up a wrist. Stop this attack over the top by Gavin Robertson. Robertson has the 4-0 lead. In final 10 seconds. Iverson sits up, takes the arm, going to try to arm spin out of this. And that'll do it here for Gavin Robertson, your winner by decision, 4-0. The Broncos grab the early lead at 127 pounds, up 3-0. So 4-0 win by decision for Gavin Robertson.
Oh, nothing was going to be easy. You and I were talking about how close it's been. You know, even Napoleon Gacko-Streeter, who finished 7th, obviously gave Lamore Litchell-Marion everything they could handle on the consolation side. You know, Kindred just kind of ran out of the upper weight wrestlers before they lost to EEK. EEK made it tough with Lisbon here. Brent, it's been so close today, and I don't expect this challenge match to be any different the way it started.
No, even that match or that duel between Lisbon and Lamore Litchfield-Marion, that first round quarterfinal duel, that was a little bit unexpected. Lamore wrestled a great duel. And Anderson off the whistle was able to spin behind, returns him to the mat for a 3-point takedown. Anderson has the early lead, 3-0. Locks up the armbar, catches the far wrist. He'll apply a forward pressure and try to walk around the head on Tucker Maroto. As Maroto going over to his back here for Anderson. With the minute 20 remaining on the clock in the first period, Anderson does have the 3-0 lead. Searching for a pin for the Broncos. He has the back arms tied up. Now he's going to sit through, and a win by fall for Noah Anderson. He wins 3-0, by fall. And now 9-0 is the lead for the Broncos.
A really good start for Lisbon, obviously, right off the bat to get some points and also get a little breathing room here. But, you know, Oaks has got a couple of pretty good wrestlers still left in their chamber here, still awfully early.
And you first see, I guess, the first move of the match, maybe. Dahlstrom down here at 139 pounds. Or I should say up at 139, wrestling Ranke. So Dahlstrom makes the move up. Ranke with the 1-point escape. 3-1's the score. Ranke underneath, trying to grab that far elbow and drag out of it. Dahlstrom looks to tie him up over the top. No movement, and we have a stalemate. So Dahlstrom comes out, scores the first points. Ranke with the escape, 3-1's the score. So these two met up a number of times when they were 8th graders, back and forth battle. Back out here wrestling to see who can go to the state duel tournament. Ranke will isolate an arm on Dahlstrom. Dahlstrom doing a good job of circling, following. Now Ranke drops down. Kind of an outside single. Dahlstrom tries to sprawl out over the top. Ranke will stay with this. Has that head buried in deep. Dahlstrom working the back ankle on Ranke. We'll see. The official wants to see more action or try to advance the position, and a stalemate called again over on on the main mat between Oaks and Lisbon. Dahlstrom steps down. Ranke tried to follow it up. Dahlstrom did a good job blocking Ranke's reshot. Final 15 seconds of the first period. 3-1 lead for Matthias Dahlstrom of Oaks. And slide by attempt by Dahlstrom. Ranke steps back around. And now going into the second period, 2-point lead for Matthias Dahlstrom. Bumping up here to wrestle Ranke at 139 pounds. Ranke defers over to Dahlstrom for choice and chooses neutral. Takedown for Ranke would put him ahead by 1 for Dahlstrom. He'd extend that lead. Now he's in on a single leg shot. Steps back, runs the pipe on Ranke for the 3-point takedown. 6-1 is the lead for Dahlstrom. Ranke stands back up. He'll have to show Dahlstrom that he can take him down. So it's 6-2 score. Ranke back on that single leg shot. Dives down underneath, going to try to poke that head out to the side and step around. Dahlstrom, those long arms, able to reach back around and tie up the back ankle. Ranke still pushing on the leg. Dahlstrom goes back to the ankle on Ranke. Down to minute 15 remaining. Dahlstrom will step back around. Once he hooks the ankle on Ranke, he's in scoring position. Ranke still hanging on. He's going to try to pass the arm over his head. Still 6-2 lead for Matthias Dahlstrom. And a stalemate called here between Ranke and Dahlstrom. Back to the center of the mat with 53 seconds remaining. 9-0 your score in the duel. The Broncos up. Started the duel at 127 pounds. Gavin Robertson with the win by decision, 4-0. Noah Anderson with the win by a fall at 133 pounds for Lisbon. Good exchange at 30 seconds remaining in the second period. Each wrestler changing levels, trying to turn the corner, nothing going. Ranke will have choice to start the third. He's in on another single leg shot on Dahlstrom. Dahlstrom reaching underneath. Ranke not having much luck going underneath Dahlstrom. See if he's able to work inside into the body on Dahlstrom. Final 10 seconds here for the second period. And that's the end of the period. Ranke with choice, chooses bottom. Cruz Ranke down by 4 points. Dahlstrom will look to ride him out, not give Ranke the chance for the big move at the end of the match. Dahlstrom goes claw right underneath Ranke, tripods up. He'll try to clear the hands and then hip heist away, staying in good position. And the 1 point escape, now a 6-3 takedown ties it for Ranke. Slide by, missed by Dahlstrom. Ranke going to work up over the top with the underhook. Dahlstrom pushes him away. Takedown for Dahlstrom will extend his lead. And now with a minute 10 remaining, Ranke works an angle in on a double leg shot again on Dahlstrom. Dahlstrom with the heavy hip sprawls out. Ranke trying to dig that head underneath. Has to drop down to a single. Dahlstrom able to get Ranke on his belly. Cracks Ranke down and a 3-point takedown. 9-3's the score. 6-point lead for Matthias Dahlstrom at 139 pounds. So Dahlstrom in with the spiked ankle. Down to 30 seconds remaining. We're in the third period. 6 points lead for Matthias Dahlstrom. Ranke keeping that head down now. Tries the outside leg stand up. Dahlstrom immediately throws in the leg, crunches down over the top, and extends out and stretches out Cruz Ranke. Keeps him buried down on the mat. Final 10 seconds, not giving him an opportunity to get moving. He's going to try to get some near fall at the end of the period. Final 2 seconds, and we'll see. Go to the official, 11-3, and that's a bonus point for Oaks with the win by major decision. 9-4 is your dual score. So now going up to 145 pounds. Griffin Greenlee out there for the Broncos. And Zane Allender out there for the Oaks Tornadoes. Broncos lead is 5 points, 9-4 in the duel. Here's a head tap by Allender. Greenlee wades in, collar tie. Allender controlling the far wrist, goes to a slide by on Greenlee. Greenlee shrugs him off, pushes him away back to the center of the mat. Greenlee tries to pass the wrist and the elbow. Allender steps back around now, holding center of the mat out here between Griffin Greenlee and Zane Allender. Down block by Greenlee, tries an inside trip on Allender. Allender steps back, able to push away, resets. Under a minute remaining. Greenlee goes aggressive tie, slide by attempt by Greenlee. Another slide by attempt. Allender goes into Greenlee and they go out back to the center for a restart. And Greenlee looked like he got a little half step in before the whistle. Another slide by attempt. This isolates the right arm on Allender. See if he's able to drag down. Allender shoots on Greenlee. Greenlee's going to try to trip. And Allender slides away back to the center. Final 15 seconds of the period. So we're still scoreless in the first period. Broncos in the duel up 9-4. Allender takes a high crotch shot on Greenlee. Final 5 seconds and goes into the second period scoreless after the shot by Allender. Allender takes a look over at the corner. He defers over to Greenlee. Greenlee looks over. He chooses neutral with Allender. Allender works the head on Greenlee. Greenlee an over tie on the right side. Now Allender, nice high crotch, doubles up. Greenlee's going to try to go elevator on Allender. Allender catches him. It flattens out over the top. Greenlee on his hip. And three-point takedown. Allender going for the fall on Greenlee, trying to roll through. Allender catches Greenlee on his back, working for a pin. Here is Zane Allender on Griffin Greenlee. Greenlee, right shoulder up just by a little bit. Allender working for the pin at 145 pounds. He has the 3-0 lead. We'll have near fall if Greenlee can get out of this. Greenlee does. He's back up, base down. Has some ground to make up with the 4 near fall for Zane Allender. Allender still working back around, grabs the ankle. Greenlee turns away. I'd say if there's a wrestler on the team that can make up a 7-point difference right now, it is Griffin Greenlee.
Has a good name
yeah.
when it comes to wrestling.
Yep, he's an explosive wrestler, so has a few tricks up his sleeve. Just the same as Zane Allender, same way. Greenlee rolls through, trying to catch Allender. Able to catch Allender on the hip. Allender able to recover and just grab that back ankle. See if Greenlee can advance this. As he's going to switch around, goes to the head. Now Allender catches Greenlee in a pinning combination. And just like that, back and forth battle. But Allender comes on top of the scramble with the 4 near fall, takes the 11-0 lead. And Greenlee grabs the head of Allender, rolls back through, catches him on his back. Here's Greenlee with the pinning combination at the end of the period. He'll have the reversal. He's going to adjust over the top on Allender as he caught Allender. 11-0. Greenlee has 6 points coming. And he's going to adjust again with 2 seconds remaining. And time expires 11-6. So 11-6 is the score. Greenlee's up by 5 going into, or excuse me, Allender's up by 5 going into the third. And Allender wants to go neutral with Greenlee. Too much happening down on the mat with Greenlee, so Allender wants to take him on his feet. Allender tries to pass. Greenlee shrugs it off. Greenlee goes collar tie. Allender drops down to a leg on Greenlee. Has it sucked in pretty tight. Greenlee's going to try to step around. Not sure if Greenlee's looking for a stalemate. And he gets it. Minute 28 remaining. 5-point lead for Zane Allender. Greenlee takes a look at the clock. And mentally coming up with a game plan here for Greenlee. Has a minute 19 remaining. Has 5 points to make up. And that'll just tie it. Goes down on Allender. Allender over the top. Reaches around on Greenlee. Greenlee trying to dig underneath with the firemen's. Allender able to crack him down with the 3-point takedown. Greenlee's going to roll through. Catches Allender again on the roll through. So Greenlee with the reversal. 14-8 back. 6-point lead for Allender. And Greenlee is better off letting Allender take him back down and working from the bottom. And final 30 seconds, 15-8. Allender with a drag. Greenlee's going to step back around. He has had an arm locked up on Allender, and they go out. 7-point lead for Allender and Greenlee. Couple of horses going at it in the center of the mat. Greenlee's going into Allender, locks up, trying to go over the top. Allender not backing down from Greenlee. Final 20 seconds. Greenlee going back into him. Allender drops down on a leg. Greenlee's going to try to hip over, rolls through with Allender. And that'll do it. That's a win by decision. 15-8. Win by decision for Zane Allender over Griffin Greenlee.
That was a hard-fought 6 minutes where whoever was going to come out on top, as you said, Brent, both of them had some tricks up their sleeves and had to go from offensive to defensive wrestling really quickly to not get into a pin and then lose 6 points for your team respectively.
Yeah, just entertaining matches. It's great when you have wrestlers that go out there and just open up. They're not afraid to go on the attack and to give up a couple points. And 152 pounds. Now Case Allender out there, bumping up from 45. He has Weston Clausen wrapped up in a cradle. And the win by fall here for Allender. And now 13-9 lead for Oaks. And Lyons goes out for the Broncos. So Lyons steps on the mat. As the Broncos call on Eli Lyons here for 160 pounds. Take on Zade Heyer. Heyer normally at 152. Sometimes that step up can be an adjustment for that lighter weight wrestler. So Lyons goes in on a high crotch shot. Heyer's going to go work that leg on Lyons. That's taped up. Lyons will stick with it, try to turn the corner on Heyer. Runs him out to the edge of the mat. Heyer stands up on Lyons. Lyons doubles up, 3-point takedown and keeps the toes in. Back to the center for a restart. Lyons with the 3-0 lead. Minute 25 remaining in the first period. Lyons works down on the wrist on Heyer. Now he's going to crunch up in a cradle over the top on Zade Heyer. Lyons rolls him over, suicide cradle, a little bit too hard. Lyons going to rock him back. Pinning combination hooked up for Eli Lyons of the Broncos. Lyons going to go hips out, try to put the bottom knee. Decides to scoot the hips out, extend his body. Heyer able to get back belly down. Now Lyons changes it up to half Nelson. 4 near fall for Lyons. Goes back around the top. Heyer passes the wrist. A 1-point escape. 7-1's the score. 50 seconds remaining in the first period. Heyer drops down. Single leg shot on Lyons. Lyons will go whizzer. And out of bounds with the great reversal. Takes Heyer hard to the mat. think his leg had slammed on that hardwood floor on the roll through. 6-point lead for Eli Lyons. Final 30 seconds of the first period. Lions up by 6 points over Zayde Higher. The dual score, Oaks with their first lead up 13-9 on the Broncos. Lions drops down to single leg. He's going to try to step back around, run the pipe on Higher. Higher doing a good job right now defending. Lions drops down, Fireman's takes Higher down, has him on his hip, not able to finish it. Higher pops back up. And we go into the second period here for Lions and Higher. Lions with choice chooses top position. We have 2 minutes on the clock to start our second period. Lions in the top position. Off the whistle, Higher hunkers down. Lions goes half Nelson, spirals the leg, now catches the far wrist on Higher. Lions trying to break Higher belly down. Higher will stand up. Lions going leg ride. Higher working the leg on Lions. Lions trying to scoot back around. He's going to go cradle again on Higher. Higher stands up. Lions crunches down over the top. He's going to try to hip over and pulled Zay at Higher. Higher working the hands underneath. Lions still with the cradle locked up. Higher doing a good job of defending. Lions back down on the wrist. He still has a 6-point lead. Lions had choice, chose the top position. Lions goes back, trying to work an arm lever. Really going back to work that arm. Catches the leg, tried to hip heist over. Here, Higher catches Lions just a little bit high. Lions will stretch this out. Higher still doing a good job defending on from the bottom. 40 seconds remaining. Lions spirals the wrist. Looks to see if he goes hammerlock behind the back. Still with the wrist spiraled. Gets Higher over. Higher on his back, giving up a few near fall. He's trying to roll through. Lions will readjust the hips and picks up more near fall. Has the 10-1 lead. Final 15 seconds. Has Higher broke belly down. Looks to ride out the final 10 seconds. Going to go tilt again on Higher. Trying to drag him over. See if he can expose those shoulders the final 3 seconds of the second period. And 10-1's the score.
It's what you would expect in a challenge match. A lot of things aren't coming easy. When you think you got that chance to maybe finish off your opponent, all of a sudden, boom, you're all of a sudden on the defensive, Brent, just as quickly as you're on the offensive here tonight.
Yeah, you can only imagine what's going through the wrestlers' minds out there. Like we said, they have the weight of their team on their shoulders right now. And they go to their back. They're not just going to lay there and count the lights. They're going to try to bridge out of there and fight off these pinning combinations. Lions kind of Granby through on Higher. Higher gets Lions locked up in a cradle. Lions has to watch out. Higher has Lions going over. Has a nice cradle locked up on Lions. 10-1 is the score. Lions trying to hand fight underneath. Higher still with the cradle locked up. Lions going to try to hip heist through. Comes back around on Higher. Grabs the ankles for the reversal. 12-1. Lions takes a look at the scoreboard. Trying to work out a game plan. He goes back in over the top on Higher. Now chin whips him down. Lions on the edge of the mat. Works the pinning combination. Caught Higher sitting up. Lions going to go north-south. Now chest on chest working for a pin for the Lisbon Broncos. Let's see if he can get it in the win by fall for Eli Lions. And the Broncos with the win by fall for Lions. 15-13 is the duel score. And that goes to 172 pounds.
Update on the girls' side, Brent, again, Central Cass Grand Forks Central 1-2, Lisbon 3. South Border beat Fargo, who finished 5th. So South Border will also be going to state with no challenge match. But South Border was nearly having it be in a challenge match on the girls' side. So again, Central Cass 1, Grand Forks 2, Lisbon 3, South Border 4. That'll represent the East and the girls' dual state tournament in 2 weeks.
All right, congratulations to all those teams out there in the girls East Region duels making it to the state dual tournament, and congratulations to the Lisbon Broncos. 172 pounds. Lucina and Ptacek out there wrestling. It'll be a good back and forth battle at 172. So Carter Ptacek and Riley Lucina. Ptacek steps around on Lucina, scores the takedown. Ptacek working up underneath the arms on Lucina, hasn't broke belly down. Lucina trying to scoot back those hips or get those hips cleared, not able to do it. Ptacek continues to ride hard on top, down to a minute 10 remaining in the first period. And chop of the wrist by Ptacek. Lucina trying to get back up, get those hips underneath him. Ptacek keeping a lot of top pressure, now goes underneath. Tried to stick in a half Nelson on Lucina. Lucina back up, scoots back around, trying to clear the hips. 45 seconds remain in the first period. Ptacek in the top position, and all Lucina able to get back up to his base. Ptacek keeping those wrists spiraled up. Looks like he's trying to dig that out underneath and go hammerlock on Lucina. Lucina stretches the arm out, now catches the wrist on Ptacek. Final 15 seconds. Lucina will try to pass this over and scoot the hips away, not able to do it. Here for Carter Ptacek now in the top position. Has a 3-0 lead. And going neutral here with Lucina. So Lucina chooses neutral with Ptacek. Lucina underhook on the far side. Trying to work inside on that Russian tie. Ptacek chin whips and whips down. Lucina takes him over the mat, working pinning combination for Carter Ptacek. Has a lot of time to work on this combination. And the win by fall for Carter Ptacek on Riley Lucina. And the back and forth continues. Oaks now extends their lead up by 4, 19-15. Coming out here at 189 pounds. So the Broncos will need to turn on the gas here at 189. We have Haygood going out against Schwab. So this is at 189. A win by decision would put the Broncos down by 1 going into 2:15. Let's see, Schwab going over the top on Haygood. Has the underhook, trying to catch the head. Haygood backs out of it. J.J. Haygood, a senior for Oaks. Schwab, a freshman for the Broncos. A minute 25 remaining on the clock. Still scoreless in the first period. Our dual score 19-15 in favor of the Tornadoes. Here's Schwab. Works over, a little fake by Schwab. Haygood snaps down, circling back to the center. 55 seconds remaining in the first period. Schwab with the over. Haygood trying to tie up that wrist on the right side of Schwab. Now reaches down, ankle pick by Haygood. Schwab backs up, working the edge of the mat. Snap down by Haygood. Schwab comes over the top. Final 25 seconds of the first period. Still scoreless. Neither wrestler with a committed attack this far. Working head and hands, a little snap down here and there, but nobody committing to the takedown. Now down to 5 seconds. We go scoreless into the second period. And see who has choice. Looks like Oaks will have to defer. So Oaks defers to Schwab, who chooses bottom.
Been wrestling since noon hours. Been 6 hours so far here, Brent. We might have to go to 7 with how these matches are going in this challenge.
I wouldn't have thought we'd still be here 6 hours later. Usually seems these dual tournaments go pretty quick, but so 1-0 lead for Mad Schwab with the escape on the edge of the mat. He locks in the collar tie with Haygood. Haygood, towards that end of the first period, the aggressor in these ties. Slide by, and he spins the corner on Schwab. Schwab's going to grab this arm on Haygood. Haygood has to return him down. Schwab goes to the edge of the mat, and a warrant for stalling as he takes a step off. Schwab looking to clear the hands. And that's the right move by Schwab, not wanting to give up that 3-point takedown. He's protecting that 1-0 lead at this point. So Schwab did have choice to start the second. And he chose neutral. Or excuse me, the bottom position with the escape. Haygood has the collar tie. Now a minute remaining. Schwab will have to pick up his action at the end of this period. Schwab goes in trying to work, has the overs on Haygood. Has Haygood backing up. Now Haygood circles. Schwab still trying to isolate that right arm on Haygood. He's going to try to trip. Haygood counters with an under. He steps back. Final 30 seconds of the second period has Schwab pushing into Haygood, who backs off the mat. Back to the center for a restart. Oaks with the 4-point lead in the duel, up 19-15. And the towel tapper comes out. That means there's about 15 seconds remaining in the period. Schwab still up 1-0. We'll see if either wrestler commits here the final 10 seconds and tries to score at the end of the period. Schwab goes in under, has the over tied up, and the head caught on Haygood. Haygood's trying to back out in the end of the period. 1-0. Haygood has choice. Chooses neutral with Schwab. Haygood feeling good on his feet. Did have that little slide by. Got around behind Schwab. Schwab walked off the edge of the mat. Picked up the stall call. And Haygood back around Schwab again. Schwab's going to get it for stalling again, and the 1 point to Haygood. Schwab's trying to rip the hand. Haygood maybe gave him a little extra push, but you got to sell that, and why not? Here's Schwab and Haygood tied up at 1. Now Schwab going into Haygood. Haygood's forced to circle. And minute 20 on the clock, still tied up at 1. Here's Haygood. Little slide by on Schwab. Schwab turns away from it. Snap down. Schwab's able to catch the arm on Haygood, takes him to the edge. Now with 55 seconds remaining. in the third period. Still tied up at 1. Level change. Schwab felt it coming on. He's going to go head and arm on Haygood. Takes him to the edge. Haygood able to circle back in on that head and arm attempt by Schwab. Final 40 seconds of the third period. We're tied up at 1. Haygood shrugs off Schwab. Schwab goes with the over. Schwab still trying to work underneath on Haygood. Haygood ducks underneath, spins away. And Schwab's giving up a point for stalling with 20 seconds remaining. He goes in on Haygood, has Haygood backing up. Haygood still backing. No stall warning on Haygood. He's going to drop down on Schwab. Final 10 seconds. Here's Haygood and Schwab going down in regulation. Schwab able to stand back up. And we're going into sudden victory overtime between J.J. Haygood and Matt Schwab.
It's like pulling teeth trying to get points in this one.
I'm telling you, it's real defensive here. Schwab has to get back on, or he could be called for stalling here. Here's with Haygood. Schwab goes underneath on Haygood. Haygood's backing up again. Slide by attempt by Haygood. Schwab goes underneath, trying to pummel in on Haygood. Schwab still pushing in, still no stall warning. And 40 seconds remaining in the period. We have 1 minute to decide this on their feet, and then we go into 30-second top and bottom choice in overtime. Schwab has the under on Haygood. Haygood still backing up, and still no stall warning called here by the official.
I think they're going to talk it over about that, Brent. You said this earlier in the day. You don't want to give a point if it's not warranted, especially once you're getting into the extra session of wrestling here. But if the officials can talk it over, referees, and say, hey, there's enough of a stall there to give a point, by letter of the law, you need to give it regardless.
Yeah, and if it's repetitive conduct over and over, at some point the official, in that discussion, they're going to have to work that out. And Haygood goes around behind Schwab. Schwab catches Haygood on the edge and takes him down, and he's off the mat. And Schwab with the big toss on Haygood.
I looked right at Coach Lucina, and he said, yeah, it was, but you could tell he was this close.
It was just the drag of the toes. And Schwab had Haygood vertical on that toss. Haygood now with the nice high crotch on Schwab. Final 5 seconds. This could decide it. Edge of the mat, and they're out. And they're exchanging takedowns back and forth. 2 seconds remaining in regulation. Haygood. And Schwab still in overtime. The flip of the disc, Schwab has choice. He defers to Haygood. Haygood has to choose. He chooses neutral with Schwab. So 30 seconds here. Schwab and Haygood are going to her feet. So this is still 30 seconds of regulation.
We've seen everything here tonight now, Brent, on your wrestling bingo card, I think.
That's right. I'm not sure what the discussion was about there. If he changed his choice or what happened. The coach wanted him to take neutral. Haygood says he wants to take the top position. He's going to go alternate start with Schwab. See if he'll try to work an angle maybe with Schwab. Schwab off the whistle. Pick up the escape. He has the 2-1 lead. Schwab also with choice in the final 30-second overtime. Schwab pressing the pace on Haygood. Final 16 doubles up here on Haygood and Schwab. They're going to go to the edge of the mat. Haygood sucks it up. Schwab and Haygood are out. And they're on the edge. Schwab's in the top position. There's no way that. And the official signals a takedown. Schwab had the hips up over the top. So 4-2 is the score. 6 seconds remaining. Schwab in the bottom position. The official throws up the quick 3. In off the whistle, Schwab hits the roll on Haygood. Haygood's going to rake across the top on Schwab at the end of the period. 4-2's the score. Schwab chooses bottom with 30 seconds on the clock. Haygood with the 2-point lead on Schwab. Schwab posts the outside leg here with Haygood. Goes cradle. Has it locked up on Schwab. Final 23 seconds. Haygood has the 2-point lead. Schwab has to score and a stalemate called. So 189 pounds. Be one of the decisive matches of this duel right here. And a caution on Oaks. Here's Schwab off the whistle, sits out, catches the arm, rolls free on Haygood. Schwab goes in, hard on Haygood, backs out, in off the mat. Here's Schwab, doubles up on Haygood. Schwab going to try to return him, he has 10 seconds. He's got to pull his head out here for Schwab. And a potentially dangerous call here on the double leg by Schwab, and 1 point. And that ties it up. I'm not sure what the 1 point was for. And we're going to go to a 30-second ride out. So Schwab goes double unders on Haygood. Schwab chooses bottom. He has choice. Haygood has to ride him out. Schwab has choice.
I'll just tell you this. I think this is already our Agassi Precision Egg wrestle of the match and probably of the night, potentially.
Incredible.
Brent.
This could be it right here. I mean, this is amazing. I'm not sure how this match got to 4-4, the final period of overtime, but we ended up here. And 30 seconds for Schwab to escape. Haygood with the mat return. Haygood, here's Schwab. Haygood back on top. Schwab trying to peel. Schwab takes Haygood down and working for a pin, and here's Schwab. He can put some big points on the board here for the Broncos. 15 seconds off the hip heist and over on Haygood. And the win by fall for Matt and Schwab, and a big turn of events. And the Broncos pick up 6 big points. Unbelievable match.
That is a my moment right there for the Broncos, for it to go that long, being 4-4, and then you finally get the one good throw there for the Broncos, Brent. Wow.
Yeah.
What a two guys that just locked horns throughout.
Can't believe it. Left it all out there, and it comes down to that final 10 seconds. And now we got Max Klein out here for Oaks in Brock Lions.
8 minutes and 21 seconds, by the way.
That's good they don't have to wrestle another match tonight, because I think they're good for the weekend. So Lions and Klein locking up. The Broncos up by 2 after the pin by Schwab. I'm not even sure what you call that move that Schwab pulled out. The Rochambeau, maybe. And Lions and Klein go out, continue the action, and roll off the mat. And under a minute remaining in the period. Klein goes double, call it kind of that Muay Thai position, double collars. Lions pushes him away. Now Klein has an over-under head and arm. Lions able to duck under that. Under 20 seconds remaining. Klein works underneath Lions. And it backs up, final 10 seconds of the period. Wrestlers still up on their feet. Klein goes back to working around the head and arm. And the end of the period. Choice to Lions. Lions chooses bottom to start the second. Their duel score 21-19. Has the Broncos up. You're at 215 pounds. Klein goes to chop the arm on Lions. Lions will tripod up. And able to get to his feet. Klein drags him back down. Lions tries to hip heist around. Lions tried to catch the head and a little chin whip, but Klein did a good job on adjusting. Scoots back around in the top position on Lions. And back for the center of the mat for a restart. So the chatter's picked up in the gymnasium after kind of reached the Fargo Dome levels of the Bison semifinal game. Here's Lions with the 1-point escape back to his feet. Going back into working a collar tie is Max Klein. Klein now goes for an over. So Lions has the 1-0 lead. Wade's back in. All final 30 seconds of the second period. The Lions is up 1-0. This is about how that 189 match went. And Klein with the attack and they roll out. So 1-0 back to the center of the mat for a restart with 20 seconds remaining. Snap down by Klein, going to double collars on Lions. Klein with the choice to start the third period. Lions not able to reach underneath and pummel in. Klein doing a good job defensively on Lions. Klein takes the bottom position to start our third period. The Lions has the 1-0 lead. So it's off the whistle. Klein, nice little sit out. Lions able to return him back down. Lions working back around behind Klein. A minute 45 remaining. Klein sits out. Good hip heist by Klein, using his speed on Lions. Stands up. We're tied up at 1. Klein, the aggressor in these ties, and a warning for stalling by Lions. Lions backed off the mat. Lions being a little passive out there. Now he's going to go in. Locks up with Klein. Klein trying to trip Lions. Lions going to go for a throw. Klein lands on top of Lions and working for a pin. And the win by fall for Max Klein over Brock Lions. Brings us to 215 pounds. And 25-21 is the duel score. So Aiden Hinkle going out for the Broncos. Continue to roll back and forth. Trading pins at 189 and 215.
4 weight classes to go. Reminder, this started at 127 pounds. Also, this is Oaks' third duel. Well, this is Lisbon's fourth because Oaks earned that bye with no 8 seed here, Brent.
And here's Hinkle locking up with Szymanowski. Hinkle goes double unders on Szymanowski, trying to trip him backwards, throws it by. Scores the takedown, now goes to work on top with the crossface. Trying to put some quick points on the board for the Broncos. Works underneath, has Szymanowski going over to his back, north-south position, in the win by fall for Hinkle. Broncos back in the lead by 2, 27-25. Here's Dahlstrom going out for Oaks and Fromke for Lisbon. So Fromke and Dahlstrom wrestling it out at 107 pounds. Hinkle with the win by fall. That duel opened up at 127 pounds. Gavin Robertson with the win by decision, 4-0 over Owen Iverson. Anderson for the Broncos wins by fall at 133 pounds. Broncos had a 9-0 lead at that point. Matthias Dahlstrom bumps up to 139 and wins by major decision over Cruz Ranke. Score 9-4. Zane Allender wins by decision in a wild one over Griffin Greenlee. Score 9-7. And 152, Case Allender pins Weston Clausen in 18 seconds. And here's Trig Dahlstrom working for a takedown, edge of the mat. Fromke able to get back up to his feet. Spins back around, center of the mat they go. Lyons comes in for the Broncos, picks up a win by fall. Carter Potasic over Lucina by fall. Here's Dahlstrom working for a pin. And 2-point near fall, so he has a 5-0 lead. In the battle of the dual tournament at 189 pounds between Madden Schwab and J.J. Haygood. I don't know if I've ever seen a pin in 8 minutes and 21 seconds, but we did tonight. So Madden Schwab wins by fall at 189. Max Klein comes out with a big pin in 440. That was over Brock Lyons. And then Aiden Hinkle wins by fall over Braden Szymanowski. So a 2-point lead for the Broncos. And a potentially dangerous call. Dahlstrom has the 5-0 lead. Dahlstrom works over the top, tries a power half on Fromke. So Fromke will sit out. Dahlstrom comes back around. And final 5 seconds. 5-0 lead for Trig Dahlstrom. And choice goes to Fromke. Fromke looks at the coach. Coach says chooses the top position. And Dahlstrom working for a reversal, tried to clamp down in the arm on the far side and hip heist around and cartwheel over, not able to get it, and they go out. 1-point escape now for Dahlstrom. 6-0. That's the lead for Dahlstrom. Fromke with the working the head tap, still keeping his distance from Dahlstrom. Dahlstrom double leg shot, blasts in there, and Fromke catches Fromke, throws him down to the mat, working for a fall. His Trig Dahlstrom on Micah Fromke. He's going to lock this up over the top, working for a pin. And the official down there, that right shoulder up just a little bit by Fromke. Dahlstrom readjusts. Left shoulder up by a little bit. A minute remaining. Fromke still trying to roll through here. Dahlstrom readjusts again, scoops the head, now goes for reverse half and win by fall here for Trig Dahlstrom over Micah Fromke. And now 114 pounds. 27-31 in favor of the Tornadoes. They send out Ben Wagner. The Broncos send out Nias Lyons. So win by the Tornadoes will clinch the duel. And Wagner with the takedown. He'll go up 3-0, trying to work underneath with a hammerlock. Not able to dig the wrist out. Now goes into a tilt position with his chicken wing. Digs his fist through across the back on Lyons. He's going to step back around, pulls him over. And they're off with the 4 near fall for Wagner. Back to the restart. Wagner should have a 7-0 lead. They gave him a takedown and 4 near fall. The official goes over there. Score now correct. 7-0. Wagner working on top. Has a leg in. Over the right side on Lyons. Looks like he has a half buried in deep, and he's going to stretch this out for Lyons. Lyons still on his hip. A lot of pressure on the shoulder by Wagner. Wagner drags this over, picking up near fall. He'll scoot the hips on top, going to the pinning combination. That right shoulder up just by a little bit. He scoops the head. Lyons trying to roll through. And Saturday Night Ride position for Wagner, working for a fall here for the Tornadoes. Wagner picks up the win. He'll clinch the state tournament berth for Oaks. And he readjusts, scoops the head, stretches out the arm on the right side. And that'll do it. With 4 near fall at the end of the period, he's up 11-0 over Lyons. So Wagner chooses top position. And off the whistle, Lyons, a little bit of a stand-up attempt, but Wagner quick with the legs over the top, sinks him in on the left side. Lyons head down to the mat. Wagner goes double legs, has double boots in all over the top, looking for a half Nelson. Digs in deep. 4 points would secure a technical decision. He's going to drag this over as Lyons exposing the shoulders. Lyons back down, has 2 near fall, now gets some more counts out of this pinning combination. We'll see if he can slide those hips up over the top and then readjust for a pin. And he's doing that. Readjusts, gets over the top on Lyons. See if Lyons can roll through and get belly down to save the pin, and that will do it in a win by tech fall for Ben Wagner. And Oaks will clinch the duel and go to the state duel tournament as they're up now 36-27. And that looks like that's it, as the Broncos will cede the 121-pound weight class. So 42-27, I believe, is that final duel score. in that true second place duel here at the Southeast region or sub-region duels.
And it still finished chalk. The 1 and a 2 seed in the regular season get there to state, even though they had to work for it. South Border over Napoleon Gacko Streeter defeats Lisbon in a championship over the Oaks Tornadoes. While Oaks earned a bye, they were able to defeat the number 5 seed EEK in the semis. Lost to South Border. Challenge match went right down to the wire, and you got that fall for Schwab at 109, but quickly answered by Max Klein there, I think, as well, Brent, which was a little different. So all of a sudden you feel like Lisbon's got some momentum on their side, then Klein able to come back, and then you just kind of start maybe going some point totals in the back of your head, and Lisbon just with that 107, Oaks at 107, 114, and 121, just maybe a little outmatched Lisbon here in those particular 3 weight classes.
Yeah, definitely those lighter weights for the Oaks Tornadoes at 107 and 114. A couple of great wrestlers there. Trig Dahlstrom, just a 7th grader, looking to make his way on the state podium in the individual side. And then Ben Wagner back here as a returning state qualifier for Oaks.
As again, we'll take a quick break. When we come back after this, they're going to announce the awards of the senior athlete, the coach of the year. We'll also get to our Enbridge Energy wrestler of the match. That and more still to come as we put a bow on the boys Southeast Regional Sub-Duel meet here today in Kindred.
Public Schools is currently seeking a high school English teacher, high school math teacher, and a 5th grade teacher for the 2025-26 school year. Lisbon Public Schools offers a competitive salary and excellent benefits. For more information, please email Superintendent Justin Fryer at justin.fryer@k12.nd.us. Lisbon Public Schools, where you can watch your kids continue to grow from the playing surface to the classroom. Go Broncos!
Goose River Bank is here for the communities we serve, building relationships that last a lifetime, serving the strong Red River Valley and beyond. We are your neighbors, friends, and family, committed to providing everything from everyday personal banking to loans for your farm or business. Visit one of our locations in Mayville, Hillsborough, or Hatton, or reach out and we'll happily come to you, because it's the neighborly thing to do. Goose River Bank, strong, strong communities.
As we come back here, they're handing out some of the hardware. First things first, Corey Shaw of the Oaks Tornadoes is your coach of the year. And we'll have co-senior athletes of the year. As coming from South Border will be Shane Nitschke. And Shane Nitschke is part of your co-athletes, senior athletes of the year. And then we'll have one more co-athlete as well. Here being Shane Nitschke of South Border Mustangs. And then Hunter career pin, Dalton Feist from Napoleon Gacko Streeter of the Imperials, also part of the co-senior athletes of the year. Brent, what did you think about our 3 award winners here with Dalton and Shane as senior athletes, and then obviously Corey Shaw of the Oaks Tornadoes, your coach of the year?
Yeah, all very deserving. I mean, you got a couple great senior athletes, returning state champions, both of them, so very deserving of that senior athlete recognition. And then also Corey Shaw has a nice-looking team, young team still, so look for them to be back next year, making another run for the state tournament.
As we get to our Enbridge Energy wrestler of the match here in this one, Brett, what did you just kind of see here in this one for our Enbridge Energy wrestler of the match here in this challenge match?
I saw it. I guess it was, it turned out to be a pivotal matchup at 215 pounds between Brock Lyons and Max Klein, and I would have thought that one would have been kind of a 50-50, could go either way. I didn't expect a pin from Max Klein on Brock Lyons, so I'd give your Enbridge Energy wrestler of the duel over to Max Klein or the Oaks Tornadoes.
As we go from there, your Agassi Precision Egg move of the match. I'm not sure if it was the 8 minutes and 21 seconds or where you're going in that one.
That sounds about right, because that was incredible. And like I said, I don't know if I've ever seen a pin in 8 minutes and 21 seconds before, but that was a great match, back and forth battle, much needed by the Broncos to get them back in the duel. And then the Tornadoes just a little bit too much on the backside of that and able to come away with the victory.
And that was Schwab over Haygood at 189 pounds. I think we saw it all here today, Brent, in some capacity on your bingo card for wrestling, the way it started. And just a lot of really quality duels and really good teams. And, Oaks and South Border, we'll see how they'll fare on the state side going forward, because Carrington, again, made it on the boys' side. Also following them on the Northeast Regional is Pembina County North, so that makes up the East, and we'll find out again how they'll seed everything going forward. But just your thoughts on what Oaks and South Border can possibly do in 2 weeks on the dual side once they get to the Fargo Dome.
Yeah, for South Border, right now with their lineup, as long as they stay healthy going into the state tournament, I think they have to be the odds-on favorite. They might have came in here the number 2 team, but right now they look like the number 1 team in the state on duels.
We'll take a quick break. We'll put a bow on this one next here in Kindred.
Forged in their grandfather's shop. Matt and Mike Martins know firsthand the value of quality machinery. At Martins Welding and Machine, they rely on generations of knowledge and expertise in creating quality products for farmers, ranchers, residents, and businesses across North Dakota and beyond. To browse their full selection of bin caps, bale feeders, rock lifts, disc attachments, and more, visit martinswelding.com. Also ask about their power lift hydraulic doors. Martins Welding and Machine. Matt and Mike will make it right.
You can buy beef by the quarter, half or whole beef from Mueller Angus, USDA inspected beef. Fill the freezer. Call Dave Mueller at 701-799-3032. 701-799-3032 to purchase beef by the quarter, half or the whole from Mueller Angus, Hillsboro. You can buy beef by the quarter, half or whole beef from Mueller Angus, USDA inspected beef. Fill the freezer. Call Dave Mueller at 701-799-3032. 701-799-3032 to purchase beef by the quarter, half or the whole from Mueller Angus, Hillsboro.
Halstead Telephone Company delivers fast broadband internet, telephone, and cable TV to residents in this region, including Halstead, Shelley, Neilsville, Climax, Fisher, Bigland, Gentilly in Minnesota, and Hillsborough, Caledonia, Gardner, and Argosville, North Dakota. Serving the area residents since 1904, Halstead Telephone continues to create a bright future for this region using 100% fiber optic technology. Service plans offer flexibility and choices, and there's local support personnel ready to help. Contact Halstead Telephone Company today.
I'd like to thank all of our sponsors, including Dakota Heritage Bank, sharing their heritage and their future with locations in North Dakota and Minnesota. Go to dhb.bank. That again is dhb.bank. Brent, taking a look ahead here, what we have in store for wrestling. Again, Friday will be the Girls East Regional Individual Tournament in Castleton. Then on Saturday, we'll have the Boys Class B East Regional in Grafton. Then Thursday, Friday, Saturday, we'll have coverage of some capacity of state tournament for audio only. So taking a look ahead, I guess, for these wrestlers as you go from a dual to now individual mindset for next week, how does that change, or how much really does it change as a wrestler now, knowing that you don't have to worry about your own team points? Now you can just kind of worry about yourself and what you need to do to get to state. Yeah, it is a little bit of different strategy mentally, for some of these wrestlers coming in. Maybe, we talked about this, some of them might wrestle a little more defensively in a duel as compared to what they do in an individual tournament, just because they don't want to give up those bonus point wins. So, an individual tournament, if you're down by 4 points, 5 points, you can kind of go for those big moves. And if it doesn't work out for you at the end of the match and you're down anyways, you might as well go for it. And then, you just lose the match and it's on you. But if that happens in a duel and you end up on your back and get pinned, well, then that's bonus points for the other team. So mentally, just a little bit different strategy-wise for the wrestlers. It's going to be a lot of fun to see. Thanks so much for your coverage here today, Brent. Safe travels to you. I'm looking forward for you and Brady and the company to have the coverage coming up on Friday and Saturday in Castleton and Grafton. Yeah, definitely looking forward to it. I think these individual tournaments are going to be great. So tune in next Friday and Saturday, as we will have live coverage on yourliveevent.com. Again, he's Brent Dick. I'm Chase Miller. Congratulations goes to South Border, your Southeast Regional Dual Champs, and congratulations to the Oaks Tornadoes as they as well make it to the dual portion. We'll find out who will make it on the individual side. Join us again Friday and Saturday for more wrestling coverage across the state here on yourliveevent.com.